Mu Yuan wasn't surprised that the man with the mutton chop beard did not recognize him, nor the one with the goatee was familiar with him. The name Tian Yuan might be familiar to many, but he was no superstar. It was not to the point where he could be recognized walking on the street. Even when he participated in the last military parade, he was just one of the many representative lords. Besides, Mr. Mu had never appeared in public nor promoted himself. In the past, he would prefer to keep a low profile to avoid getting his name onto the surveillance list of mighty nations like Shen Yao. Now, he no longer feared this, but he had no intention of seeking publicity either. At most, he would go with the flow. Contemporary lords, particularly the younger ones, might pay some attention to him, but the mutton chop and goatee brothers were elder warriors who had struggled through tough times. Mu Yuan didn't dare to assume superiority. The men may not have recognized him, but the one with the mutton chop beard evidently had heard some of his feats. He expressed his surprise. "Young man, not bad. I've heard about you. You won first place for our nation in the Dragon Courtyard. Remarkable." He gave a thumbs up. This year, our Tai Zan managed to recruit more worms and giant dragons to the Dragon Courtyard than previous years, thanks to your great contribution. The mutton chop brother grew even more enthusiastic. He went on about continuing to bring glory to Tai Zan and driving the monsters away. Mu Yuan replied earnestly, "It is my bounden duty." Since this was a place of cultivation, the three did not engage in extended conversation. The mutton chop and goatee brothers were gearing up for a tough battle at the Myriad Manifestations Revelation Peak. Mu Yuan prepared to start observing. At that moment, he felt a strong gaze fixed intently upon him. He frowned slightly. When he glanced over, he saw a young man with golden hair, blue eyes, and a nose like an eagle's beak. When Mu Yuan looked over, the young man with the eagle-beak nose did not avert his gaze. He looked straight back. The scorching gaze was like swords and flames, howling towards him. Hostility. Combativeness. But who exactly is this person? It's Fire God, Fiery Blaze, also known as Lord Shen Yao. Fire God? In the eternal world, even if it was just a title, the word, God, was not something just anyone could be adorned with. However, in Mu Yuan's perception, the young man with the eagle-beak nose was indeed strong. He was like a blazing sun, too intense to stare at directly. He is one of the 7 super lords constantly promoted by the Shen Yao Empire. The goatee brother, still unable to reach a state of meditation, noticed the situation and came over. "Our Tai Zan has you and the Lord of Han Yu City, both with grand reputations, right? So the Shen Yao Empire has pushed forward these 7 super lords, each of them quite young, to show that their national power is stronger than Tai Zan. Showing off, grandstanding. But setting aside the showmanship, as far as I know, those 7 lords of divine radiance do indeed have substantial abilities." Mu Yuan also remembered. This Super Lord project had only been launched 3 or 4 months ago, and Isloa had mentioned it to him. Mu Yuan had glanced at the public information. Among these 7 lords Shen Yao, the youngest was around the age of the city lord of Han Yu and the oldest seemed to be in his 40s or 50s. Indeed, none of the 7 could be underestimated. In Shen Yao, the fire god Fiery Blaze and the others had already become household names, and even outside of Shen Yao, their fame had spread far and wide. Now, many people on site had recognized Fiery Blaze. People of divine radiance gazed intently, their eyes growing more fervent and cheeks gradually flushing with admiration that went beyond boundaries. "Your generations are the worst we've ever seen in Shen Yao. First, you were outperformed by a woman from Taishuan Cold Moon, completely left behind, and now even the younger generation from Taishuan Tian Yuan has surpassed you. Waste. But the fact you are standing here means you aren't complete wastes, so what remains for you is to prove to me, and to Shen Yao, your worth and your strength." More than half a year ago, Hail of Fiery Blaze Hele was selected for the Super Lord Selection Project. He learned that the Empire would invest a substantial amount of money to cultivate and promote 7 young lords to boost national pride. Out of these 7 slots, 3 were already predetermined for the 3 young lords with the most significant background, fame, and power. He and other outstanding new generation lords could compete for the remaining 4 slots. This was an immense opportunity. The empire wouldn't normally pour such large resources into young powerhouses like them. Hale seized the opportunity, shining in the selection program, and became one of the most brilliant stars among the 7 lords Shen Yao. Fire God Fiery Blaze. The man crowned with the name of Fire God. My goodness, the Fire God Fiery Blaze holding the blazing sun in his palm. The screams of fans. Clusters of fresh flowers, endless praise. Accompanied by the fame of super lords, the crowd flocked incessantly. Power, influence, beauties, treasures, all were at his fingertips in an instant. He was a big shot now, a famous lord throughout the entire divine radiance and even the whole world. His name was chanted by countless people. What Taishuan Tian Yuan, Taishuan Cold Moon, their renown could not compare with theirs, with the 7 of them. Go and ask on the streets how many people know of Taishuan Tian Yuan, and how many don't know me, the Winter King. So, our task is already complete. What's wrong with enjoying ourselves a little? Come on, buddy. One of the 7 super lords, also rising from the selection plan, the Winter King, was embracing a pure-blood elf beauty with one hand and lifting a glass of wine with the other, inviting Hale. Indeed, power and beauties were at his fingertips. Is that enough? No, it is not. The strong liquor went down the throat, but Hale's heart was cold as ice. How did the likes of Taishuan Cold Moon and Taishuan Tian Yuan gain their fame? They fought for it time after time. They had carved their grand reputations through the entire Dragon Court. Not by creating hype or showing off. Hale was clear about this. He was also aware that the upper echelons of the empire were just as clear. Their power, their fame might be loud enough among the common folks, but in the international community, among the powerhouses of other countries, it was still not enough, far from enough. He needed to defeat a renowned powerhouse of Taishuan head-on. Any means, any method would do. He had to surpass the strong ones of Taishuan. Only thus could his title as the Divine Radiance Super Lord and his name as the Fire God truly fit. He would also receive more resources from the empire. If the opponent were Tian Yuan, the victory would hold even greater value. Let's have a contest, Tian Yuan. Let me see, the so-called number 1 of Taishuan's new generation, whose rise is quicker and fiercer than Cold Moon, how the Lord of Taishuan would perform. Don't disappoint me. I hope you're as good as I imagine. Because I will be better. That was his confidence, his determination. The determination that never rested since he was selected as a super lord. Fire God Hale retracted his gaze filled with battle intent, then, he looked towards Revelation Peak, taking steps forward. Mu Yuan probably guessed Fire God's intention. Compete to see who could attain enlightenment? Who could outshine? Hey, childish. He had long passed the age of vying for power and ferocity. Mu Yuan slowly rolled up the sleeves of his robe and took out a tranquil heart orb, placing it at his brow. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. In his pupils shone a bright golden brilliance. Reaping what you sow, initiate. Top-level devouring with the affinity for various elements, initiate. The light of will burning brightly, the king's might kept restrained. Mental power bursting forth. The web of spirit spread out. Mu Yuan gradually immersed his mind within it. He looked towards myriad manifestations Revelation Peak, yet his gaze did not rest upon it. In his dazed state, he realized that revelations were not just on the peak, but between this expanse of heaven and earth. His mind began to resonate with the world. Before his eyes, the fuzzy and sparse heaven and earth law patterns became gradually clearer. He closed his eyes. The symbol representing myriad manifestations on Revelation Peak appeared in his mind. The symbol became clearer and larger. Faintly, it seemed that the intricate patterns on the huge symbol could be seen. The patterns also became gradually clearer. Their innumerable law patterns were converging. The gray mist drifted, the heavens and earth vast, shrouded, endless. Mysterious symbols like those that cover the sky stretched across the center of this realm. They were infinitely large, they were endlessly mysterious. Here, one would feel as small as a grain of rice. The outskirts of the Apocalypse Secret Realm's training ground are already this mysterious. Mu Yuan murmured. On the huge symbol, The intertwined patterns of heaven and earth were vividly clear. If, previously, his observation of the patterns of heaven and earth was akin to that of someone highly nearsighted, then now, he had at least recovered to a visual acuity of 0.8. The core of heaven and earth, the ultimate truth, opened before him. Mu Yuan was immersed in it. Around him, the mystically profound charm lingered. The threads of conceptual power he controlled quietly surfaced. Entwining, rotating, new conceptual threads were born. At the same time, externally, Mu Yuan still had his eyes closed, his breath nearly imperceptible, like an ancient monk in meditation. The goatee, the goat beard, continued to stare each other down at Revelation Peak. Dozens of cultivators around them were either scratching their heads like the two men, focused in demeanor, or having an appearance of great enlightenment. Suddenly, a cultivator exclaimed, "I've realized it, I've realized it." He suddenly stood up, his celestial-level artistic conception moving the surrounding heaven and earth, stirring up the winds from all directions. This was a celestial-level conception. The intangible conception influenced the surroundings, birthing celestial phenomena of the conception. If one in the legendary realm possessed a celestial-level conception, their mastery over the power of heaven and earth would also rise significantly. He's broken through. Just entering a celestial-level conception isn't all that impressive, but seeing someone else break through was even more painful than one's own regression. This statement caused further uproar. Fuck! Some cultivators were disrupted in their rhythm, glaring angrily at the enlightened young man. But fighting was forbidden within the secret realm. The shouting youth did not violate the rules of the secret realm. After all, around Revelation Peak, those truly engaged in deep cultivation had already disregarded external affairs, sitting quietly like statues. Suddenly, the world seemed to grow hotter, with blazing flames spreading over the land, orange-red firelight dancing, surging heatwaves hitting face-on. Who would use such a wide-range technique in this place? Are they sick? No, it's not right, this isn't a technique. The fire blazed intensely, unbearably hot. But the land around wasn't scorched, and the sporadic herbs didn't burn in the flames. This heat surged, and yet the fiery blaze seemed illusory. It's a conception, vast and encompassing, sufficient to affect the surrounding thousands of kilometers. In the surging flames, a lone figure sat, blonde hair, a hooked nose. It was a young man from the Shen Yao Empire, known as the Fire God. Is this what a powerhouse from a major nation looks like? A cultivator from a lesser power whispered. The Fire God of the Shen Yao Empire? HMPH, he does have some skill. A strong individual from the Yongxing Empire snorted coldly as he looked towards Revelation Peak. Sometime unknown, the huge symbol of all phenomena that represented myriad was subtly glowing. At one corner of the massive symbol, the light gradually became brilliant, a swath of orange-red spreading out like flowing flames from the symbol of all phenomena, leaving a magnificent mark on the towering Revelation Peak. This was resonance. The goatee's expression turned solemn. This Shen Yao powerhouse is experiencing enlightenment. His enlightenment even triggered the resonance of myriad manifestations. Revelation Peak, a kind of acknowledgement from heaven and earth. The goat beard said, Shen Yao Empire's resource monopoly is much more severe than our Taizan, but their super lord plan invested massive capitals, allowing naturally gifted individuals to seize the opportunity and rise with the wind. Blazing Fire, Fire God is one of them. The plan of the Shen Yao Empire was indeed formidable. Just like now, Blazing Fire, Fire God indeed greatly enhanced the prestige of the Shen Yao Empire with this performance. When Blazing Fire arrived, he even posed as if challenging Tianyuan to a fight. Tianyuan. Goatbeard looked at the young man, who wasn't much older than his daughter. His face was young, yet it bore no traces of immaturity, and his hair, uncut for months, nearly reached his shoulders, making him resemble a battle-hardened warrior. No, not just resemble. This young man was indeed a battle-hardened warrior. He sat there quietly, like an old monk, even as waves of fire swept nearby, brushing against his robe, yet he kept his eyes closed without so much as a furrowed brow. However, Goat Beard and Goatee exchanged glances, nodded slightly, and readied themselves to approach and shield against the fire waves. This might not work. Tianyuan might not be in enlightenment already. But how could they let a braggart from Shen Yao Empire strut around unchallenged? The two men walked forward but suddenly uttered, "Oh." They were still in the same place. No, they walked towards Tianyuan, but as they closed the distance to a certain limit, what seemed close was as if worlds apart. Around Lord Tianyuan, a mysterious force was lingering, increasingly burgeoning. The fire receded. It was as if space itself had intervened. Tianyuan sat not far away, yet seemed perched atop a mountain cliff, unreachable. The raging fire waves appeared as if seized by a giant hand, suspended in midair. Around Lord Tianyuan, only emptiness remained. A brilliant silver light appeared on Myriad Manifestations' Revelation Peak, spreading to the other side, leaving a thick bold mark. Tianyuan also resonated. Ding. Reminder. Observing Myriad Manifestations' Revelation Peak, you have gained some insight and awakened the quasi-epic skill, A World Away. A World Away. Description. Within your field of vision, spatial distances can be selectively condensed. You may step for miles with a single stride, or reach any corner of the world. This involved a skill related to space. Space abilities were extremely rare. Even among legendary beings and epic lives, the majority could hardly possess space skills. However, space skills were not unfamiliar to Mu Yuan. Duo Lies Dimensional Pocket, Spatial Devour, Space-Tearing Seal. Islo is Starry Skygate. 17's 10,000 Arrows Treasure. Epic skills such as the Death Remains Territory, River of Stars, and Underworld Ghost Market also involved space. Mu Yuan's own main abilities were the Mental Skynet and the Same Frequency, Shared Skills, combat method extending from it, which similarly delved into space. He observed the symbol of all phenomena. At first, he did not know what to realize from it and thus naturally comprehended a rather decent skill. He had gained some insights, but Mr. Mu, having gained a little, now ignored the system notification sound ringing by his ear. He increasingly immersed himself in his cultivation. He also gradually understood the direction in which his combat method, his system, should be perfected. In this space of consciousness, the vast web of spirit dispersed. The web almost materialized, its threads of spiritual power cast far and wide. At one node, spiritual power turned into flame. At another node, spiritual power turned into frost. His spiritual power, having evolved, could now interfere with reality, accomplishing tangible tasks through intangible force. But such crude interference, altering reality, was too inefficient in utilizing spiritual power. His improved method was sharing, synchronization. Using a controlled troop type as an anchor, he synchronized the techniques he deployed. A blurred figure appeared around Mu Yuan. It was a mage. He stretched out his palm, and the blurred figure mirrored him, also raising its hand straight forward. In front of his palm, a fireball condensed. In front of the blurred figure's palm, a fireball also materialized. He could turn such synchronization tenfold, 100-fold. Using this power as a stepping stone, Mu Yuan grasped the concept of same frequency. Empowered by the power of concept, his range of synchronization rapidly expanded. Now, without relying on controlled troop types, creating something out of nothing was one of its capabilities. But such synchronization still had limitations, like a longer preliminary time for setup, and a synchronization limit that was still not high enough. Just as he could not use a single skeleton soldier to bear the blazing sun he synchronized over. It was too limited, he felt it was not sufficient. At this moment, from the giant symbol of all phenomena, Mu Yuan had already glimpsed some secrets. His inspiration surged, his web of spirit constantly transformed, the mingling power of concept around him intertwined, entangled. He sensed that within his body, an incredibly mysterious power was about to be born. With his supreme innate talent, relentless effort, he would realize a skill more advanced and mysterious than A World Away. An epic skill. However, the awakening of an epic skill, its acquisition, was not enough through realization alone. To achieve an epic ability, Either it concurrently awakened during a bloodline evolution, or one had to encounter a great opportunity and absorb the vast power of a precious land, awakening it. Only with both realization and power combined could it be obtained. And the Apocalypse secret realm, although a top-notch precious land, only possessed the ability to enlighten. In front of the myriad manifestations revelation peak, breaking through boundaries, awakening a quasi-epic skill was already the limit of human effort. Was that so? Yes, but also no Mu Yuan only felt barriers arrayed before him, sensed a profound skill about to awaken, yet it was firmly stuck. But he could break through it. With my light of will, with my supreme innate talent, let me break through. The light of will buzzed. From within the depths of his soul, his bloodline, a point of golden spiritual light emerged. The great force from a high-positioned bloodline. This spiritual light shot straight for the crown of his head. In awakening, skill, stuck before, immediately supplemented with the last and most crucial element. Ding! Notice. You have gained insights from observing myriad manifestations, revelation peak, and have awakened the epic skill, mind chess net, by expending a strand of bloodline spirituality. Mind chess net, epic, description. Within your own consciousness, you can construct a chess matrix that exists between illusion and reality. This matrix is regarded as a skill creation, existing permanently and can be expanded and empowered gradually by investing materials and injecting spiritual power. Ability 1. Mind chess net, similar to territory-type skills. Death remains territory. Underworld ghost market, can project into reality and has the power to seal. Ability 2. Within the mind chess net, you can construct carriers that can perfectly bear your synchronized power. Currently, you possess 3 carriers, with a maximum capacity of 30. Expanding the scale of the mind chess net can increase the construction limit of carriers. Ability 3. Mind chess net possesses spatial abilities. Ability 4. Mind chess net can amplify the pawn positioned within it. Bloodline spirituality. Mu Yuan was still immersed in enlightenment, but he vaguely understood what had happened. Theoretically, his life's position was equal to that of a legend. When he evolved Isloa, his own life's position also transformed. This might be because he had evolved numerous epics. The quantity had accumulated to the extreme, and the 3 legendary lives had kicked open the door at the critical moment. But his legend status was somewhat diluted. He lacked legendary power, and even epic ability, if one does not count the rankless special talent, Mental Skynet. One might say he is not a legend, yet he possesses traits only found in legendary lives. With just his heaven and earth realm body, he could glimpse the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, the law pattern of heaven and earth. His domain, too, expanded continuously with his breath, seemingly boundless. Mu Yuan called himself a pseudo-legend. Now it seems his legendary status isn't so diluted. His body contains some supreme and exalted power. This power, when triggered at the right moment, would create miracles. Awakening an epic skill, isn't that a miracle? Mu Yuan thought, his mind continuing to delve deeper. Fiery blaze hail, slowly awakened from his immersive training. Has it been 2 days already? This time I've awakened a quasi-epic skill and made a breakthrough in artistic conception. The gains are quite significant. Previously, he possessed only 1 epic and 1 quasi-epic skill. With another awakening, his tactical system would be more robust. His overall combat power, his inherent potential, had all significantly improved. Could these gains be considered significant? It was only 2 days, after all. Hale knew well that these major gains were because he had transformed the accumulation of this period into achievements, and that it would be difficult to achieve gains every time hereafter. He looked toward Revelation Peak. On the towering mountain peak, the orange-red pattern he resonated still branded brightly, proud and prominent. However, on the other side of the symbol of all phenomena, a silver-white pattern was spreading outward, its brilliance matched the other. Another strong being had caused the myriad manifestations revelation peak to resonate. Who could it be? He already had an answer in his mind. He looked in a certain direction. A young man sitting on the grass was enveloped by a power of profound mystery. The space around him twisted, forming a vast enchantment. And this power was of the same origin as the silver-white pattern spreading next to the All Revelations symbol. Indeed, it is Tianyuan. A man's name, a tree's shadow, possessing domination-level power during the Dragon Court conflict. Rising like a comet must be extraordinary. But I am no less. Next to the All Revelations symbol, the orange, red and silver-white each highlighted their colors, each displaying their edge. Yet he was, after all, a few years older than Taishuan Tianyuan. He should be stronger, he shouldn't be complacent but self-reflective. Hale suppressed the faint pride and complacency that had sprung in his heart, his eyes filled with battle intent once again. The next moment, his eyes widened. On the towering majestic myriad manifestations revelation peak, lights burst forth, the brilliant silver pattern spreading on it. Its brightness was so dazzling that it made the huge symbol of all phenomena seem somewhat dim. Equally dazzling was Taishuan Tianyuan, sitting at a distance. Around him was a chess matrix shimmering with bright light, seemingly with countless soldiers positioned within, howling skyward. At the base of the myriad manifestations revelation peak, some cultivators' eyes widened in disbelief, while others were utterly disheartened. This is illogical, fiery blaze, Hale murmured. In front of such a revelation peak, managing to comprehend a quasi-epic skill was already the limit, requiring innate talent, accumulation, and fortune. None could be lacked. He made the symbol of all phenomena resonate, and imprinted a mark upon it that could last for 10 to 15 days. This too was the limit. The limit of common sense. Taishuan Tianyuan, had he surpassed common sense? He dared not believe it, but upon reflection, as a Green-Hand Lord representing Taishuan in the wars at Dragon Courtyard and even dominating the entire battlefield, wasn't that surpassing common sense? He had already transcended common sense, truly a monster. Is our goal really to defeat such a monster? Hale clenched his fists, gazing at the distant figure. After a while, he slowly unclenched his fist, then clenched it again. This time, his clenched fists no longer trembled, as solid as rocks. So what if it is? Tianyuan is a Blue Star human, and so am I. If he can do it, I might be able to do it as well. Giving up is the act of a coward. The strong should directly confront the strong. Although Tianyuan is extraordinarily talented, it doesn't necessarily mean he will lose. The enlightenment at the revelation peak is just a trivial point in their long journey of cultivation. He will win. At this moment, fiery blaze Hale was radiant, the light of will shining brightly from his eyes. His will had ascended, he had achieved another breakthrough. Like a true god of fire reborn from the flames, he was destined to reach the state of extreme peak. The battle had just begun. Mu Yuan awoke from his immersive cultivation, furrowing his brow slightly. He stared at the huge symbol of all revelations woven from myriad patterns of heaven and earth, his brow furrowing even deeper after a moment. Not enough, still not enough, it's lacking something. Since awakening the mind chess net, Mu Yuan continued to indulge in the delights of cultivation. His realm was still improving. He felt incredible as he peeled back the veils of heaven and earth, striving to grasp the truth. But at a certain moment, his exploration could no longer advance. The perfectly clear patterns of heaven and earth, on the symbol of all revelations at that moment, still weren't clear enough in his eyes. He was like a seeker constantly pushing forward through the fog of heaven and earth, only to discover when delving deeper that he had reached the profound limits of this path and beyond lay only vagueness and darkness. Clear from a distance. Rough when seen up close. That was Mu Yuan's experience at that moment. This place couldn't give him the answers he needed. After all, it's just the peripheral area of the Apocalypse secret realm. As a cultivation paradise, the revelation effect here is sufficiently excellent. For those like 17, Rakshasa, Hong Yi, my division generals who have not yet advanced to legendary status, training here is quite suitable. They had never undergone similar cultivation before. The first exposure to it would likely unlock their accumulated potential. The exchange price for a single session of cultivation in the peripheral area of the Apocalypse secret realm is 200,000 contribution points. Quite costly. But after selling a few epic cultivation opportunities, Mr. Mu's contribution points were still sufficient to afford it. If it's just for each of the division generals. The exchange price for a cultivation session in the core area of the Apocalypse Secret Realm is just 500,000 contribution points. The core area contains the true mysterious grand power. If a cultivator has enough accumulation, fortune, and talent, comprehending an epic skill there is entirely possible. The core area is also a significant cultivation site. Stepping into it, even if nothing is comprehended, the cultivator's body, spirit, soul, and vitality could still improve under the sprinkle of the heavenly spiritual light. 500,000 contribution points, literally a bargain, almost given away for free. Soul Realm and Law Realm experts, nobody is like Mr. Mu, poor yet with big expenses. However, while the exchange price isn't high, the slots are limited. The entry ticket exchange qualification for the course starts with Frontier Lords of 5 stars. Mu Yuan currently could exchange it for 10 people. The higher one's merit, the more slots one can exchange. And merit is a reflection of the Frontier Lord's battle achievements and cannot be traded but only accumulated. Therefore, the slots for the core area of the Apocalypse Secret Realm are extremely prized. After all, the Secret Realm is not controlled by Taishuan, and Taishuan's slots are still obtained from the Spirit of the Secret Realm who administers the Mystic Realm on behalf of heaven and earth. The amount of slots relates to national power. Taishuan is a major nation, but slots for the inner area are not much more abundant. A legendary life entering the inner area for cultivation should yield ample harvest. This was also his purpose in coming here. It was after this trip that his temporarily abundant contribution point balance would deflate again. Apocalypse Secret Realm. The Periphery, Starry Sky Revelation Peak. Fiery Blaze Hale's epic general, a powerholder known as the Starry Sky Sage, was wide-eyed, observing the changes on the Revelation Peak. The starlight was brilliant. It wasn't just the Revelation Peak. The entire sky had transformed into a starry vista. The Revelation Peak resonated as if reaching out to the cultivator. This starlight power is far beyond me, and even the specks of starlight it contains are incredibly profound. Who is this woman, such a formidable force? The Starry Sky Sage stared wide-eyed, looking toward the base of the Revelation Peak. There, a woman with pink hair stood, hair cascading over her shoulders. A vast river of stars encircled her, embraced by the starlight. She seemed to be the sovereign of the starlight. Dane. Alert! You've gained a little insight from observing the Starry Sky Revelation Peak. Alert! By integrating the Starry Sky Scepter and the Destiny Star Weaving ability, you discovered that outside the domain of the Starry Authority, you can also project your own power. You have developed a subsidiary ability, Starlight Projection. Starlight Projection. Description. You can cast your gaze and power anywhere there is starlight, utilizing a prior anchor point. The Life Star can serve as such an anchor. Note: theoretically, the spread of the power of starlight projection has no limit, but the power that can be cast is relatively weak. Isloa pondered her own abilities, murmuring to herself, the power of starlight is indeed omnipresent, even theoretically under daylight conditions. Such power projection is doomed to not be strong. But there is still much room for improvement, and here could no longer bring her any revelation. It was time to leave for the next place. The core area of the Apocalypse Secret Realm. Here, merely 36 pillars of revelation stood towering throughout this vast, boundless heaven and earth. The heaven and earth appeared like a sea of clouds, with thick mist hovering. The pillars of revelation, like heavenly columns, seemed to stand atop the clouds. Duo Lai flew all the way here without seeing a single soul. It opened its mouth and, like a dragon drinking water, devoured the surrounding clouds into its belly. It has a slightly sweet taste, rich in nutritional value. Though this mist appeared to be just mist, it actually was a condensed essence of heaven and earth as substantial as reality. The mist in the outer region also contained traces of the essence of heaven and earth, but it was incomparable to here. After absorbing the mist for a while, it felt as though it had undergone a baptism of heaven and earth, feeling utterly refreshed. In that short time, the radius of its domain increased by a full 10 meters. Continuing to consume like this, it would definitely be able to rush to the limit of the heaven and earth realm, right? According to the records I found, there are also limits in the heaven and earth realm, or rather, the extreme value of the domain in the heaven and earth realm has an upper limit. Isloa found and organized the information for the Lord in the capital's Grand Library one day after entering. About the peak of the heaven and earth realm, the limit. The letting realm has its limit, and after reaching the peak, no further progress can be made, which is the limit of living beings' existence. The heaven and earth realm also has a limit, however. Tree Demon Granny, an epic 3-star being, experienced quite a slow advancement after surpassing the peak of the heaven and earth realm. It can't really be said to be slow, just slow in comparison to a legendary life like hers. After ascending to legend, she easily surpassed the line of 5,000-meter level peak. The 10,000-meter level, a major bottleneck, was naturally crossed one day during a minor rest, as trivial as eating and drinking. She also asked about Duo Lai's situation in detail. Duo Lai got slightly stuck before the 20,000-meter and 30,000-meter levels. The 20,000-meter level took 2 hours. The 30,000-meter level took 16 hours. Afterward, it skyrocketed continuously as if there were no bottlenecks, no limits. But there are limits to heaven and earth. This limit is 50,000 meters, which is the limit of the rules of heaven and earth. A domain that reaches this level is also called a perfect domain, a destiny domain, according to ancient legends, that is, within legends. After all, Tai Zan had no heaven and earth realm extreme powerhouse at the 50,000-meter level. Let alone the 50,000-meter level, even the 10,000-meter level can be called the pride of heaven. The current record holder in Tai Zan, legitimately from Lord Biting's top divine general, Winter Sovereign, has set an astounding record of 26,000 meters. This Winter Sovereign is also among the top powerhouses in all of Tai Zan, the strongest in the Northern Court Duchy. The challenge of reaching the 50,000-meter level is as difficult as reaching the high heavens. Whether the rumor is true or false, Isloa could not be sure. But, if the 50,000-meter level is indeed the limit of heaven and earth, Dead Bone and Duo Lai will surely be able to verify it. She was not so confident in herself, she was just a civil officer. But she had great confidence in the two monsters, Dead Bone and Duo Lai. Would the 50,000-meter level be the limit? Duo Lai really wants to know. The opportunity is right in front of Duo Lai, but Duo Lai looked around at the swirling mists, resembling chunks of bread and sweet desserts, yet resisted the urge to devour them all at once. The essence mist of heaven and earth was limited. It seemed like a treasure that aided cultivators in their breakthrough. Normal people couldn't absorb much of the power of heaven and earth here in a short time. It was different for him, he could devour without limits. But Duo Lai wasn't sure if such devouring would violate the rules of the secret realm, and getting kicked out would be terrible. Worse, it might even implicate Lord and Brother Deadbone. Thinking of this, Duo Lai swallowed, struggling yet firmly restraining his restless heart. He flew all the way to the Pillar of Revelation representing space, and sat down on a cloud rock. The world was lonely. Only the sound of swirling mist could be heard. In this empty, vast expanse, Duo Lai sat alone, feeling so restless it was almost unbearable. It was too empty. Duo Lai glanced at the surrounding mists, shifted positions restlessly, and finally just lay down on the cloud rock, propping his chin with his hands, staring at the distant pillar. At the same time, above the pillar, a translucent figure with a halo signifying the manager of the secret realm looked down. Another cultivator has stepped in here, choosing the extremely difficult path of space. Wait, this cultivator is only at the heaven and earth realm, just the heaven and earth realm? What was the heaven and earth realm doing here? Such a waste of opportunity. Even during the glorious era of the Bright Empire, this apocalypse secret realm was a rare place of cultivation, coveted by many in the law realm. Of course, the apocalypse secret realm also has a significant improvement effect below the law realm. But how much accumulation and insight can one in the heaven and earth realm have? Coming here was a waste. How was the allocation of quotas handled by the outside nations? The manager was just thinking this when he suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? Wait, she is in the heaven and earth realm, but not just that, I can't even fully perceive her. This human is no ordinary person. No wonder she could step in here. Let me observe more closely. The once powerful being of the Bright Empire, now an unnamed remnant soul and manager of the secret realm, became interested. In his long and boring remaining life, this was a bit of fun he could find. In front of the Pillar of Revelation, Duo Lai was just staring blankly. He tried to be serious, but his thoughts continued to drift, wondering what Lord was doing, what he would have for dinner tonight, thinking about. As he thought, a mysterious space melody began to permeate around him. Unknowingly, he was resonating with the Pillar of Revelation. Or rather, the Pillar of Revelation was being resonated. A mysterious power emanated from it. This intangible, formless, elusive mysterious power was now, strangely, flowing into Duo Lai's body like water flow, trickling steadily. "Oh, I have realized," he said. Although he wasn't clear how he had realized or what exactly he had realized, he just had. Prompt. You have absorbed, the monolith of space. The power of concept of the space-tearing concept has significantly increased. Epic skill, space-tearing seal, has been enhanced, allowing for the materialization of up to 5 seals from 3. Prompt. You have absorbed, the monolith of space. The power of concept of spatial devour has experienced a breakthrough. Prompt. You have had a sudden insight and improved the use of spatial devour, enabling it to function over long distances. Prompt. From the spatial devour skill, you have developed a new skill path, spatial devouring whale. You can use the power of concept to materialize and maintain a whale with the ability of spatial devouring, letting it devour everything from afar on your behalf. Not only did the power of concept greatly enhance the skill's power, but it also expanded the scope of application of the epic skill, allowing for actions that were previously completely impossible. For example, the concept carrier that Brother Deadbone spoke of seemed to fit this big clumsy whale, didn't it? Duo Lai thought distractedly. The mysterious melody around him grew more intense. His resonance with the Pillar of Revelation also became stronger. He was breaking through. The surrounding essence mist of heaven and earth rushed towards him. The essence mist of heaven and earth in the core area of Heavenly Beginnings' mystic realm was meant to assist cultivators. If a cultivator benefited from this place and seized the opportunity to create an epic skill, the lost steel would resonate and provide the strength needed for the cultivator to overcome this considerable barrier. Breakthroughs, completing a corner of conceptual power, advancing skills, and other benefits were all opportunities a cultivator could gain here. Countless powerful beings dreamt of cultivating in this place. Yet, numerous others sought a spot, a chance to cultivate, but failed to obtain it. After all, the power of the core area could be depleted, and once the number of cultivators increased, the supply and demand of the entire mystical realm could not be maintained. At this moment, Duo Lai resonated with the monolith of space. The conceptual power of space actively dispersed from it, the intangible concepts becoming tangible and substantial under Duo Lai's, devouring heaven and earth, crunching and absorbing them, transforming them into nourishment for devouring. The space-tearing seal, spatial devour. The advancement of these two epic skills also triggered the operational rules of the Apocalypse secret realm. The essence of heaven and earth howled forth. This was the nourishment provided for the two epic skills. However, Duo Lai did not need nourishment. As the howling essence of heaven and earth gathered around Duo Lai, it vanished into thin air, as if devoured by some invisible entity. Simultaneously, the tripartite enhancement of conceptual power, skills, and domain passively brought Duo Lai into a state of enlightenment. Instinctively operating devouring heaven and earth, it utilized its top-level devouring talent. In a flash, even more essence mist of heaven and earth converged, the entire region of the monolith of space vibrated and resonated. To trigger such a massive scale of heaven and earth siphoning is rather unusual. The caretaker murmured, then suddenly widened his eyes. Wait a moment. Immersed in a mysterious state and rapidly advancing, Duo Lai's domain naturally dispersed and expanded to its limit. Just like when it had first ascended to the legendary realm. A vast domain of over 30,000 meters in radius, an interweaving of black and white, akin to a grand lake lying between heaven and earth. The caretaker widened his eyes again. A domain over 30,000 meters, no wonder. No wonder I thought this human was not simple. She is more than just talented, she is a top-tier genius. Her domain is rapidly advancing, and seeing this speed of advancement, with no bottleneck in sight, could it be? She might sprint to the 50,000-meter level, forging a perfect domain? As for the perfect domain, the caretaker had seen it before. He was once a renowned powerhouse in the Bright Empire, managing the Shi Guang Academy, a sacred cultivating ground, witnessing countless talents come and go. He himself was also a powerhouse who had forged a perfect domain. Of course, that was in his past life. He is no longer the dean of Shi Guang. He is just a lingering attachment, barely clinging to life with most of his former memories. Shi Guang Academy had produced 4 with perfect domains in its history. In the long history of the Bright Empire, those with perfect domains were not rare. However, our Bright Empire possesses the cultivation treasure land, Heaven and Earth Lake, the most suitable for Heaven and Earth realm cultivation, continuously forging, expanding domains. It is precisely because of Heaven and Earth Lake, this sacred cultivation spot, that one genius after another breaks their limits, bringing their domains to perfection. This Apocalypse secret realm is certainly a top-level cultivation land, but it is not the best place for domain cultivation. The human girl in front of the space monolith was merely absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, yet her realm soared like a rocket. She is a world's daughter, who even without entering the Heaven and Earth Lake, might have the chance to forge a perfect domain. Since I have the good fortune to meet such a genius, let me lend you a hand, said the former dean. He exercised the mystic realm's privilege. Instantly, the already swarming essence of heaven and earth gathered even more vigorously. Duo Lai refused none of it. No matter how vast the essence of heaven and earth, it absorbed seamlessly, not wasting even a morsel. Its domain's expansion speed increased even further. Time ticked steadily away. Compared to the rocket-like speed of the young human girl's domain advancement, this waiting time was not long. It was just a few days. Normal cultivation takes years, even decades. But even with her fast advancement, the former dean worried whether she might get stuck at some point, perhaps around 45,000, just shy of 49,999. It wasn't impossible. In the past, a prodigy from the Bright Empire rose smoothly, invincible among his peers, renowned worldwide for his potential for the Saint Realm. Yet, this prodigy was stuck at a domain limit of 49,999 meters, unable to advance further for over a decade. To think, he had traversed 99.999% of the path in just 1 year, but the remaining 0.001% was futile no matter the effort. Ultimately, this prodigy couldn't forge a perfect domain. Burdened with regret, he advanced to the Soul Realm, eventually becoming just a mediocre power in the Law Realm. As for the young human girl before him, her black and white interwoven domain continued to grow, devouring the sky light and stilling the clouds. The former dean watched closely. 46,000 meters. 48,000 meters. 49,990, 50,000. Almost without pause, her black and white domain grandly expanded to the 50,000-meter level, and at that moment, the vast domain suddenly contracted, retracting to just 10 meters around Duo Lai. Even though the domain contracted, its influence on the surrounding heaven and earth, its control, its dominance, remained as before. No, it was stronger. It became aware that its domain had already resonated with heaven and earth. Previously, while its domain was vast, the power of heaven and earth it controlled wasn't extensive. Such vastness was somewhat unwieldy. When its domain reached a kilometer level, it required a moment to gather the forces of heaven and earth, and the power of a 50,000-meter level domain often couldn't be fully utilized. It was strong, indeed, but not in a way that represented a categorical leap in strength. Now, however, its 50,000-meter level domain was undergoing some mysterious changes. Duo Lai vaguely realized that its utilization of the surrounding power of heaven and earth had evolved from mere gathering to direct appropriation. It seemed that with a single thought, It could capture elements of heaven and earth extending hundreds of thousands of meters around it. This might seem exaggerated, yet it wasn't entirely so. It felt like it had become stronger. Pseudo-perfect domain. Isloa murmured. Her domain was boundlessly vast, her steel previously resonated and connected to the star vault. Her realm, her absorption speed couldn't match Duolai, not able to bring her own domain to perfection within these few short days. Even though she had dedicated half her energy to this endeavor. But with the authority of the starry sky, she temporarily elevated her over 30,000-meter domain to the precipice of 50,000 meters. She experienced the mystical aspects of the perfect domain. The speed of gathering the power of heaven and earth, hundreds of times faster than before. A 5,000-meter level domain can begin resonating with heaven and earth, influencing and suppressing legendary figures below the peak. A 50,000-meter level domain can, on this basis, further dominate the surrounding realm, creating an environment akin to the dustless land of other heaven and earth realms that only they could utilize. Naturally, since it was a dustless land, forcibly created by sheer force, the actual effect against higher realm strong beings might be limited. It could likely only be used as a technique to identify strong beings. Isloa analyzed. Moreover, it seems that in a real dustless land, those in a perfect domain can still attract a trace of the power of heaven and earth from the cracks, not completely powerless. And at this time, the entire domain, perfect and flawless, fitting seamlessly with the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Even if attacked by conceptual power, its destruction, the domain still possesses a strong resistance. Resistance, in her view, was extremely valuable. Otherwise, her previous domain faced with conceptual power had no resistance. A concept of severance could easily create a massive, unhealable rift in the intangible domain. Battles within the law realm rarely revealed their domains. But now, she pondered, under the perfect domain realm, the power of heaven and earth one can command is so vast, so boundless, that in such a scenario, even facing conceptual power, it seems possible to overwhelm the enemy by sheer volume? She herself wielded conceptual power and knew full well, powerful as it is, it wasn't invincible. Skills or weapons bearing severance concepts could sever anything. Flames with a burning concept could burn everything. But what if the moves I deploy are 1,000 times, 10,000 times that scale? Consecutive strikes could exhaust even a law realm being. She felt this was a topic worth exploring. But usually, conceptual power was indeed formidable, and which law realm's strong being wasn't in various aspects beyond the heaven and earth realm? Even with a 49,999-meter level domain, Isloa believed, facing conceptual power, it was just a larger glass ball. The leap from 49,999 meters to 50,000 meters is greater than from 10,000 meters to 49,999 meters. The Lord was right. One must strive to forge a perfect domain whenever the opportunity presents itself. The world is so vast, there must be other strong beings elsewhere, those more familiar with these realms, those who understand these mysteries better, stepping into the perfect domain realm. However, the perfect domain seems to be the ultimate limit of heaven and earth, unrelated to the individual, truly the extreme of rules, otherwise. She believed this was certainly not the limit for Deadbone, Duolai. Holy Griffin Empire. In the sacred training ground, Heaven and Earth Lake. A six-winged angel bathed in radiance slowly emerged from within. His features sculpted like heaven and earth, nearly embodying the ultimate principles of perfection, his entire being enveloped in a flawless holy light domain. Massive, the perfect force of his domain resonated with heaven and earth. In this realm, there was only one protagonist, around whom the world revolved. Perfect domain. Wei Jialo has forged a perfect domain, ha ha ha. At the edge of the heaven and earth lake, a young man wearing a crown and luxurious garments was free from any royal decorum and the dignity he typically maintained in front of his subjects. He was just laughing aloud, unrestrainedly. There was a practitioner of the perfect domain, and his future, his pathway was filled with light. He was the one recognized by the holy light. How could he not laugh loudly? The youth stepped forward energetically. Wei Jialo, congratulations. Let us join hands to accomplish great deeds in this world. The six-winged angel merely replied indifferently, not letting his gaze linger on the youth for even half a second before walking past him. The youth was not annoyed at all. Having such a practitioner of the perfect domain, who wouldn't cherish him? His brothers and sisters, each bearing the title of prince or princess, did not even have the chance to cherish him as he did. Ha 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 ha. He laughed heartily as he followed the six-winged angel, striding into the air. The Apocalypse Secret Realm. Dean of Shiguang was still marveling. The perfect domain, it has really created the perfect domain, it's unthinkable. The outside world is facing the invasion of corruption, and it's said that the situation is not very optimistic. Once this human girl grows up, she could become a pillar of strength against the corruption. It's unknown which nation she hails from, the Holy Griffin Empire or the Star Luo Holy Palace. Or maybe the Yongqing Empire. Descent Nation is nowadays also a main force combating the corruption. He thought to himself. He longed to see humans drive out, eradicate, and slaughter those corrupt creatures. The bright empire was destroyed by corruption, how could he not hate it? But he was already a being of extinction, he could not even be considered alive. He could only place his hopes on the people of this world. Wanting to change the world and expel corruption, of course, was far from something a single practitioner of the perfect domain could achieve, but it was still exhilarating news, especially for them, with their nearly maddening determination. He had to share this news with a few old friends. Dean of Shiguang contacted several other overseers. They were remnants of strong practitioners, merely vestiges of determination left behind after their demise. Most of the time, these overseers were in slumber. Having one of them awake was generally sufficient. They were called overseers, but the secret realm had its own rules and naturally operated without much need for them. They would only occasionally act to take care of minor matters. Dean of Shiguang had just sent the message when another overseer responded. It seemed he had not been in slumber. The overseer on the other end said, "Old buddy, I just got some great news to tell you." Shiguang. "Oh, you have good news too? But I assure you, your news can't compare with mine." The old friend bristled. "Nonsense. My news is shocking. I've never seen anything like it in centuries of guarding this secret realm." Shiguang chuckled. "How about we both share at the same time?" "Speak then." The two old men glared at each other, their gazes clashing for a few seconds before they both spoke in unison. "I witnessed the forging of a perfect domain. I witnessed the forging of a perfect domain." After speaking, the old men fell silent again. Could it be, we witnessed the same genius? But clearly, that was not the case. If the two were in the same area, they would have recognized each other long ago. The characteristics of the geniuses they had seen were quite different, except that they were both human. It turns out, during the same period, two fated geniuses have appeared. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded in their hearts. "Old friends, I have discovered a fated genius. He has managed to forge his own perfect domain using the essence of the secret realm, albeit unfortunately he is not human." Dean of Shiguang was astonished. Three fated geniuses, how coincidental that they were born in the same period. Perhaps, this is a sign that a great era is approaching. Shattered Isles Warzone. Good news arrived frequently, with the land of miracles, occupied by humans, gradually expanding and cleansing pollution, restoring the earth to its original colors. The old soldiers stationed in this battle zone had witnessed all these transformations firsthand. The concentration of red mist throughout the island domain had significantly diminished compared to the beginning. When they ventured out into the land shrouded by the red mist, the duration of the anti-corruption potion now lasted much longer than before. In contrast to the human celebrations, the monsters only felt irritable. With the pollution receding, they felt as if they were trapped on this small island domain. A soul realm giant dragon sharpened its claws, seething with irritation. To such a being, the Shattered Isles domain was but a small pond, and the red mist now too sparse, nowhere near as comfortable as their home in Dragon Sleep Valley. Bereft of bathing in sufficient red mist, it felt uncomfortable all over. Damn it! The giant dragon reached the summit, seeking the esteemed audience of the Ice Burial Duke. Upon arriving, It had completely suppressed the irritation in its eyes, but it also represented the desires of many crimson dragons, yearning for an answer from this place. The Ice Burial Duke settled atop the summit of the giants, his eyes cold and indifferent, befitting his title, showing no signs of agitation over the unfavorable situation before him. He remained silent, making the visiting giant dragon sweat at its brow. After a long pause, the Ice Burial Duke spoke. Has there been a result from the investigation I tasked you with? Yes, replied the giant dragon as it lowered its head quickly. The powerhouse who erected the golden enchantment is known as Giant Spirit God Lulu, a hero from Tianyuan City. The golden enchantment was not solely his doing, but he must have led the effort. This human is our great enemy. The commander of the Tai Zan Alliance in the Shattered Isles domain is also the lord of this giant spirit god, the lord of Tianyuan City. Additionally, our investigations have found that the powerhouse who defeated the Grand Duke of the Falling Star Pupillary Blade is suspected to be this very lord of Tianyuan City. And several smaller overlord powers under our jurisdiction were destroyed by Tianyuan City. The giant dragon's investigation was meticulous. It was not the sole work of this dragon but a collective effort. However, as it spoke, it realized that this lord of Tianyuan City had wronged their Dragon Sleep Valley more times than it could count. Tianyuan City was situated in the neighboring domain and was undoubtedly connected to the battle that had taken place over half a year ago. This human Tianyuan must die. If we extinguish the human Tianyuan, we can easily take over the Shattered Isles battle zone, then invade the Taishuan core region, spreading the glory of the corruption. The giant dragon stated emphatically. Having finished, it slightly raised its head to glance at the Ice Burial Duke. The Duke didn't seem surprised, as though he was already familiar with the information, and simply said, "Continue the investigation, especially concerning the domain of this Lord of Tianyuan City. Miracle Lords rise due to their domains, but their domains are also their vulnerabilities." The giant dragon nodded understandingly. Yet, it couldn't help but ask, without a surge of the mist tide, we cannot enter the 10 Directions Isle domain. Besides, Tianyuan City has already displayed formidable strength, and the human battle zone is not far from Tianyuan City. I fear that only a supreme being like yourself, my lord, can effortlessly crush this human domain, but there was no opportunity. The Duke couldn't even reach the human battle zone in the Shattered Isles domain, let alone the harsher environment of the 10 Directions Isle domain nearby. Nevertheless, the Ice Burial Duke remained unconcerned. Just do as I said. After all, he gazed into the distance, murmuring in his heart. At the same moment, at the northernmost point of the 10 Directions Island domain, past the realm passageway in the land of the Red Mist. Here, swish swish, swish swish, one after another, enormous, ferocious crimson dragons descended upon this area. I am Grand Duke Goldblade. I am Grand Duke Blue Sand. I am Grand Duke Long Yan. 3 Grand Dukes of the Hunt arrived together, overlooking the assembled forces below, a vast and dense army of monsters. At the very front of the army, 1, 2, 3, jackal men, snake men, dinosaur people, winged folk. Over 100 legendary realm beings knelt midair, offering their most loyal respects to the 3 Grand Dukes. At the same time, at the Institute of Scholarship in the Holy Griffin Empire. At most, within a year, we will face a comprehensive rise in the Red Mist tide. But even at this stage, some areas adjoining the land of the Red Mist have begun to show signs of rising mist tides. Submit the observation results to the Imperial Parliament. Whatever happens next is not for you or me to decide. In the battle zone of Giant Amber Mountain, here lies a neutral territory. As the name implies, this battle zone is not controlled by any great nation. After all, the various domains standing tall within the Giant Amber Mountain region are nominally independent of any faction. Some domains have formed small nations, city-state alliances, or organizations, yet have not received formal recognition from heaven and earth. These small nations and organizations vary in strength, and very few large domains exist. However, the overall power of the region is far from strong enough to face the Mist Tide or the monster overlords directly. Naturally, 3 forces cooperatively guard the Giant Amber Mountain battle zone. The local lords of the giant Amber Mountain region. The lords of the Tai Zan Alliance, and the lords of the Shen Yao Empire. This region of giant Amber Mountain is a vast and expansive neutral land situated between Tai Zan and Shen Yao. After emerging from the Apocalypse Secret Realm, Fiery Blaze Bullet Operator Hale didn't pause for a moment and immediately embarked on a mission, rushing to the giant Amber Mountain battle zone. He assisted in defending the battle zone as a specially hired expert. The mist tide has begun to rise. Outside the battle zone, the red mist surged forth, accompanied by the roars of monsters. Massive blood-colored giant dragons stood tall in the azure sky, casting a vast dragon might. Fire God, your presence graces us, the upcoming period is in your hands. The person in charge of the Shen Yao Empire's garrison zone welcomed him warmly. He added, from Tai Zan, the one leading the reinforcement army is Lord Icefist. Icefist? He's no match for me. Hele was confident, I will lead the entire battle zone to victory in the battle against this scarlet mist tide. He was like a god of fire, galloping across the battlefield. In the heaven, a sphere of blazing sun, even more immense, radiant, and dazzling than the sun, spanned the sky, dispersing endless light and heat. His performance was exceptionally brilliant. The very existence of this blazing sun greatly boosted the morale of the entire battle zone. Fiery Blaze Hele even defeated a Grand Duke of the Hunt on the battlefield, which was undeniably a magnificent victory that elevated his already illustrious reputation to new heights. The name of the fire god spread even wider around the world. Defeating a Grand Duke of the Hunt was far more valuable than slaying tens or hundreds of legends. The fire god's renowned name was well deserved. But as the dazzling blazing sun still hung high in the azure sky, in the distance, at the edge of the sky, amidst the tide of the scarlet mist, an orange-red flame came rolling forth. This orange flame was merely a speck in the field of view at first, but in the blink of an eye, it formed into an endless line at the edge of the horizon. And in a moment, the orange flames filled the entire field of view, the whole world. Within a radius of 10, 100, 200, 300 miles, the vast wilderness seemed cloaked beneath the orange-red fire. Faintly visible, these flaming skies that obscured the azure sky vaguely resembled a pair of huge fire wings. Fleeting across hundreds of miles, these colossal fire wings that eclipsed the sun. Fire-winged Duke, on par with the Ice Burial Duke, ranking as a high hunting Duke of the Third Realm. The Grand Dukes of the Hunt from the Dragon Sleep Valley are numerous. Even among the Grand Dukes of the Hunt, there are distinctions of higher and lower ranks. Fiery Blaze Hele was well aware that at most, he could defeat a lower hunting Duke from the Soul Realm. How could his Soul Realm self possibly contend with a Law Realm powerhouse? As he sensed something amiss, the sky-wide orange flames had already spread with unimaginable speed, encompassing the blazing sun hanging high in the azure sky. Fire against fire. Yet this blazing sun, which contained endless light and heat, was actually being burnt by the orange flames. The fire burned. Gradually, the fire burned to near extinction. The vast blazing sun slowly shrank, slowly dimmed, and eventually fell to the earth, drained of strength. The giant Amber Mountain battle zone is in urgent need. The fire god, one of the star lords of the Shen Yao Empire, is in critical condition? As the commander of the Shattered Isles war zone, Mu Yuan received the distress message immediately. Some of the strong individuals from the Shattered Isles war zone were also urgently dispatched to support the giant Amber Mountain. But he was not, after all, he was the chief commander and the pillar of the Shattered Isles war zone. Should he leave, the strong beings from the Dragon Sleep would undoubtedly make a prompt comeback. Moreover, Mu Yuan currently needed every bit of time to digest, to absorb the time he had gleaned from the Apocalypse Secret Realm some days earlier. He turned his gaze towards the domain of the deceased. Since coming out from the Secret Realm, Deadbone had not returned to the Black Mountain of the Shattered Isles, but had instead gone straight back to the main base at Wraith Sacred Mountain. It needed to go into seclusion. At that moment, in the Wraith Sacred Mountain, 18 layers underground. Deadbone sat withered, reminiscing about its recent gains. Perfect domain. The perfect domain truly contains profound mysteries, encapsulating the ultimate principles of the universe. Apart from the perfect domain, it also made some progress in skills. Based on the epic skill, Wraith's Sacred Mountain, it perfected the Gate of the Netherworld, a skill it had been researching but lacked the power to complete. Gate of the Netherworld. Description: you can open a gate to Wraith's Sacred Mountain at any time, with undead life passing through it at minimal cost, while non-undead life expends significantly more. With the intent to combat disaster beasts and prevent their advance, Deadbone also enhanced an older version of a skill. Giant Human of Death Remains, Epic, Note 1. Created from the Wither King Bone and the Earth's dead bones. A massive giant capable of holding endless power of death. The larger the amount of bones the giant Human of Death Remains contains, the bigger its body can grow, possessing several phase forms. Note 2. Improved by the hero, Dead Bone, the epic giant Human of Death Remains can exist perpetually as a bone construct, stored within the core bone. At the same time, on the perpetual construct, the giant Human of Death Remains, Dead Bone inscribed the conceptual powers of toughness and desolation. Just like that day when the Death Knight used an epic treasure to dual control and wield conceptual powers, the giant Human of Death Remains creation, completed in just a few hours through the channel of the Apocalypse Secret Realm, was the second line Dead Bone could control at the same time. It had realized the concept it had conceived just over 10 days earlier. Of course, dual line operation alone was far from enough. It couldn't compare to the rich experience of established powerhouses. It held the Wailing Death in its hand. With a mere thought, dazzling golden light shone forth from its pupils. This golden light was brilliant, each thread woven from resolute will made manifest. Golden willpower entangled the Wailing Death, turning it into a sword of gold. King's Sword of Lament. Dead Bone had planned to inscribe its second type of conceptual power on this golden greatsword, but quickly discovered that the sword, interwoven with the will of a king and based on the Wailing Death, possessed the power to directly counteract concepts. The will of living beings held infinite possibilities. This, too, was a gain from the Apocalypse Secret Realm. The King's Sword has the ability to directly destroy concepts. At critical moments, it can serve as a trump card. On the soul of the deceased war flag, I've also inscribed a kind of conceptual power making it 4 lines. But it's still not enough, far from enough. How can Dead Bone go up against true Law Realm adversaries if it doesn't accumulate a dozens, hundreds of methods formidable enough to counter the Law Realm? One must not underestimate the experienced powerhouses like Ice Burial Duke and Firewing Duke who have lived for hundreds of years. It needed to prepare many more strategies. Dead Bone pondered as it gazed up at the mountain range above. Its combat power was made up in large part by the Wraith's Sacred Mountain and also by the Sea of the Undead. Last time, when it battled the Death Knight, it had not truly used the power of the Wraith's Sacred Mountain, but the performance of its undead subordinates was undeniably limited. It could still gather power from its undead, but the advantageous number of undead beings went unused. Dead Bone was contemplating. It already had some insights from the Apocalypse Secret Realm, but it needed to return to its lair to refine those insights. Before, Dead Bone utilized the army spirit trait to dominate the Undead Legion, to wield the combat power of its undead, but that wasn't enough. The army spirit could integrate several thousands of elite troops into one entity, sharing life and death. But conceptual power could sever the resonating threads of the army spirit. Moreover, several thousands, compared to the massive undead tide, that's just an insignificant portion. The advantage of the undead tide lies in its numbers. Massive, fearlessly fierce, capable of resurrection after death, and endlessly numerous. With that in mind, Dead Bone rose to its feet, appearing at the main peak of the Bone Mountains, the summit of the Sacred Mountain. The earth trembled. The undead awoke within the mountains and came as pilgrims. If one were to look down from the sky, they would see small and large black dots converging from all directions, quickly forming a black tide. Like a surging wave, even colossal beings like bone dragons were mere drops within it. As the tide roared forth, the entire peak seemed to be submerged by the black tide. Dead Bone then stood at the center, surrounded by the tide. As the tide surged, its entire skeleton merged with it. Only at this moment did it truly understand. Dead Bone finally grasps the essence of necrotic plague breath. The undead tide is by no means a trivial thing. Dang. Prompt. With sufficient accumulation, you've advanced further in wielding the great force of the necrotic plague breath. You've developed a branch ability of the necrotic plague breath, Tide of Death. Tide of Death. Explanation. The hero, Dead Bone, gathers undead beings into a tide, sweeping across all directions, turning everything it passes into death. Capacity 1. The Tide of Death is treated as a whole entity, possessing a damage-sharing ability similar to that of the Army Spirit Legion. Capacity 2. The Tide of Death has the ability to resurrect. When the tide is damaged, it can consume the power of death to resurrect fallen undead and restore the tide to its fullness, rendering the Tide of Death unending in life or death. Capacity 3. Dead Bone can spread its controlled conceptual power to the entire Tide of Death. Dead Bone is the Tide of Death, and the Tide of Death is Dead Bone. Dead Bone also had a good harvest. Mu Yuan gazed toward the distant azure sky, his mood cheerful, and finally observed his right palm. In his palm, a ball of miracle power was misting. The colorful power, like a water ball gathered together, altered its shape slightly as he gently squeezed it. This time, upon entering the Apocalypse Secret Realm, his primary goal was not to perfect his own combat form. Mu Yuan was clear about his role. Even though he wielded powerful forces, he was not suited to charge into the front line of battle. He was Mu Yuan, the holder of evolutionary miracle. But the evolutionary miracle was profoundly mysterious. It was a golden finger, yet even a golden finger necessarily has its underlying logic. Power, energy, elements, domains, concepts. According to the information he currently held, if Evo power could be viewed as a type of power, then it has its own conceptuality. Mr. Mu had entered multiple concepts, yet only the miracle concept remained elusive. He could not even glimpse a corner of it. He had not the slightest clue. He pinned his hopes on the Apocalypse Secret Realm. He sat alone in front of the so-called Fate Decider, the Apocalypse Pillars, for a week. He still could not peek into the concept of miracles. But a peculiar light flickered deep in Mu Yuan's eyes. There is no concept of miracles in the world. No such rules exist, or rather, all concepts related to miracles have been assimilated. He stared at the colorful light ball in the palm of his hand. This might be one of the roots, representing the miracle of evolution. Evolution itself is a type of miracle, a compound of extreme desire, adequate and appropriate accumulation, fortuitous timing, and a rare convergence of factors, altogether giving birth to such a miracle as evolution. The evolutionary miracle directly fulfilled all these factors, achieving evolution at any time and place, rightfully called a true miracle. The power of the evolutionary miracle acted on and originated from living beings. Mu Yuan watched the light of evolution. Evolutionary power, 225W. These evolution points were not much. At most, they could evolve 1 or 2 legendary beings. If he wanted to provide a further evolution for the Dead Bone and Duo Lai, the points were even more scarce. Mu Yuan closed his eyes. His thoughts spread around. He could clearly see little bits of the light of evolution emerging from his own troops, gathering like the stars in the sky. All along, Evo power had been accumulating like this. However, when he grasped the vast evolutionary miracle power in his hand and resonated with it, entering a mysterious state of perception, he could detect many dim points of light, locked within the beings, all around him. These points existed within the creatures. Most of those born out were scattered like starlight into the lake of evolution, while a few remained within the bodies. As time elapsed, these miracle factors that couldn't join the lake of evolution gradually accumulated within bodies until a certain threshold. New miracle factors were born, old ones disappeared. The total remained at a constant level. Little skeleton, skeleton soldier, Lord of Death remains, Dead Bone. The quantity of miracle factors born from individuals of varying strength differed insignificantly. Mu Yuan was puzzled before, but now he understood. Any living being might create a miracle. This miracle is a force higher than conceptual power, invisible, intangible, and unfathomable, a mysterious factor. Conversely, to the miracle, all living beings are equal. No matter if they are ordinary, rare, excellent, or epic legends, they are all equal in the face of the evolutionary miracle. Apart from his own troops, not directly recruited by Mu Yuan, and with no direct contract, territory citizens also bore miracle factors. But these miracle factors wouldn't naturally flow into the lake of miracles. I see it, but still cannot gather this force. If I could gather this batch of miracle factors, the accumulation of Evo power could surge by many folds. His own territory citizens numbered just a few tens of thousands. But beyond his domain, there were troops commanded by other lords, ordinary residents living in towns, and beings like elves and giants, among others. As long as there are living beings, there is miracle. But how to gather this batch of miracle factors? Mu Yuan fell into deep thought. This time in the Apocalypse secret realm brought some gains, letting him truly delve deeper into the miraculous might. But to spread this power and gather the miracles of countless living beings, it seemed, still required a catalyst. A catalyst, he murmured, a slight conjecture forming in his mind. Moreover, the evolutionary miracle very likely had the same origin as many other miracles in the eternal world. To the north of Tianyuan City, amidst the uninhabited deep mountains, a silver-haired girl crouched atop a giant boulder, her palms clawing into the rock, her legs bent in a poised stance, her bottom pushed upward, and a fluffy silver tail standing erect like a sword ready to unsheathe. "Awoo!" Lien Yu howled to the sky. The initially bright and clear sky suddenly darkened, followed by the sudden appearance of a silvery bright light. A full transparency moon hung high in the azure sky, responding to the girl's howl. "But such a nighttime environment is more my home turf," Sophia remarked, and the sky darkened a bit more, completely sinking into night, devoid of any stars, except for that brightly hanging moon which she couldn't dispel. In this battle for environmental dominance, the two were evenly matched. However, the night also enhanced the power of the full moon to some extent, which was of no avail to Sophia. A wisp of invisible spiritual power descended, transforming into the figure of Mu Yuan. He looked ahead at the two people who were ready to make their move. Next to him, a blue-haired girl was slowly savoring a dragon meat sandwich that was half her size, taking small bites. It seemed as if an icon of a spinning circle when the network is stuck had appeared above her head, indicating that she didn't understand at all. She hesitated before bringing the dragon meat sandwich up to Mu Yuan and said, "Do you want a bite? I can't eat anything since I'm just a condensed body of spiritual power." "That's not important. Duo Lai has its own path to follow. No matter if the path is scientific or not, as long as it can be walked through, that's enough. Lien Yu and Sophia need to borrow the power of heaven and earth to fully unleash their strength. The superior grade arena of Tianyuan City is not able to satisfy their needs. The wilderness is the most suitable place for comparing techniques. From time to time Tianyuan powerhouses spar with each other, however, when going all out, it is better to have someone to oversee the match." And Duo Lai, who was idling, crossed out, and, adjusting its state, was dragged over by the two of them. "I'm starting now." Lien Yu leapt up, and beneath the silver moonlight, her body radiated a silver-white light akin to that of an evolutionary miracle. Wrapped in the silver moonlight, Linglong's body swelled countless times in an instant, and a majestic and noble moon silver wolf emerged from the silver-white moonlight in the blink of an eye. In front of her stood the diminutive girl dressed in black, with black hair. The black-dressed girl spread her arms, and tens, hundreds, thousands of black feather, red-eyed night ravens flapped their wings and flew out, immediately gathering to form a tsunami-like black storm. The black tornado reached up into the night sky and ravaged the ground below, a natural disaster capable of destroying cities and lands. At the next moment, swoosh, the silver moonlight, like tearing cloth, ripped the black storm apart, causing it to fray and scatter through the air like scraps of fabric. But after the storm, Sophia's figure had disappeared. She had merged into the night. There, Lien Yu trusts her intuition. The giant wolf did not hesitate as it stepped into the air and wheeled around, its claws swiping through the air with the power of the moonlight stirring the heavens and earth. In the roaring storm, the girl in the black dress under the cover of night gradually became visible. Relying only on intuition? That's crazy. When she was at the four-order level, such concealment was enough to fool legends nearby. Did her stealth techniques have some flaws? Was her scent leaked? Not at all. If Lian Yu said it was intuition, then it was intuition, not any false tactic. Your illogical way of fighting is really like having a cheat, crow. Her figure shattered beneath the silver giant claws. The broken black feathers swayed in the wind. An identical figure of Sophia appeared more than 1,000 meters away, still hidden in the night. As expected, the fur on Lian Yu's forehead instantly stood up, her intuition radar working once again. But if I use this move, how will you respond? Sophia's mouth curled upward, and with her arms spread she appeared to stand upon a black cross in midair. And around her, initially gathering to form the dark crow storm and then being torn apart, the remaining black crows had at some point spread to every corner of this realm. Some black crows were still splitting, from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, multiplying continuously. The basic conditions had been met. So, one night raven elongated its shape, transforming into the form of Sophia. Black hair, black dress, and identical in poverty. Hundreds of Sophias appeared across this realm, each maintaining a considerable distance. Yet these were merely incarnations with her appearance, not the true body. Lian Yu's gaze remained fixed on the number 1 Sophia with arms spread. Intuition locked on. But the next moment, the fur on her forehead trembled ever so slightly, and Lian Yu's gaze swiftly shifted to another Sophia thousands of meters away. Then her shape shifted again, her gaze this time focusing on a black-dressed girl tens of thousands of meters behind. Her gaze continued to shift, becoming faster and faster, her eyeballs moving so rapidly they seemed on the verge of breaking. Duo Lai, biting onto a piece of dragon meat, thought hard for half a second but then gave up and asked, "What's the matter?" It seemed that Duo Lai also could not discern Sophia's true body. He tapped Duo Lai's head and said, "You can swallow that down first." Ooh. Lian Yu's intuition hasn't failed her. She indeed precisely captured Sophia's true body, but Sophia, through the talent of the incarnation of the Nether Raven, continually shifts her true body. Lian Yu's intuition was too precise, but because she could rely only on her intuition, she was completely dumbfounded by Sophia's spectacular maneuvering. Lian Yu's eyes were nearly spinning as she overloaded and howled before dashing forward. The moon silver wolf flickered continuously, shredding one black-dressed figure after another. The black feathers drifted in the air. The moon silver wolf leapt into the sky, merging her form with the full moon. Immense power surged through her as she tore through space, extinguished elements, and the endless moonlight cleaved the entire realm into pieces. After a while, I can't do it anymore, awoo. The wolf girl who had reverted to human form lay on the fragmented earth, raising her arms high in a sign of surrender. She had lost, she was completely drained. Mu Yuan was somewhat surprised. It turns out Sophia won, and moreover, it was a flawless victory with no injuries. When it comes to sheer combat power, Lian Yu is undoubtedly superior to Sophia. However, Sophia had superior tactics, making full use of her own strengths, and eventually wore Lian Yu down to death. If Lian Yu had tactically retreated, Sophia wouldn't have been able to stop her. This battle revealed some of Lian Yu's shortcomings. She seems somewhat powerless when facing a roundabout-type opponent. That's not entirely accurate. In Tianyuan, Sophia's ability to preserve her life is ranked either second or third, barely competing for first. Her only weakness is, at the moment her true body is discovered, being swiftly slain by a powerful enemy before she can shift her consciousness away. She is an assassin-type powerhouse. What she fears most is also an assassin-type foe. With her explosive power and speed, Lian Yu might just be able to seize the opportunity. Her weakness lies not so much in her abilities, but rather in her disposition and strategy. However, the weaknesses of Sophia and Lian Yu only exist in a one-on-one situation. Sophia often infiltrates enemy lines for reconnaissance, usually alone. This is a problem. But Lien Yu often does not operate solo when out on combat missions. To compensate for her weaknesses, teaming up with two general-level powerhouses from the Tianyuan division is more than sufficient. Owu, next time, I will definitely win back. Lien Yu spoke between breaths. Sophia pulled her up. Although we've known each other for a long time, I won't go easy on you during our sparring. Owu, ow. No problem, that's how it should be. True to the crescent moon raven. She took Lien Yu's hand and began to walk out, then suddenly stopped to tidy up her slightly disheveled hair and dress. Lord is here too. How could I miss such an exciting fight? Mu Yuan lifted the crystal of image retained in his hand. You might ask, how does an entity of pure consciousness have a crystal? There's nothing that can't be found in the Durai dimensional pocket. He placed many things in there. Duo Lai might not know everything that's inside the dimensional pocket, but Mr. Mu is well aware. Lien Yu's eyes widened. Even though she's not complex, she vaguely feels that maybe, just maybe, she has left behind some embarrassing history. Owu, Sophia asked, may I have a copy of that? Lien Yu. After completing their post-battle analysis, the group headed back to Tianyuan City. Lien Yu went to the hospital to find Lainey for some physical examination. Mu Yuan dissipated his spiritual avatar and his consciousness returned to his main body. He pondered, Sophia's survival ability is not bad, but it's absolutely crucial not to be careless. If the time frame is extended for several days or even a fortnight, always maintaining a state of high alert, it's really hard to be entirely vigilant. Moreover, powerful monsters, even setting aside their conceptual power, have accumulated countless skills over the long years. These skills might not all be strong, but with a vast pool of abilities, monster powerhouses are capable of dealing with many situations. Lien Yu only specializes in a few epic skills and advanced abilities, making her combat methods limited. She couldn't break Sophia's shadow substitute tactic. But monster powerhouses may very well have a way. Methods targeting consciousness would be enough to restrain Sophia's Night Raven substitution technique. Her ability to survive is still lacking. Evo power holds infinite possibilities, and with my current application of it, there is no reason I couldn't meddle and direct its awakening skills towards the direction I hope for. He was confident, he was just wondering whether or not to interfere. After all, Sophia is a living being, constantly refining her own combat style, continuously improving herself, a girl with ideas and her own opinions. Even though Mu Yuan knew that if he wanted to, Sophia wouldn't refuse. He didn't ask her that. When he found Sophia later, he inquired, do you have any plans for your ability system going forward? Like, any thoughts after obtaining a legendary ability? Legendary? Right now, I can only make certain modifications to my existing epic skills or develop new tactical models based on them, but in reality, that doesn't raise the ceiling by much. If I could awaken a legendary power, I definitely want to awaken an ability that enhances my survivability even further and allows me to extend my reach wider, but our awakening abilities are based on our own bloodlines and job rank, aren't they? This power comes from Lord. But scientifically speaking, it is Lord who excites and elevates their potential. What abilities they can awaken still depends on their own bloodlines. She looked at her own Lord. Mu Yuan also gazed at her. Maybe he was being too indecisive. Indeed, it's based on bloodlines. However, as long as our desires and thoughts are strong enough, a miracle will definitely happen. The wind blew into the city lord's mansion. Night gradually enveloped everything. That night, black was the color of miracles. Dragon Hillock Fertile Land Secret Realm, the designated evolution ceremony platform in the Tianyuan territory. Sophia, dressed in a black gown, sat there gracefully like a blooming black water lily. But her heart was not at peace. As long as the thoughts and desires in our hearts are strong enough, a miracle will definitely happen. Would she maintain the same intense thoughts as the Lord, to make the miracle blossom? No, that's not right. The key wasn't that. Clearly, the Lord was attempting a very new form of evolution, and she herself was the most critical part of it. Sophia, you must not mess this up. She took 3 deep breaths in succession, forcing herself into a calm mode. After a moment, her eyes had calmed, deep as black agates. She gestured an "okay" with her hand. The glow of the evolutionary miracle burst forth from her, forming a blazing white column of light that soared into the clouds. In the light, Sophia reminisced about her past life, her thoughts gradually solidifying. Flutter, flutter, the girl, covered in much mud, looked up blankly and saw a crow on the wall not far away, flapping its wings and flying away. The girl touched herself, feeling beneath the large sleeves of her arm, and could faintly feel something sharp and hard protruding. It's a crow. I see crows every day, it's so me. The girl mocked herself. Crows are a symbol of bad omen, and so was she. But it doesn't matter anymore. If I'm the only one left, I don't have to worry about spreading the bad omen to anyone else. She dragged her weary body, continuing towards the uninhabited wilderness. In the woods, the girl with black hair wore a tattered black robe, her appearance dust-covered yet her posture straight. Even facing 3 ferocious gray wolves baring their teeth, the seemingly fragile girl showed little fear on her face. She slowly swept her right hand across half of her face, her black eyes with specks of crimson emitting a chilling and eerie aura, glaring coldly at the gray wolves before her. She spoke, "I am the emissary of the crow, foolish gray wolves. I command you to retreat swiftly. Oh, you dare not fear and still attempt to attack me. Since that's the case, shatter amidst these skies of black feathers." The girl raised her arms high, murmuring incantations. From the dappled tree shadows, patches of shadows rapidly lashed out, rustling as they bit into the 3 snarling gray wolves. The gray wolves, their bodies torn and gnawed by shadows. After a while, the 3 blood-stained gray wolves howled and fled into the forest, leaving behind a ground full of black feathers. The remaining crows fluttered, crying out, then vanished into the woods in the blink of an eye. "Ha! Ha! This is the price you pay for provoking the emissary of the crow." The girl stood by leaning on a tree. The dappled sunlight fell on her pale face, her eyes bizarre, her cheeks sprouting black feathers. She wiped the sweat off her forehead. "This is quite all right. Nothing bad about this." On a small road, a figure cloaked in black robes, thoroughly concealed under a hood, leapt from mid-air and landed on top of a halted carriage. In front of the carriage were 2 women huddled together trembling, and 3 men, either coachman, guard, or kin, lying in pools of blood. Blocking the path squarely in the middle were 3 muscular goblins, their skin a deep greenish blue. The goblins jabbered, their eyes fixated on the 2 trembling human females, exhaling snorts from their nostrils, saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths. They lunged forward but screamed and recoiled back. On the ground, each of the 3 goblins had black feathers stuck into them like daggers. "Human!" The leading goblin roared, his muscles bulging even more as he forced out the black feathers embedded in his body. He picked up a giant wooden club, much taller and wider than the black-robed girl, swinging it as he charged forward. HMPH. The black-robed girl stretched out a hand, black feathers appearing out of thin air on either side of her, like needles, like swords, and in the next moment, they shot forward swiftly. Again and again. The charging muscular goblin's speed slowed increasingly until, just 3 or 4 meters from the carriage, he finally collapsed heavily. The 3 goblins, resembling hedgehogs with black feathers, lay in the blood pool. Fresh blood, a reddish-green color, slowly spread around, a pungent, rust-like smell assaulting the senses. The black-robed girl remained expressionless as if she had done a trivial thing. "You are safe now," she said to the 2 women and then jumped down from the carriage. Sitting on the ground, hugging each other with their heads buried, the 2 young women took about 10 to 20 seconds to gradually realize the danger had passed. They began to raise their heads, their refocused eyes settling on the dark figure of the cloaked person not far away. Suddenly, a gust of wind lifted a corner of the hood. The young woman about to speak suddenly shrank her pupils. She caught a glimpse of the blackness under the hood. Her body moved back involuntarily, her face as terrified as before, her voice growing sharper and harsher. "Witch, monster." The girl had just reached out her hand but silently lowered it. She pulled her hood up further, the shadow covering most of her face. With cold and unhurried steps, she silently walked into the adjacent woods, disappearing from the young woman's sight, leaving behind only blood, black feathers, telling the trace of the girl's presence. In the forest, the girl who had pulled down her hood leaned against a big tree, her head slightly tilted upward, her pupils unfocused as she stared ahead. It's not like I wanted this. HMPH, what does it matter if it's a monster? I didn't save you to be thanked. That's enough. The girl pulled her hood back up and, with cold but firm steps, walked deeper into the woods. On a rarely trodden wilderness. The girl in the black robe squinted, gazing at a figure in the distance. She spoke loudly. HMPH. I am a person of misfortune, a cursed one. But we are all people of misfortune, all of us. The girl with pink hair reached out her hand. She also extended her hand, but they were people whom the world could not tolerate. They were witches, they were monsters. I heard that in a distant empire, witches can live like normal people. We ultimately never reached the place of our dreams. Yet, we were lucky to have come to a place like this. Crow feathers are quite adorable too. If you are willing, this place can also be your home. Black crows flapped their wings. The curse rooted in her bloodline was purged through evolution, but the bloodline itself was not original sin. Rather, it was the key to wielding supernatural power. She used to despise it. Now she was grateful. I am an emissary of the crow. O flock of crows, heed my command. Caw 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 caw. In the laboratory, Isloa withdrew tube after tube of bright red blood from her body. According to my research, our witch bloodlines are not purely from magical creatures. Magical creatures and humans mate, giving birth to either pure magical creatures or humans mixed with the blood of monsters. These humans continue to propagate generation after generation, yet the magical creature's bloodline is firmly embedded within them. This bloodline will awaken in a certain generation, a certain fitting individual, under certain circumstances. This is greatly typical for witches. Not every magical creature's bloodline can persist through generations of human propagation, but the persisting bloodlines usually have a highly prestigious origin. Your bloodline is so, and so is mine. Sophia was neither Duo Lai nor Lian Yu. Her knowledge was not as profound as Isloa's, but that did not mean she couldn't understand at all. She was not illiterate. Are you saying? Yes, Isloa said. It can be roughly explained that some high-level entity disperses its own bloodline, contaminating and giving rise to many magical creatures. These creatures propagate and, through a series of events, give birth to witches like us. Even if it takes tens or hundreds of generations, the awakened bloodline in us witches is not inferior. She was of an excellence bloodline. Sophia and the others also possessed rare bloodlines. Rare, already a mark of genius in the common human world, it's just that the Eagle Kingdom was backward and ignorant. The evidence is ourselves. You've noticed too, right? With your epic 3 stars rank, you already have the power to forcibly create offspring with the Black Crow bloodline through empowerment. And if, disregarding the empowered one's survival, you spread the bloodline power widely, it could be called contamination. It's not the typical filthy contamination we often speak of. This kind of contaminated offspring is controlled by the source of the bloodline, and there are still some aspects that I haven't figured out yet. Our successive evolutions might also be directed towards the source of the bloodline. But don't worry, when Lord granted us the miracle of evolution, the unstable factors of this bloodline power were surely purged. Otherwise, when our bloodline was promoted to epic, it would have probably attracted the attention of the bloodline source, an unknown existence. Sophia was not worried at all. She used to worry about these things, but now, she simply saw power as a weapon. What people need to do is wield that weapon. There was only one thing that upset her now. I've applied many times to scout at the main base of the Dragon Sleep Valley Vanguard Army. Why does Lord keep rejecting me? If Lord wants to eradicate the army of Dragon Sleep Valley, shouldn't we understand the enemy's arrangements? She sighed. Isloa exclaimed, do you really not understand? With our Lord's style, he would not let you go to such a dangerous place until you had developed absolute life-saving abilities. You, too, must cherish yourself. You are no longer the lone night crow envoy on the wilderness. Someone would be concerned. Someone would worry, she had family, a home. Therefore, she had to infiltrate the main base in Dragonsleep Valley. She must possess such power. At this moment, the thoughts in her heart and the emotions filling her chest were exceptionally intense. The light of evolution surged into the night. The night too was effervescing in celebration. The domain was expanding, reflecting with the darkness. Nether Raven Storm, Phantom Night Eyes, incarnation of the Nether Raven, all advanced during the evolution. It was also at that moment, ding, a prompt tone arrived on schedule by Mu Yuan's ear. Alert! Your hero, Sophia, bathed in miracle radiance, evolved into the legendary one-star lifeform, Master of Night Crows, and birthed the legend power, Lord of Crows. Lord of Crows. Description. A symbol of the Lord of the Black Crow. Wherever the Lord of Crows points his finger, crows screech, and the heavens and earth invert. Ability 1. Black Crow constructs created by the Lord of Crows possess the ability to absorb external energy autonomously, capable of an almost perpetual standby. Ability 2. Under the domination of the Lord of Crows, Black Crows and Black Crow constructs have a slight chance to sprout wisdom. Wisdom monsters controlled by the Lord of Crows possess the ability to cultivate and improve themselves. Ability 3. The Lord of Crows can descend in the form of consciousness descend upon Black Crow constructs or some related Black Crow items, statues, totems. This descent ignores spatial distance, and the stronger the construct, the greater the power the Lord of Crows can exert. Ability 4. When the body of the Lord of Crows falls, he can revive by seizing Black Crow constructs within the range, currently 5,300 kilometers, substituting death for life. The stronger the substitute Black Crow's power, the more power the Lord of Crows retains after revival. If the Lord of Crows weakens to a certain degree, the ability to substitute death for life cannot be triggered. Ability 5. The Lord of Crows can retain a strand of his consciousness in a Black Crow construct. Should the Lord of Crows completely perish, he can be reborn within the Black Crow construct. This ability requires the Soul Realm to use. Mu Yuan gazed up at the deep, profound night sky. A miracle, it seemed, echoed back. Master of Night Crows, you symbolize the pinnacle of crow life. In a deep part of the wilderness, shrouded by strands of red mist. In the center of a large monster tribe, a lifelike statue of a black crow was being worshipped. Below the statue, a black crow with crow wings growing from its back was kneeling forward with both hands raised high. Hundreds of wisdom monsters followed the chieftain's actions, kneeling in unison and presenting offerings. Such acts of worship had been performed many times before. But this time, the chieftain suddenly felt surprise, joy, ecstatic joy. God of Crows, Lord God of Crows has responded to us. In the obscurity, the chieftain seemed to be in a mysterious land shrouded in gray mist. He felt as insignificant as an ant. At the end of the heavens and earth, a majestic and revered figure stood tall, looking down. The chieftain dared not raise his head. Otherwise, he might have realized that this noble figure with indistinct features seemed like a delicate human girl, in a secluded place deep in the wilderness, free from the drifting red mist. Inside the ancient village shrine, a crow-shaped statue was also enshrined. Old men prayed there, but only as a matter of formality, seeking peace of mind. Just because this statue had been covered in dust, silent for hundreds of years. Yet now, the long silent statue stirred with barely noticeable light. Red mist land, somewhere. Withered trees twisting vigorously, black crows lingering. In the depths of this strange land, a grand and ancient temple stood. An existence, neither human nor bird but oddly noble and dignified, closed its eyes and muttered faintly. Strange. Faith. Seems diminished. A single black crow, 2 black crows, 100 black crows, 10,000 black crows. Inside Tianyuan City, Sophia held her hands high as if blooming like a flower bud. From the palms of her hands, black crows flapped their wings and flew out one after another. She was updating her crows. If there was anything troublesome about this legendary evolution, it was that she had to refine all her dispersed black crows anew. Looking at the black crows she had created before, she could only facepalm. The old version of the crows were inadequate in every way. Their endurance was lacking, combat ability was lacking, concealment ability was lacking, flight speed was lacking. She had to update her entire Black Crow Legion without fail. In the new Black Crow Legion, there are 3 types of crows for now. Scout crows, battle crows, life substitute crows. Sophia planned. Scout crows just need to maximize their concealment and observation abilities. No need to spend too much energy on other aspects. Some scout crows need to have a faster flight speed, otherwise they might not be able to keep up with the target. Thinking this, Sophia lightly tapped her finger. The wings of a black crow in front of her suddenly elongated, transforming from a regular crow into a large bird with elongated wings and red eyes. She had never created fast-flying scout crows before. Because there was no need. Previously, Sophia could share her Phantom Night Eyes talent with her created black crows, giving them the ability to conceal and see through low-level illusion techniques. The concealment methods of the black crows were extremely strong, not even the legendary realm with their domains could detect anything. However, such concealment was limited to when the black crows were stationary. Once a black crow took flight, it would easily be exposed to the eyes of the legendary realm who were constantly aware of their surroundings. Therefore, Sophia used to pre-arrange black crows to stand guard, treating each black crow like a fixed camera. But now, even in flight, the black crows possess an extremely strong concealment ability, even stronger than the previous stationary state, after all. She had grasped a trace of the power of concept. Not the power of concept that came from using an epic skill for a brief moment, but a concept she truly controlled in her own right. One of those was concealment. The black crow constructs couldn't really possess the power of concept of concealment, but even a youthful version, beggar version, incomplete version, or fragmented version of concealment concept still caused the hiding ability of the black crows to surge dramatically. It would be quite difficult even for the heaven and earth realm or soul realm to detect the black crows. And your Phantom Night Eyes talent has been enhanced during the evolution. When you observe a target, your concealment effect relative to that target will increase by several times, even tens of times. Sophia had already tested this ability with Lian Yu. When she gazed at Lian Yu, her whole body, her entire existence, would be erased from Lian Yu's world. Combined with her already strong night hiding ability, she would completely vanish from the world. Even Lian Yu's intuition was at a loss in the moment. This super stealth move, who could crack the crows, ha ha ha. But the flaw is equally obvious, when you observe a certain target. After experimenting and verifying, she confirmed it was a single target skill. When she disappeared from Lian Yu's view to Lord, who was standing by her side, her figure was still very clear to the point where the faces she was making were recorded into the crystal of image retain. Right, without combining with other concealment methods, she was completely visible to targets other than the one she focused on. It turned out to be a skill suited for one-on-one combat, or rather, tracking a single individual alone. Scout crows, if only performing routine tasks, can almost exist indefinitely, at least using them for a few years is not a problem. However, if they need to engage in high-speed pursuit of a certain individual and consequently consume a large amount of energy, it will significantly reduce their lifespan. In this respect, battle crows will inevitably have even shorter usage times. But it doesn't matter. She created a batch of battle crows for Nether Raven, just in case of emergency. She wasn't planning on engaging the enemy. Slipping in quietly, taking the intelligence quietly, that would be enough. For this reason, compared to battle crows, life substitute crows were more important. The strength of life substitute crows determines how much power I can retain after revival. Thinking this, Sophia flipped her wrist and grasped a black dagger. The dagger cast a dark shadow in front of her. Thud, 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 she stabbed thrice in succession. In the center of the forehead, the throat, and the heart. The next moment, blood sprayed out furiously. Sophia suppressed her instinct to heal and save herself. She knelt to the ground as blood spread around her. Ah, it's kind of painful. But this is a necessary test. Her body grew increasingly cold, and her consciousness gradually blurred. She collapsed to the ground with a thud. On the cold floor, the blood spread, and her black dress was also stained red, like a withering red lotus flower. A few seconds later, where the wounds of the girl lying on the ground were, black feathers grew rapidly on the skin like dense fur, covering her entire body in a few seconds. The spreading pool of bright red blood also turned into a black solid substance at some unknown time. Bang! The body, the bloodstains, vanished in the blink of an eye as if they had never existed. In the spacious room, only isolated black feathers were slowly falling. Huff, huff, like someone who had been drowning. Sophia suddenly woke up. She was just about to feel her body when she lost her balance and fell forward. Thud! She fell from the tree, landing face first onto the ground. Sophia maintained a face-down, twisted neck, entirely inverted posture as she fell into contemplation. So that's how it is. My power was still chaotic when I was just alive, which is why I couldn't maintain balance and fell straight from the tree. It's not much related to the substituting raven that was perched on the branch, she thought. I need to remember this, perhaps it can be overcome by continuous practice. Continue practicing? She turned over and sank into deep thought. She opened her collar again and carefully felt her body at that moment. My body is no different from before, it just seems very weak. The overall strength left is about 30%. If my weakness reduces my strength to less than 10%, the life substitution might not be able to activate. However, my power is recovering at a quite fast rate. Even if I do nothing, in a day or two I could return to my peak. And just a moment ago, when I met a terrible death. She remembered. In that state, she no longer had a clear consciousness, no ability to think autonomously, and could only follow her instincts to find an appropriate substituting black crow and seize rebirth. Yet in the process of searching, she could roughly discern which black crows were more suitable as her carriers, including their general location and distance. That was enough. At least during tactical retreats, she wouldn't end up running in completely the wrong direction. She continued to try out other abilities. Starting today, she too had died once. Wait, during my evolution just now, did I seem to see a few strange images? Meanwhile, in the domain of the deceased, Wraith Sacred Mountain. It's starting. The breakthrough to the soul realm. In ancient times, the soul realm was known as demigod, quasi-god. Usually the servants of divine spirits are powerful existences who ascended to godhood in mortal bodies. This is an ancient saying. Back then, the legendary realm was the pinnacle of human and other intelligent life forms, and beyond that, only by absorbing the power of faith could one break through, except for certain high-ranking beings. In the earlier periods, the method of ascension to godhood through forging divine bases and sculpting soul power had been developed. Some say it was created by the Bright Empire, merging the best of various schools. Others say it was a new path carved out by a great legendary life. In the current era, the paths to breakthrough to heaven and earth realm, soul realm, and law realm have been significantly clarified by generations of powerhouses. In comparison to ancient times, these major realm breakthroughs still maintain a very high failure rate, and once failed, one could end up severely injured or even dead. The breakthrough to the soul realm is not as dangerous as the breakthrough to the heaven and earth realm. The breakthrough into the heaven and earth realm requires fourth-order limit powerhouses to burn their lives, achieve extreme sublimation, thus leaving no path for retreat. By comparison, stepping into the soul realm only requires the forging of a divine base and the sculpting of a soul. A failure? It's merely minor issues like foundational damage, soul wounds, and temporary mental disorder. However, compared to the fourth order stepping into the heaven and earth realm, the breakthrough process from the heaven and earth realm to the soul realm lacks much support from Tai-Zan. Injury from failure is unavoidable. Therefore, those who have already crossed the peak benchmark, possessing domains of 5,000 meters and beyond, also dare not attempt the breakthrough lightly. They must make thorough preparations. Once the foundation is damaged by a failed attempt, the hope for a next successful breakthrough becomes even more remote. Dead Bone also made a lot of preparations. Due to the scarce reference materials for breaking through to the soul realm, the preparations that Mu Yuan and Dead Bone made were all-purpose measures. Mu Yuan brought approximately 20,000, mostly soul crystals that could be mobilized from Tianyuan City to this place, along with several large boxes of various Dark Shadow System treasures that are beneficial for cultivation breakthroughs. Dead Bone's preparations were also straightforward. It had all the undead from Bone Mountains gather near the Holy Mountain to stand by. Several wells of death on Holy Mountain were also filled to overflowing standards. It could at any time draw energy from the Holy Mountain and undead tide. With everything nearly ready, it could begin the breakthrough. The audience for Dead Bone's breakthrough was very small. Only Mu Yuan, Duo Lai, and the avatar of Isloa were present. Duo Lai could break through at any moment as well, but Dead Bone requested that it try first. Originally, Mu Yuan planned to have more generals from the Tianyuan department observe this breakthrough process, even though Dead Bone's breakthrough might not hold much reference value. Alas! The battle in the Shattered Isles warzone had flared up again, and there were signs that a legendary monster had crossed into the domain of 10 Directions Island. All these were draining the resources of Tianyuan City, forcing many division generals to deploy to specific areas. The breakthrough has begun, Duo Lai exclaimed. Mu Yuan stood at the peak of a mountain tens of thousands of meters away from Wraith's sacred mountain, gazing into the distance. The clouds suddenly gathered swiftly. Dark clouds continued to converge, and a black storm howled. Vast, icy, silent, a domain filled with an endless aura of death suddenly unfolded, reaching an extreme limit of 50,000 meters. A perfect domain that merged with heaven and earth. The undead bathed in the domain's deathly powers boiled continuously. Arise! Faintly, one could hear such a murmur. Mu Yuan could see a glow of will soaring into the sky. A fierce will linked mind and soul, constructing the bridge of heaven and earth. In the sea of consciousness, pieces of fragments broke through the water, rising into the air, continuously assembling, gradually forming a god base shimmering in golden light. The whole process was very natural, without the slightest delay. Massive amounts of the breath of death and shadow energy, like great rivers, poured into the very center of the domain, nourishing the breakthrough. This spectacle lasted for about a few minutes. Dang! A notification sound rang in Mu Yuan's ear. Alert! Your hero, Dead Bone, is attempting a breakthrough in the soul realm. This alert had not completely played before a ding sounded and the next alert followed immediately. Alert! Your hero, Dead Bone, resonates with the domain, communicating with heaven and earth, beginning to forge a god. Alert! Your hero, Dead Bone, has during the breakthrough forged a perfect divine base. Willpower, spiritual power, and soul power have greatly increased. Alert! Your hero, Dead Bone, is now attempting to. Alert! Hero Dead Bone has ignited the soul fire of divinity, advanced to the soul realm, possessing the ability to split the soul and descend the soul. It's over, the breakthrough has been achieved. Mr. Mu, gazing into the distance, spoke. Isloa. That was the breakthrough? In some ways, it was expected. But the power of heaven and earth around us is still gathering, Duo Lai said. That's because Dead Bone is still transforming, Mu Yuan said. Just like when one first steps into the legendary realm, there's a transformative period lasting half a day to a day. The transformation time in the soul realm might not be that long, but it exists. At this time, Dead Bone had truly become a strong being of the soul realm, possessing the various great forces of the soul realm. Even if disturbed and the transformation interrupted, its realm will not fall, but such transformation opportunities are rare, akin to a baptism by nature. Mu Yuan, accompanied by Duo Lai, continued to protect the law outside the Holy Mountain. A few skeletons clacked and clacked over, bringing some pitch-black characteristic food from Bone Mountains. Please, enjoy. Then, thank you very much. Mu Yuan patted the skeleton's skullcaps. Many years. Over a year ago, he was just an ordinary village chief, and Dead Bone was just a slightly extraordinary little skeleton. And now, Dead Bone had become the rightful king of Skeleton, ruling over the sprawling mountain range. He, Mr. Mu, was also a mighty lord with over 1,000 epics under his command. No, it's still not strong enough. Like the Tai-Zon Alliance, even more powerful forces than the Tai-Zon Alliance face destruction. And I'm merely a minor lord shouting within the alliance. Far from meeting the standard of surviving the Red Mist Tide or the Miasma catastrophe safely, he said. Soul Realm, legendary life, these are still just the beginning. However, at least we now possess basic survival capabilities. Once the battle in the Shattered Isles domain ends, let's hold a citywide celebration. Yay! The day after Dead Bone entered the Soul Realm and completed the transformation, Duo Lai also easily broke through this major boundary. Mu Yuan wasn't surprised. He always maintained a cautious attitude, but he did not lack confidence in Dead Bone and Duo Lai. Instead, if even Dead Bone and Duo Lai had difficulty breaking through, he couldn't think of how other beings at the legendary realm would manage. Perhaps, like the powerful nations of the Yongxing Empire and the Holy Griffin Empire, they have miracle buildings that greatly increase the probability of breaking through to the Soul Realm. But Tai-Zon did not. Nor did he rule out that some lords might privately possess top-tier breakthrough aids. Mu Yuan temporarily didn't need these. The breakthroughs of Dead Bone and Duo Lai indeed didn't hold much reference value. Not just them, soon in the future, those like him, Isloa, and Lu who would step into the Soul Realm also lacked reference value. After all, they were legendary lifeforms. Epic lifeforms might not have a 100% chance to step into the legendary Earth Realm, and epic beings would need to put in great effort to break through the legendary barrier. But from his research, he surmised that for legendary lifeforms breaking through to the Soul Realm or Law Realm, there were likely no impediments. Just like for epic beings breaking through to the War General level or Leader level. Major Realm. Who am I, to dare obstruct the advance of a great legendary being? However, with the same breakthroughs, there should be a difference in quality. If legendary lifeforms could not access sufficient resources, he reckoned they would also struggle to forge a perfect domain. Based on the perfect domain as a foundation, Dead Bone and Duo Lai have forged a perfect divine base. Perfect divine base, this was a term quite unfamiliar to Mu Yuan, having never heard it before. He even specifically asked Encyclopedia Isloa to verify. The Isloa who could input all data she saw, even at a glance, into her magic sphere database. However, even in Isloa's database, there was no record of the perfect divine base. According to the experiences of Dead Bone and Duo Lai, scratched out, the perfect divine base, other than being relatively hard and possessing strong protective abilities for the God Soul, and also considerably boosting the individual will and spiritual power after forging, has no other functions. But when the Heavenly Sound notification arose, it specifically highlighted forging the perfect divine base. He believed that the function of the perfect divine base was not limited to just this. Additionally, after stepping into the Soul Realm, Dead Bone and Duo Lai acquired the ability to slice through the God Soul, which is also indicative of the Soul Realm. In terms of strength boost, even if both of them had stepped into the Soul Realm, the short-term increase wasn't as significant as the one provided by forging the perfect domain. But those with a perfect domain, despite exerting their utmost effort, could not possess the special great power unique to the Soul Realm. God Soul, Divine Descent. The Green Mountain Lord utilizes a strong epic life form as a shell, descending in the form of a divine thought, which not only allows him to control the avatar in battle but also to travel between two places simultaneously. As long as there is a suitable vessel, beings of the Soul Realm can achieve spatial descent, manifesting a certain strength, which seems akin to divine methods. A demigod is also a god, after all. However, warriors following the New Era refinement system, due to lacking faith anchors, the distance of descent, the quantity of descents, and the strength manifested after descending are far inferior to those of the Old Law practitioners. Mu Yuan pondered, that is to say, at a minimum, the servants of a fallen god are of the Soul Realm. And they are Old Law system practitioners who can directly descend from within the Red Mist land into the various monster tribes spread throughout the wilderness. At first, Mu Yuan thought the servants of a fallen god were merely typical legendaries, or maybe even at the fourth order limit. This was a limitation of his perspective. After all, in his early years, the descent bodies of the servants of a fallen god he saw were not even at the fourth order leader level. The so-called perfect incarnation body, capable of carrying the true strength of the fallen god's servant, was merely 100 times the fourth order limit. Later, he gradually understood that the servants of a fallen god were not simple beings, and they were about on par with notorious enemies like the Grand Duke of the Hunt from Dragonsleep Valley. Now, having delved into the powers of the soul realm, he understood even more the complexity of the servants of a fallen god. Normal divine thoughts of the soul realm hardly being able to cross realms for descents. The servants of a fallen god can not only cross realms, spanning dozens or hundreds of realms for their descents, but they also have countless descent anchors. It is unlikely that the servants of a fallen god achieve this on their own. It is probably related to the fallen god itself. Sophia, who had recently stepped into legendary life, also possessed the ease of crossing realms and the ability to descend anytime, anywhere. This was her advantage zone. Perhaps, after Sophia steps into the soul realm, this advantage might even be further increased. The divine thought's descent of the soul realm requires at least a filament of divine thought. To allow the descent body to possess stronger power, to descend to farther places, it necessitates slicing out more divine thoughts, God souls. However, should the descent body perish, the divine thoughts also vanish. The individual would consequently sustain injuries. This is a drawback of the descent process. The more power invested in the descent, the greater the damage from any mishap that occurs. Therefore, most practitioners of the soul realm are very cautious in utilizing this signature power. In this regard, the practitioners of the old law system, the servants of a fallen god, have a significant advantage. Their descents require minimal consumption, and the trauma to the god soul caused by the demise of their descent bodies is accordingly much less significant. But Sophia's advantage is even greater. Her incarnate descents do not rely on divine thoughts, she simply draws out a filament of consciousness. A severed filament of consciousness is negligible. The soul realm has a hallmark power, which is to create one's own lifebox based on a segmented god soul. Once they fall unexpectedly, the soul realm masters can be reborn through the lifebox. However, compared to divine descent, the formation of a lifebox requires a vast quantity of consumed god souls. Ordinary soul realm masters often have to sever half of their god soul and also find rare treasures that resonate well with themselves, with epic materials being the best, or at the very least, quasi-epic treasures that are a very good fit. As such, soul realm masters cannot be reborn casually. Even if death only means a loss of a great deal, at the very least, it involves a significant recovery period, with the need to consume a large number of treasures to replenish and restore the god soul. The cultivation and recovery of the soul realm all require these kinds of treasures. That is the major expense of this realm. After Duo Lai advanced to the next realm, Dead Bone continued practicing in the domain of the deceased. After all, in the Shattered Isles, there still lurks an enigmatic law realm undead with immense combat power. Duo Lai, on the other hand, went to the Shattered Isles to participate in warfare, slaughtering a few minor legendary beasts whenever he had the chance. Lord Shepherd himself mostly remained within Tianyuan City. He left a high-level avatar in the Shattered Isles warzone, but it was mostly in standby mode and rarely activated. It's tantamount to him not being a permanent fixture in the battle zone. The commander-in-chief is usually required to be present in the battle zone, especially during more intense battles. After all, the commander-in-chief often carries the baton of combat power for the entire zone and is also responsible for a great many matters. Mu Yuan has no such issues. Currently, the symbol of courage and combat power in the battle zone is General Lu Lu. Acting as his representative to communicate with various lords and pioneer groups is Isloa. With a peerless general and a capable civil officer, he could not worry less. He was in secluded cultivation. Mu Yuan didn't go to a cultivation treasure land but simply sat in a tranquil attic within the city lord's mansion. He entered Lord's perspective mode. As he looked down panoramically over his territory, he spread his spiritual sense wide. The not-so-small territory of his domain and several much larger semi-mystic realms were all within his sight. The power of miracle evolution is still unfathomable, but the territorial power seems to come from the same source as miracle power, and this is a more superficial force, he thought. The former is akin to a giant whale in the deep ocean. He could barely make out its silhouette but couldn't see it clearly or get a hold of it. The latter, however, is like the fish that swim on this vast ocean, occasionally leaping out of the water. Although capturing such fish is not easy, it offers an opportunity to try, and the possibility of success exists. The power of the battle zone is actually territorial power, just on a much larger scale. The vast majority of great lords only use territorial power in a simple and crude manner, either for suppression or enhancement. It's not that they don't want to utilize this power more delicately, they simply can't. One reason is that territorial power is extremely rare, and once consumed can only be naturally restored, leaving the lords lacking opportunities to practice. The other, and more important reason, is that territorial power is just too overwhelming. Great lords wielding this power is like children wielding oversized swords. Lacking strength and skill, under such conditions, how can the lords possibly bring territorial power into full play? Furthermore, even though using it in a simple and rough manner is sufficient to subdue numerous powerful enemies, it serves as a significant foundation for the domain. That's enough for practical use. Mu Yuan used it this way previously. The territory of Tianyuan City at LV5 is comparable in size to those of great domains at LV7 or LV8. However, compared to the irradiation range of the Shattered Isles Warzone, it's much lesser. The power of the battle zone has only 2 opportunities for use, leaving no room for practice. Mu Yuan is now in secluded cultivation to improve his proficiency in utilizing territorial power. Having mastered Evo power, he might double his efforts in researching territorial power and achieve greater results. So let's begin, slowly consume territorial power for small-scale practice, he thought. I can't be impatient or too eager for success. Many great lords have researched for years or even decades, and still, their use of territorial power remains crude, so there's no use rushing. He believed that this short period of research was unlikely to garner significant improvement. In the upcoming battle in the Shattered Isles, it might not make a difference. But should one stop striving just because there's no significant improvement? Doing anything usually involves repeated accumulations until a breakthrough happens, leading to a noticeable improvement. Well, unless one is cheating. But Lord Shepard is a lord who has reached this point through his own talent and effort. Researching now, and accumulating power, will ensure that when the day comes and we truly need it, we won't be helpless. Mu Yuan kept thinking, practicing, and delving into the power of his territory. Day after day, without eating, drinking, or resting. There's nothing to boast about here, it's simply the effort that ought to be made. Seeing the efforts of the undead, Isloa, Sophia, and the others, what reason did he have to be lazy? He could live the dream life of a lord only once Tianyuan City had survived the great catastrophe unscathed. Right now, he could live a carefree lord's life given his circumstances, but he felt uneasy. Sitting or standing, he would feel restless, worrying that one day an enemy might arrive at his doorstep. Mu Yuan had intended to continue this sort of research until more than a third of his territorial power was depleted. After that, he planned to wait for his power to fully recover before he would retreat for closed-door cultivation, and so on and so forth. But today, Mu Yuan had finally caught that mischievous fish, even though the power still thrashed in his hands. Like a young man holding a vigorously vibrating stick, he was still far from mastering its use. That was the original plan. But the mischievous fish suddenly calmed down, became incredibly gentle, and even when Mu Yuan loosened his grip, the fish still circled around him, a stark difference from before. It was like a wandering soul finding its backbone. That was the miracle power seeping out from Mu Yuan's palm, mysterious and profound, transcending the 9 heavens yet extending strands to the mortal world. Shattered Isles Domain. Boom! A dazzling mini-sun rose slowly over the plains. Within the orange blaze, two fierce and massive forms rapidly incinerated. The blazing sun quickly dissipated. The remnants of dragon bones fell from the sky, crashing onto the scorched earth and burying halfway into the ground with a thud. A girl with sky-blue hair and clear, large eyes exhaled softly, extinguishing the flame at the fingertips held to her lips. She flicked her hand and the wisps of smoke drifted away as if she had just done something trivial. As expected of Lord Duo Lai, Lord Duo Lai is the best in the world. A young girl at the Fourth Order Peak Realm waved a flag, on which was painted a cartoon avatar of Duo Lai. Fan support for General Duo Lai +1+1. Although in most people's eyes, General Liu is undoubtedly the strongest warrior in the battle zone. After Lord Fuchao went to support the giant Amber Mountain war zone, the title of the strongest became even more unshakable. But many who have witnessed General Duo Lai's legendary feats of incinerating monsters with her ferocious power beg to differ. General Duo Lai is the number one in the battle zone, the world's number one. Moreover, compared to God General Liu, Lady Duo Lai is more approachable and cute, and even cuter when she eats. So what to feed Lady Duo Lai? The Lord of Scorching Flames was the leader of this small action team, and she needed to express her gratitude, but she also secretly marveled at Duo Lai's formidable strength. It is rumored that this General Duo Lai is a super powerful being with a domain reaching tens of thousands of meters. But 10,001 meters is still tens of thousands meter level, as are 10,300, 10,600, and 10,900 meters. General Duo Lai's legendary domain levels are probably among the latter. Besides, having reached such a level with her domain, the Soul Realm is no longer an obstacle. Perhaps she has already become a Soul Realm master? Speaking of absolute combat power, I also think General Duo Lai is the strongest in the battle zone. Lord of Scorching Flames thought to herself, suddenly. Boom! An ear-deafening roar, as if the world itself was shattering, exploded by her side. She first thought a great battle had erupted nearby and looked all around. But the next moment, her pupils constricted, and she stared dumbfounded at the distant sky. There, the sky had cracked open. A vast rift spanned the azure sky, miles and miles long, like a crimson river, a tremendous crack. In the shattered isles, wisps of red mist drifted, engulfing the majority of the region in dark clouds that made the sky and earth seem gloomy. It cracked open without any warning. The massive rift that formed wasn't a dark, deep space but pulsated with an ominous scarlet hue. It's the red mist. The Lord of Scorching Flames' pupils constricted once again as she saw more red mist continuously pouring out from the scarlet fissure, spreading throughout the surrounding sky and earth. She didn't understand what was happening, but she knew it was an absolute disaster. The great calamity had arrived. I have a very bad feeling, let's hurry back to the battle zone. General Duo Lai, don't worry about us. You should rush back now. Lord Tianyuan must need you at this time. Duo Lai nodded, used divine thought to scan the surroundings quickly, didn't find anything amiss, and then spread the wings of wind transformed from the ever-changing badge. Its entire body wrapped in a green tornado, it soared away. It had already received the news, not just the Shattered Isles. Not only the Shattered Isles, but our 10 Directions Island domain also split at the same moment. A continuous scarlet rift spanning millions of miles has torn through the azure sky. Under such an upheaval, Mu Yuan awoke instantly from his seclusion. He hadn't been in deep seclusion to begin with. Looking up at the sky, his face was extremely solemn. The scarlet rift didn't cross directly over Tianyuan City. It seemed to originate in the Red Mist Land, with the end closer to the Red Mist Land appearing thick and stout, tapering and eventually disappearing as it moved away. There were elites from Tianyuan City in many areas of the 10 Directions Island domain. Via the Spirit Network, which allowed for instant contact, Mu Yuan had located the end of the Crimson Appendage within the domain. Roughly 7 or 8,000 kilometers south of Tianyuan City. Is this change occurring just within the region of the 10 Directions Island domain and the Shattered Isles, or is it? If it were the latter, the situation was very, very serious. Mu Yuan murmured. At this time, within the Tai-Zon alliance, countless lords awoke in shock. An emergency meeting was called in Zon-Du. We haven't had the time to gather full details, but what's certain is that the influence of the Sky Rift extends far beyond a local area. An information officer from the Pioneer Group, still dressed casually, said, "Cold Valley Mountain War Zone, Dragon Mountain Pass War Zone, Giant Amber Mountain War Zone, Shattered Isles War Zone. Nearly every warzone region has experienced the sky cracking open with long scarlet tendrils spanning the firmament. We're currently contacting every major frontline stronghold and pioneer camp. Based on the information we have, some strongholds can see the sky rifts from afar, while others cannot. No appearance of sky rifts has been detected in the core regions of the Alliance so far. Therefore, we can tentatively infer that the deeper into the wilderness a location is, the likelier it is for sky rifts to appear." It was as if countless tendrils were spreading out from the depths of the red mist land, tearing through the azure sky in horror. The foremost elder stood up, his eyes stern. "The entire Alliance enters a state of emergency warfare. Immediately organize powerful reinforcements to support the frontline regions." Shen Yao Empire, Yongxing Empire, Shen Mu Dynasty. One after another, the major nations were suddenly startled, each entering a war state, with urgent alarm bells ringing across the skies of their border towns. Inside the Holy Griffin Empire, sky rifts, like gigantic crimson appendages, span the firmament. This is the sign of a great calamity. Didn't the Institute of Scholarship say the fog tide wouldn't fully rise for another 8 months at the earliest? And they never predicted this. Whatever crimson appendage. What use do we have for this institute? You can't say that. After all, it's involving the profound calamity. It's not unacceptable for the institute to make a prediction error, and besides, none of the areas where this crimson appendage has appeared are within the borders of our sacred empire. No matter how wide they spread and how disastrous they are, what does that have to do with us? A certain noble shrugged nonchalantly. The other nobles exchanged glances, and the vast majority laughed in agreement. At this moment, within the Shattered Isles, Duolai was hurrying back to the battle zone. "Don't get in the way." Bracing its hands, it opened its mouth and expelled a green cyclone that gathered to form a vast current of wind spanning kilometers, shattering the mass of monsters blocking its path, resembling dark clouds. The green wind slaughtered these creatures, their chopped-off limbs and fragments rustling as they fell from the sky. Duolai didn't pause, speeding straight through the fragmented flesh and continued its flight. There are more monsters than before. It seems like monster tides have also appeared in my territories. Suddenly, it was unsure which way to hasten. Yi Si had dominance over a Star Authority anchor point in the battle zone, capable of opening the space gate at any time to send it back to Tianyuan City. It could travel back and forth between the two places. However, it was still quite a distance from the battle zone to its destination. To get to the battle zone, it needed to fly in the 10 o'clock direction for about. Duolai spread out all 10 of its fingers, gesturing non-stop. Suddenly, a spiritual communication came in. Oh, Duolai here. I got it, I understand." The tuft of hair on its forehead perked up, and the look of bewilderment on its face cleared away. It knew what to do now. There were several areas in the Shattered Isles that needed its support, but its own home needed it more to take charge. So Duolai stopped its flight. The wings of wind detached from its back, reverting to the small form of a badge amid a burst of light. It tucked the badge into its mouth and chewed it slightly. The next moment, with hands on hips, Duolai took in deep breaths and then with a whoosh, it spat out a glob of liquid sparkling with starry blue. The starry blue liquid shot forward and in the blink of an eye transformed into a girl wearing a blue robe, holding a staff. Duolai, split mode. Duolai didn't possess any powerful avatar skills. This technique of splitting was a direct division of his own energy. The more he split, the weaker he became. But his energy reserves were vast beyond compare, and in combination with the descending power of the soul realm, even a split body with only half of his strength could exert formidable combat prowess from afar. "Go, my split bodies, The split bodies of Dolai took flight with wings granted by the ever-changing badge, turning into streaks of light that vanished at the horizon's end. Simultaneously, no, just moments before, shortly after the emergence of the Sky Rift. Boom! The furious region, spanning tens of thousands of miles at the extreme north of the 10 Directions Island domain, was suddenly torn apart by bursts of formidable and frightening power. Figures with abyssal auras crossed over from the land of red mist, breaching the dimensional divide. Dance wildly, shout with joy, this shall be your hunting ground. However, you must first crush the human territories ordered by Ice Burial Master, pronounced a Grand Duke of the Hunt. The legendary monsters that descended upon this domain, without hesitation or pause, howled and flew towards the south of the island domain. They held nothing back. Infernal charge. The warning sirens above Tianyuan City had already been sounded. This was an extremely urgent situation, with unimaginably fearsome enemies taking advantage of the Sky Rift to cross over. According to the intelligence, countless legendary realm monsters have amassed, presenting a menacing force that almost crushes the azure sky, reported a messenger. Mu Yuan calmly suited up in his armor. The division generals and elites of Tianyuan City quickly and composedly readied their formations, hurrying to the front lines. The situation might have been urgent, facing an unprecedented enemy. But the Tianyuan territory had faced many such dangerous episodes before. All troops attack, crush them. But Tianyuan City was not the only place to sound the alarm. At that time, shortly after Tianyuan City had raised the alert, elf legend Milena, stationed at the Natural Garden, received the news. Tianyuan City has sounded the alarm again? Is it related to the Sky Rift? The Natural Garden also sounded its alarm. After all, the sky was split open, with a sinister and polluting scarlet seeping through, and she dared not take it lightly. Yet, Milena was also confident in fending off the disaster. To say she was confident might be seen as arrogant and self-important, but she had a lot of faith in Tianyuan City. Recently, Tianyuan City had sounded the alarm and fully mobilized its military, swiftly repelling and defeating invaders from the 10 Directions Island domain. Not so long ago, when a monster tide had suddenly arisen, along with enormous disaster beasts that blotted out the sun, Tianyuan City had subdued them with lightning speed. The sky's opening and the expanse of the Crimson River will undoubtedly trigger a new, even larger wave of the monster tide, but they will surely crush it. This was Milena's thought. Until, Lady Milena, we found. An elf, young in appearance but actually decades old, ran up to her, panicked, and after some stuttering, managed to convey the situation. Milena stood up abruptly. What did you say? She intended to question further. However, she suddenly looked towards the distant sky. The sky remained a clear blue, only at the very edge was the corner of the scarlet rift visible, with red mist spreading. The monsters were not numerous at that moment. There was nothing unusual within her field of vision. Yet, she could already faintly sense a terrible, raging, spine-chilling presence moving southward. It wasn't that her perception was astounding, but rather, the enemy wasn't concealing their presence at all. The enemy's aura spread far and wide. The fearsome might of over 100 legends, with no restraint, combined to form a force so terrifying it seemed to grind away the very heavens. How could this be possible? The enemy's target is Tianyuan City. Milena clenched her fists, her eyes focused ahead. Seconds later, she summoned the number 2 legendary figure of the Natural Garden. You must immediately organize the elites of our kind to pack up and prepare for relocation. Fast. We can no longer stay in the 10 Directions Island domain, she instructed. The legendary elf's face was even paler. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she nodded without hesitation. Milena declared, the Natural Garden, from now on, will be under your leadership. What about you, Lady Milena? Me? Milena donned her combat armor and took off her storage ring, slipping it onto her junior's hand. I must go to Tianyuan City now. But, without Tianyuan City, our Natural Garden is merely struggling to survive. Now, with several of you legends to lead, there's nothing I can't let go of. Therefore, I must head to Tianyuan City. It is my duty as the leader of the Natural Garden. At least, I won't feel so ashamed towards our allies. Malena drew her sword, took to the skies, and sped away at the fastest speed. As she flew closer, Malena began to break out in cold sweat on her forehead. She had already entered the influence range of Tianyuan City's power. That is, the mining area. She saw ordinary humans in the distance rapidly evacuating on airships. She also saw in the farther distance, atop several mountain peaks, Tianyuan City's elite were making preparations. She spotted several familiar figures, generals of Tianyuan City. Tianyuan City. Preparing to meet the enemy here? To buy time for the rear to retreat? Well, let's face the enemy right here. There wasn't much time left anyway. The reason the enemy's presence was so blatant was that they were approaching at the fastest speed. She could faintly see a black cloud covering dozens of miles, pressing down heavily. This was a gathering of monster legends, a force that could affect the power of heaven and earth. Here they come. The number of enemies was indeed not much, leading no monster army or war weapons. Even the flock of flying monsters that had gathered at the command of the monster legends were left far behind. All she could see under the black cloud were figures standing in midair, one after another. Jackalope legend, Snake Man legend, Black Feathered Human legend, Dragon Man legend, and the Crimson Dragon. An 80-meter-tall Crimson Dragon. A 200-meter-tall Crimson Dragon. As they drew closer, their terrifying presence assaulted her like slashing blades. This had already become a tangible oppression. Crack. A small mountain in the distance crumbled under the intangible power, as if it were a sandcastle crushed by a tremendous force. The mountain peaks continuously cracked and collapsed. Only a few positions prepared earlier by the soldiers of Tianyuan City could withstand the pressure. At this moment, boom, 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 boom. The cannons within the positions, war weapons, fired thunderously, their brilliant flames flashing like hundreds of thousands of meteors tearing across the azure sky. This was the might of humanity's war weapons, the defenders of the city. Solidify. A resounding voice echoed through heaven and earth. The combined might of over 100 legends was too terrible. Even a slight manipulation of the power of heaven and earth by the monster legends formed an overwhelming force. To Malena, this fire, which she herself dared not face head-on, couldn't even ignite a spark in the face of the legendary army. The cannons continued to roar, but to no avail. The monster legends had already arrived. Boom! The number one unmanned artillery position, under the crushing power of heaven and earth, was obliterated into ash. The number two unmanned artillery position crumbled apart under consecutive strikes from the giant hand of heaven and earth. They couldn't stop it, they simply couldn't. Malena tightened her grip on her sword. She hadn't planned to run, but her face had turned pale, a despairing sort of pallor. At this time, the preparations are almost complete. She faintly heard such a voice. A black-haired, black-dressed woman, seemingly named Sophia, a general of Tianyuan, rose into the air. Her fingers interlaced as she seemingly climbed steps, moving forward step by step. A dozen black crows appeared around her. Hundreds of black crows were swirling and flying around. Thousands of black crows, like clouds of darkness, spread out further and further. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Black crows filled the sky, a night shrouded in darkness. The blackest curtain of night covered the heavens and the earth. Only these hundreds of thousands of red eyes densely popped out, then gradually extinguished. This time my loss is truly substantial. Crows, funeral. All the black crows disintegrated, countless black feathers formed a rolling death storm, burying everything in its path. Darkness enveloped, pitch black as if not seeing one's own fingers, leaping flames, flashing thunderglow, and all brightness drowned in this boundless darkness. This was nature. After being promoted to the Master of Night Crows, Sophia, though focusing all her abilities on the Black Crow, naturally set foot on the path of the Dark Night, naturally taking control of the concept of darkness, with the power of concept not being weak either. However, mere darkness couldn't frighten the raging monster legends. They couldn't see, but their domains still expanded furiously, only slightly surprised by the strong coverage of the darkness. At this moment, countless nether ravens that had been sacrificed formed a dark crow storm, rolling forward like a moving natural disaster. However, compared to the power of heaven and earth gathered by the hundreds of beings in the legendary realm, this terrifying black storm was still not massive enough. Sophia was merely at the peak of the heaven and earth realm. No matter how extraordinary she was, the storm she raised couldn't possibly compare with the legendary army. However, reminder: your epic skill, Dark Crow Storm, has been enhanced during the evolution baptism. The storm now possesses devouring, energy-absorbing capabilities. Among these, it has a stronger devouring effect on shadow-type energy, and a weaker devouring effect on holy light element, lightning element, fire energy. This was an enhancement Sophia had received from her recent legendary evolution. Unfortunately, the majority of monster legends made good use of bloodline energy. For the Dark Crow Storm, bloodline energy was one of the elements of elemental energy that it could more easily devour. The black cloud mass covering thousands of kilometers collided with the vast, wild, and massive power of heaven and earth filling the air. The pure and violent power of heaven and earth burst open, like a giant wave being split open. But the rolling black cloud mass also suddenly exploded, countless black feathers at the front turning to dust. The storm stalled, its violent currents rushing to the surroundings. The legends could see that a large chunk of the black storm had already been shattered. There are too many monster legends, a head-on clash, we can never win. The battle armor general clenched his fists, but to delay the enemy, we must choose this head-to-head approach, even if it's like trying to shake a tree. The thought had not yet settled. The already torn and shattered black storm then devoured the surrounding shattered, chaotic elements of heaven and earth into itself. The entire black storm visibly swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, growing larger and spinning faster. When the darkness could no longer be maintained, what appeared in front of all the people, all the monsters, was a terrifying storm reaching up to the heavens, down through the earth, and spreading endlessly to the left and right. The massive death storm had already swept several of the foremost monster legends into its midst. They howled, they screamed. Grand Duke Goldblade, also positioned at the forefront of the array, watched the Dark Crow Storm raging towards him, slashing into it with his blade that was like a sickle. He tore open a kilometer-long gash, but the storm still rolled forward relentlessly. Tisk! Order the troops, circumvent to the sides. Grand Duke Goldblade slashed several hundred-meter-long golden blades, while slowly retreating. Seconds later, the Dark Crow Storm could no longer be maintained and gradually dissipated in the heavens and earth, leaving only a few black feathers and the remnants of the Black Hurricane still drifting around. The onrushing monster legends, crossing realms, were also forced to interrupt their thunderous charge. Several legends were not lightly wounded, the rest of the monster legends remained unharmed. The monster army's combat power remained intact, but their formation had scattered, and their distances from each other had increased. Ao Wu, already poised to strike, and in perfect sync with Sophia, Lian Yu was the first to rush out. Previously crouching at the edge of the mountain summit's platform, her limbs forcefully leapt out and she continuously stepped on the moon's flowing light in midair. She was like a silver wolf creating rings of clean ripples on the surface of a lake, rapidly nearing a Jackal Man legend in the blink of an eye. Phut! Her fingers transformed into werewolf claws, like lightning, like light, passing through the Jackal Man legend's raised double blades, and touched his prominently raised chest as lightly as a dragonfly skimming water, then quickly retracted. It was just a light touch. The entire torso of the great bear Jackal Man burst open, blood spraying everywhere, while the Jackal Man legend still retained a look of astonishment. It was too fast. Like light. Those flying droplets of blood beads seemed to slow to a stop under Lian Yu's sharp gaze. While the blood beads were still in flight, she had already fiercely stepped on the moonlight, her form swiftly shifting to one side. Her mouth stretched to both sides, her sharp teeth exposed. The wild bursts colliding head-on completely disheveled her silver hair, her beautiful face being distorted and blurred by the fierce winds and rapid movements. Charge! 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 Lian Yu, following her instincts, pounced toward another nearby figure. A crimson dragon. The crimson dragon, now prepared, roared, a burst of blood mist and cloud converging around him, Continuous accumulation of the power of heaven and earth also gathering, elevating his momentum gradually. The werewolf girl had arrived. Sharp eyes and blood-red pupils locked together. Die! The dragon roared. In that moment, moonlight enveloped the girl's body, transforming her instantaneously into a noble, sacred crescent moon giant wolf. The moonlight, like a crown, draped over her body. Her speed surged once more, her form disappearing under the moonlight and reappearing in an instant. By then, she was already behind the crimson giant dragon. The claws of the crescent moon giant wolf reached out, blood gushed out, splattering onto her body, dotting her sacred moon silver body with spots of bloodthirsty red. She was killing. Fire, at the summit, already prepared were Lord Xie Yi and frost giant dragon Sario, who both seized the opportunity to strike. The cannon fire roared. The dragon of death cast down the mist of frost and death. Not far away, the battle armor general, not being a person of Tianyuan City, lacked this tacit understanding, but relying on his extensive combat experience, he was only slightly slower in seizing this opportunity. Battle armor fusion, / legendary elf Milena, also experienced decisively struck as well. Old man is also here to lend a hand. It was the legendary giant, King of Frost. A multitude of powerful living beings gathered here to launch a desperate counterattack against formidable enemies. The pillar of strength was Sophia. She declared her power with a death storm. At this moment, she also brought out all the combat dark crows she had left, or rather, just created. Her consciousness was invested, and one after another, nether crow Sophia materialized. 100-meter-long pitch-black giant claw obscured the sky. Terrible, unextinguishable black flame rose from her hands. One by one, newly rewoven black crows circled around her. Tens of Sophias stood in midair, each capable of their own unique skills, and even the weakest could face off directly against monster legends. An incredibly powerful general of Tianyuan, and this one was previously unremarkable. The battle was fierce, and the battle armor general couldn't help but steal a glance. He seemed to see another top-notch strongman rising like the morning sun. But, although Tianyuan City's Sophia was strong, and although they were not weak, compared to hundreds of monster legends, they were still insignificant. Moreover, among these hundreds of monster legends, there were also those at the peak of the heaven and earth realm, soul realm, and even the Grand Duke Hunter level. A streak of golden light swept across the sky. Black feathers fluttered, wilting. One of the nether crow Sophias didn't even manage to dodge in time and was bisected by a golden blade light. Grand Duke of the Hunt golden blade. In the distance, blue sand gathered, forming a vast desert that shielded the sun, and in the center of the desert stood another terrible being. Grand Duke of the Hunt blue sand. Further away, there was a figure, the biggest on the scene, with fierce dragon horns and blood wings so purple they were almost black. Grand Duke of the Hunt Long Yan, the battle armor general, not young, had roamed the south and north for many years with his lord, and was experienced, discerning one by one the notorious great enemies. 3 Grand Duke hunters, Dragon Sleep Valley, in order to obliterate Tianyuan City, actually didn't hesitate to dispatch 3 Grand Duke hunters. How is this possible? Moreover, Dragon Sleep Valley came prepared. As soon as the Sky Rift incident occurred, these 3 Grand Duke hunters and hundreds of legends crossed domains to come here. He turned to Sophia, Xie Yi, and others, asking if they had any strategies. After all, they couldn't delay the enemy for long. Continuing to resist would also be meaningless. And considering the current situation, a total evacuation of Tianyuan City was already impossible. They could only scatter the elites and core personnel, fleeing with as many as possible. For a lord like the Lord of Tianyuan City who commanded several powerful division generals, as long as the people were still there, a revival could always be hoped for sooner or later. What he feared was that the Lord of Tianyuan City wasn't planning to evacuate. Defending stubbornly was not the best strategy. We indeed can't delay for much longer, and if we continue, everyone here will be in mortal danger, Sophia said. Once the monster legends formed a surround, aside from her, it was difficult for anyone else present to survive. But don't worry, our skirmishing was just to wait for reinforcements, and the reinforcements have already arrived. Reinforcements? Malena and the battle armor general's expressions brightened. If there are reinforcements. Malena knew Tianyuan was an important lord within Taizan, and now with Taizan's strongmen coming for aid, salvation was possible. The battle armor general knew, however, that many areas within the Taizan alliance were in jeopardy, and it was impossible for reinforcements to be present now. However, lords of Tianyuan city usually enjoyed the world's favor. If he knew some mysterious strongman and called for reinforcements, it wasn't impossible. Like Tian City, wasn't it because the lord of Tian City and the Tian Shui White Dragon had a close private relationship that he could invite the dragon Venerable to reside at Lakehaven Lake, gradually turning the Tian Shui White Dragon into a regional guardian deity? Maybe the lord of Tianyuan City also. His optimistic thoughts had just sprung up when they shattered the next moment. At the edge of his field of vision appeared a figure, wrapped in thunder glow and storm. The reinforcements of Tianyuan City, the confident reliance of Nether Crow Sophia, turned out to be just one person. This person was familiar to the battle armor general. Malena recognized him as well. General Duo Lai? The reinforcement is General Duo Lai? Just General Duo Lai? The enemy has hundreds of legendaries, 3 Grand Duke hunters. Can a single person be called a reinforcement? The usually serious and earnest battle armor general had his thoughts in turmoil. Boom! He was struck by a soul realm giant dragon, plummeting from the sky and smashing into the earth, forming a huge crater. Boom! Malena continuously dodged the enemy's deadly moves, yet her armor cracked more, and new wounds appeared all over her body. Boom! Sario was bitten by several crimson dragons and fell from the sky. Boom! The machinery weapons around Xie Yi were destroyed, and flames rose and spread. At this time, thunder glow roared and hurricanes howled. Duo Lai arrived at the battlefield. To arrive as quickly as possible, he used a state beyond his limits, consuming a full 20% of his energy in the rush. But he hadn't arrived late. The monstrous legendaries had already fixed their sights on him. This human legendary coming to their aid might be strong, but they were stronger. Taking the opportunity to surround and slaughter a powerful human legendary delighted them immensely. Right away, several monstrous legendaries formed a crescent shape and slowly encircled Duo Lai, the leader among them being a soul realm giant dragon that spanned over 200 meters. Amidst his encirclement of powerful enemies, Duo Lai's expression remained unchanged. His gaze swept over the entire area, and his typically cheerful face slowly turned to rage. Around him, the energies of heaven and earth grew ever more turbulent, the crimson waves controlled by a dozen legendaries rapidly converging. Tens of meters, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters. I say, heaven and earth, be still. He spoke, pressing his hands downwards, his gaze at this moment imperiously sweeping across the area. An invisible domain instantly encompassed everything within several hundred meters, thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters, and even farther. The perfect domain pressed down. At this moment, the conflict ceased. The chaotic and even violent elemental particles, constantly moving, abruptly halted, the frenzied energies of heaven and earth smoothed by a divine hand. The swarming crimson particles disappeared. In the distance, a crimson wave thousands of meters high dramatically collapsed. The wind also stilled, the clouds also stilled. Duo Lai was not calm. His gaze still fixed on the enemy before him, his hands that had been pressing down slowly clenched inward. Shatter. He uttered lightly. Like crushing bubbles. The domains of the dozen or so monster legendaries surrounding him cracked without warning and then dramatically shattered, fragile as porcelain. Only the domain of the soul realm giant dragon showed mere cracks, teetering but still holding. The domain was still holding, but the soul realm giant dragon's pupils shockingly dilated. This power, he did not understand. He felt as if the whole world was repelling him. He was contending with the entire world. He was powerless to resist. What kind of power was this? It was the power to command heaven and earth, to order heaven and earth, to dominate heaven and earth. Duo Lai looked uninterestedly around, his slightly clenched hands slowly lifting again. As his palm raised, the previously subsided elemental energies of heaven and earth began to rise again. Soaring, boiling, he held heaven and earth in his palm, and within his hand, heaven and earth boiled. This was the power of the perfect domain, arise. In an instant, the weather changed, below a sky dyed blood red. A hand of the firmament obscured the sun, stretching for tens of thousands of meters. The sprawling mountain ranges, the flowing rivers, appeared insignificant under this hand of the firmament. The hand of the firmament constrained the whole world. The hand scooped downwards. As if scooping a few grains of river sand from his hand, he scooped up the dozen legendaries surrounding him, along with a few monster legendaries who were relatively close, all at once. And crushed them directly. Snap! Just like the azure sky itself, the giant hand transformed into wisps of light smoke and dissipated. Within the dispersing cloud of energy, more than a dozen broken, unrecognizable bodies slowly fell from the sky. There were also remnants of monsters, reduced to rubble that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The largest of the falling remnants was a crimson meatball. The meatball was approximately 20 to 30 meters in diameter. Looking closely, one could discern traces of a ferocious giant dragon from the crimson meatball. He was a soul realm giant dragon, and under the hand of the firmaments, he was the only individual left alive. However, the domain the soul realm giant dragon had barely maintained had already shattered into fragments. His body, enlarged by absorbing countless flesh and corpses, had also been rendered unrecognizable. And this was merely the result of a stroke delivered by Tianyuan City's Duo Lai with a lifting palm. The girl with blue hair stood in the air, her soft, long hair fluttering in the breeze. Her face looked harmless with baby fat, and her eyes were not sharp, clear with a touch of innocence. In every aspect, this human girl did not seem like a powerful being. She lacked the appearance of a strong person, it should have been so. Yet at this moment, in the eyes of many legendary monsters, this ordinary-looking human girl standing in midair seemed like a divine spirit that penetrated heaven and earth, her towering figure piercing through the clouds, casting a chilling gaze from above the heavens. It was a gaze more cruel, wild, and ferocious than theirs. Like two crimson moons hanging above a colossal black shadow. Tremble! 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 All legendary monsters present, as wise as any living being and even learned in human knowledge and lifestyles, understood fear more profoundly and grasped what the recent event signified. Many legendary monsters instinctively moved to retreat from Duo Lai's direction. Do not withdraw, Grand Duke of the Hunt, Goldblade spoke. His words spread out like laws, rippling throughout the surroundings. The retreating figures of jackal men, elephant men, and legendary crimson dragons froze in place. Fear, dread, and terror were still visible in their eyes, but their position seemed locked, not retreating even half a step. Join this Grand Duke in surrounding and killing this human strong person. This is the most efficient and correct mode of execution. Grand Duke Goldblade spoke indifferently. A group of legendary monsters dispersed, encircling Xie Yi, Sophia, and others. Another group of legendary monsters followed the pace of Grand Duke Goldblade. At the same time, Blue Sand and Dragon Flame, two other Grand Dukes, also approached from different directions. 3 Grand Dukes were actually preparing to strike simultaneously. 3 hunting Grand Dukes. Battle Armor General contended with an opponent in front of him, occasionally glancing towards the distance. Could he contend with them? The strength of Tianyuan City's Duo Lai was beyond imagination. Upon reflection, the Lord of Tianyuan City had already mentioned that she was the highest realm strong person in Tianyuan City. From a long time ago. Not very long since Tianyuan City stepped onto the stage. This General Duo Lai had been the foremost strong person of Tianyuan City, a symbol of the city itself. She was also one of Tianyuan City's rarest strong individuals, with multiple glorious records of battle. When had they developed the illusion that giant spirit god General Lu, Lady Nether Crow, and Wukwang were the top strong people of Tianyuan? General Duo Lai indeed has numerous records of battle, but in the neighboring Shattered Isles, she never encountered a situation that required her to exert her full strength. Just now, that strike was the true strength of Tianyuan City's Duo Lai. A power so formidable it chills one to the bone, as if possessed by a god demon. However, the hunting Grand Duke of Dragon Sleep Valley was also notoriously vicious. Each of these hunting Grand Dukes had countless legendary corpses under their command. It could be said that these numerous legendary deaths had created the terrifying reputation of the hunting Grand Dukes, frightening the strong and causing children to weep. More so, the enemies Tianyuan City's Duo Lai currently faced were not just one hunting Grand Duke. Three Grand Dukes. Battle Armor General was not sure if Tianyuan City's Duo Lai could handle them, but at this moment, like Lady Nether Crow and General Xie Yi who believed in General Duo Lai, he too harbored hope in her. Grand Duke Goldblade was the first to act. His combat style was somewhat similar to Pupil Blade Duke, characterized by sharp, unmatched slicing attacks that cleaved the enemy. His attacks were not as covert nor swift, but their might was stronger. The dragon claws, forged to resemble blades, sliced through the air, creating streaks of golden light. "I subdue." Duo Lai only slightly tilted her neck, murmuring softly. Her domain merely spread a scant 10 meters, like a ring winding around herself. But this was her perfect domain. The miniaturization form could control the field just as effectively as if it were fully unrolled. Her actual control radius was 50,000 meters. These hundreds of meters long golden blade rays hadn't even come close to Duo Lai when they froze in midair, like insects trapped in amber. They became static like specimens. This was his prized slicing attack. Beads of sweat formed on Grand Duke Goldblade's forehead. Just then, Grand Duke Blue Sand on the flank also released his charged killing move. Blue-green sand continuously gathered, amassing into a massive sphere resembling a meteor. The meteor, hundreds of meters in diameter, hurtled towards the human girl. The meteor was slow-moving but locked the target with an overwhelming and surging momentum. As the meteor plummeted, the space began to solidify, soon to be compressed and then shattered. Crackling sounds of space shattering kept appearing around it. Carrying an unstoppable momentum, the meteor grew larger in sight. No matter the subduing ability, the larger the energy, the harder it is to subdue. This is an unchanging axiom since ancient times. Grand Duke Blue Sand pondered to himself. He did not recognize the perfect domain, but through Duo Lai's two moves, he swiftly deduced the flaw of this technique. This is the Grand Duke of the Hunt. Only the worthy could receive the title of the Great Duke of Hunting Feast. The invisible force of subdue seemed to hum into existence, making the space more fragile and unstable. Duo Lai kept one hand in a pressing motion to subdue in front, while he slowly raised his other hand upwards, pointing a solitary finger towards the sky. A pitch-black fissure appeared behind him, rapidly spreading across the azure sky above. It was as if a black divine dragon was following the direction of his finger, roaring as it ascended to the heavens. Divine Dragon Tail Swipe. The pitch-black fissure smoothly traced a giant arc through the air, as effortlessly as a hammer shattering a sandcastle, striking the slowly descending meteor above. Boom! The heavens and earth thundered. A vast segment suddenly went missing from the center of the large meteor body, and in the next moment, the entire meteor burst apart into a sky full of stars, leaving only a long, hook-shaped black fissure that hung like an indescribable god demon, looming over the azure sky. The surrounding other legendary moves, whether they were frozen in midair like golden blades and then dissipated, or shattered like porcelain before the pitch-black divine dragon. With one hand on the ground and another pointing to the sky, she stood invincible in the world. Opportunity. The third Grand Duke of the Hunt, Long Yan, seized this rare opportunity. "Human, I must admit that you are very strong, possessing power that surpasses any of us, but you're too arrogant, trying to fight us all alone," said Grand Duke Long Yan. "You no longer have the strength to strike." Grand Duke Long Yan, unbeknownst to Hao, had already appeared close to Duo Lai. He was of equal height to Duo Lai, but was larger by 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. When he opened his crimson vertical pupils, they were like two blood moons. In his field of vision, Duo Lai was like a tiny insect, merely a small dot on his entire pupil, not to mention compared to Grand Duke Long Yan's vast body. The pure dragon flame capable of incinerating everything surged out, engulfing the entire sky, lighting up the realm, drowning and burning the tiny, fragile body of the human girl. Her slender body struggled and wailed within the blue-purple dragon flame, burning away to nothing. Burn! The pure dragon flame, strong enough to burn through space and completely incinerate a pond, suddenly dissipated. Only a few sparks remained. And within those sparks, the blue-haired girl unharmed, with just a jagged fissure slowly sealing itself behind her. The girl still maintained the pose of one hand on the ground, the other pointing to the sky, as if she couldn't free another hand. Yet, she looked at the enormous figure in front of her, which was 100-fold, even 1,000-fold larger than herself, with an air of relaxed leisure. As if to say, "When exactly did you get the impression that I don't have any strength left?" Grand Duke Long Yan's pupils constricted, sweat formed on his forehead. In his eyes, the diminutive human's figure swelled immensely, as if a god-demon was looking down on him. So this was the human's strategy. Pretending to have no strength left to lure him forward, he had placed himself in the most dangerous position. This human, despite her terrifying strength, still had a meticulous mind. With such dual strength, even he, revered as the Grand Duke of the Hunt, felt a sense of despair. A despair that made him feel that, no matter how hard he tried, he could not win. Grand Duke Long Yan's sweat flowed freely. Grand Duke Goldblade clenched his teeth tightly. Grand Duke Blue Sand's face was solemn, in the distance. These three Grand Dukes of the Hunt are remarkable, managing to battle against Duo Lai for so long, Sario remarked. The legendary elf Milena echoed, "Yes, General Duo Lai is too strong. I don't dare to step forward in this fight." Battle Armor General glanced at Sario, then at the elf, unable to contain himself. "Something's not right here. You must be reversing the order of heaven and earth." The legendary elf probably doesn't recognize the Grand Duke of the Hunt and doesn't understand the weight of this title, but he was very clear. Here stood not one, but three Grand Dukes. The proper exclamation should be, Tianyuan City's Duo Lai is so strong that she can simultaneously fight against three Grand Dukes of the Hunt without defeat. That's what he had intended to say, but at a glance afar. Duo Lai from Tianyuan City stepped into the half-sky, where the vast particles of heaven and earth revolved around her like stardust. Her standing place was as if the center of the world. She appeared tiny, yet she seemed like a god-demon with power reaching to the heavens and through the earth, indifferently overseeing the Grand Dukes of the Hunt before her. The three Grand Dukes of the Hunt were mere challengers. She was the overwhelmingly powerful boss. The three Grand Dukes of the Hunt in front of Tianyuan City's Duo Lai fought desperately, faces solemn, sweat pouring down their faces. Just as the Dragon of Death from Tianyuan City had said, in the face of General Duo Lai, who held great power, the fact that the Grand Dukes of the Hunt could hold on for so long was impressive enough to feel proud. After a long contemplation, the battle armor general finally reached a brain-crashing conclusion. Simultaneously, Duo Lai gazed at Grand Duke Long Yan before her. "So, I'm a powerful being with both strategic and combat capabilities?" Yes, that's right. This was the plan of General Duo Lai. "I am indeed worthy." Duo Lai responded quickly. Though it was unclear how the Grand Duke Long Yan got so close, it would not miss such an opportunity. Its space-tearing seal branded the cosmos, and the closer to itself, the stronger the force it could exert. This surrounding area was its royal soil. It watched the pupil that resembled the crimson moon and beyond it, the enormous shadow too large to fully fit within its field of vision. In its view of the world, the space cracked, fissures of pitch black spreading out. "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" Grand Duke Long Yan backed away hastily, a terrible coldness rushing up to the crown of his head. But the speed at which the black crack spread was much more than 10 or 100 times faster than his retreating speed. The moment their gaze met, he was already entrapped within the black cage. Grand Duke of the Hunt, his entire body swelled, and the surging dragon flame burst forth like a collapsing mountain in tsunami. It obscured the heavens, it burned the heavens, Endless heat caused the entire space to distort and the whole world to lose its color. A purple sun rose. Above the sun, the black shackles closed in. Bang! The dragon flame that could burn the world was cleaved, instantly extinguished. Bang! The massive and hard purple dragon scales crackled and shattered, split, and forced open into ferocious gaps. Bang! The body of Grand Duke Long Yan was like a chopped watermelon, black chains slicing through and shattering his body into dozens of pieces. Blood rained down. His eyes bulged in fright and stupor, not having the time to say something before his massive head burst open, leaving only blood and flesh. The Grand Duke of the Hunt, fallen, in Sario's mouth. The battle that seemed rather long was, in reality, just a brief moment. In that brief moment, one of the three Grand Dukes who challenged the blue-haired girl had fallen. Blue Sand and Golden Blade, the two Grand Dukes, already sensed something amiss, recognizing this was not a creature they could handle together. This human was terrifyingly powerful. A strategic retreat was necessary. There was no time to consider the orders from the Ice Burial Duke. But Duo Lai actually had a strategy. The reason it played and spent so much time was to allow the space-tearing seal to spread its coverage. Indeed, the farther the distance, the weaker the ability of the space-tearing seal to radiate out. But the space cracks it created carried the power of concept, something even disaster beasts couldn't simply withstand. Its fingers slightly spread. Spatial chains like long snakes shot out and spread, interweaving the entire world, sealing it. Splat, splat, splat. One legendary monster after another, like severed mosquitoes, continuously fell from the sky, lifeless. 3 breaths later, a black line sliced through the wall like gathered azure blue sand, and with unstoppable force, swept across the wings of Grand Duke of Blue Sand. Following that, the second, third, fourth, one after another, spatial black lines slashed through the body of Grand Duke of Blue Sand. By the time the fourth black line swept over, the head of Grand Duke of Blue Sand was already split in two. But recalling the hardiness of the Crimson Dragon and the teachings of the Lord and Brother Deadbone, Duo Lai then slashed another 10 or 20 black lines across the body of Grand Duke Blue Sand. Only when Grand Duke Blue Sand had turned into fragments of blue sand did it stop. At this moment, it discovered that Grand Duke Goldblade, a high-value target, had managed to escape the spatial blockade undetected and had already fled tens of kilometers away. Grand Duke Goldblade would soon disappear from sight. In Duo Lai's hand, a surviving Grand Duke? Impossible. The battlefield was chaotic, with blood, smoke, and energy tides obstructing the view. In the distance, the figure of Grand Duke Goldblade was just a small dot. Duo Lai was neither anxious nor did it chase on the wind. After all, there were still many legendary monsters around. It took a deep breath. Ripples of space radiated around it, growing larger and more intense. Space was like water in a violently boiling lake. Below this boiling spatial surface, a pitch-black gigantic shadow flashed by. Click, 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 click. As Grand Duke Goldblade sped away, he felt as if the whole world were freezing. Space had solidified. Something was coming, splash. Not far away, the space vibrated with intense ripples, and an outline resembling a giant whale but utterly black and massive leapt out from the violent spatial ripples. The spatial devouring whale. As the giant whale appeared, the entire space solidified even more. Grand Duke Goldblade, seeing this giant shadow reflected in his pupils, stopped fleeing. He turned around, faced the giant whale, and gathered the power of heaven and earth while burning his life force, soul power. His golden dragon blade blazed fiercely. The fire burned with the fire of life. With all his life strength, he unleashed a pure and radiant golden blade gleamed thousands of meters long, capable of splitting heaven and earth. He had broken through. It was the strongest strike he had unleashed in his life. Break it! Grand Duke Goldblade stared intently, watching as the giant whale bit through half of the golden blade gleam, still with unstoppable momentum. It enveloped him. The world was devoured, along with his fighting spirit. On 10 Directions Island domain, encountering a blue-haired girl wielding power like a monster, exerting all strength yet unable to win. 10 Directions Island Domain, a shattered land of collapsing mountains and severed rivers. The pitch-black devouring whale descended back into the spatial lake, disappearing amid the endlessly rippling waves. This also proclaimed the death of all 3 Grand Dukes of the Hunt. At this moment, the surviving legendary beasts had already scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing toward the north. Division generals of Tianyuan City, along with Malena, King of Frost, and the Battle Armor General, among other legends, shifted from defense to offense, seizing the opportunity to pursue. Yet, within the hearts of several legends, the scenes of controlling heaven and earth and shattering the void played over and over. These images were now completely imprinted in their memories, never to be forgotten in this lifetime. Too powerful, General Duo Lai of Tianyuan City must certainly be in the Soul Realm, perhaps even a top contender within it. To reach the pinnacle upon just entering the Soul Realm is something exceedingly rare in the entire history of Tai Zan, exclaimed the Battle Armor General. Years ago, shortly after becoming a Soul Realm cultivator, the Lord of Han Yu City severely injured an Orochi servant in the Red Mist Land and achieved ascension. The military exploits of Tianyuan City's Duo Lai were even more exaggerated. Legends say that when great disasters are imminent, chosen ones of destiny will emerge. Now, the great catastrophe indeed seems to be imminent. Or perhaps it has already begun, however. He began to think that Duo Lai's military exploits were a bit too exaggerated. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. In the face of a great calamity, miracles do occasionally happen. Perhaps this was such a miracle. After all, if not for General Duo Lai possessing the power to move heaven and earth, Tianyuan City would have faced only destruction. And now, with Tianyuan City standing unscathed amidst the great crisis, what else could this be but a miracle? Malena, the King of Frost, had a narrower view than the Battle Armor General. But both the Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge powers had long histories, and they too were not without their storied legends. They had seen, or at least heard tales of some stunningly brilliant legends. Even in ancient times, within the sacred, Moon Elf Sanctum, of our elf tribe, General Duo Lai would surely have been one of the most outstanding prodigies. She mused. The gap between her and Duo Lai was so large that instead of shock, she only felt a sense of unreality. Regardless, the crisis is over. The 3 renowned Grand Dukes of the Hunt have all met their end here, and next. She gazed into the distance, toward the vast crimson rift torn in the azure sky. Although the sky has cracked open, the situation may become tense, but no greater crisis should emerge. Sophia stared at the crimson rift, then looked toward the west. Her eyes were profound as she glimpsed the scenery of the neighboring great domain. Well, it's not over yet, let's continue our work. Not long before. The Shattered Isles. The situation here was much more severe than in the 10 Directions Island domain. In the azure sky above, a crimson rift had opened, vast and elongated, spewing thick rolls of red mist. This red mist spread like a canopy, making the already red mist-laden wilderness even more crimson, eerie, and ominous. Zone 1 of the domain. The red mist surged like a tide. The previously sparse red mist here was steadily becoming denser, viscous, as if it were about to drip down into droplets of blood. Around it, rivers that had become somewhat clearer under the influence of Earth's force were visibly becoming polluted again, gradually turning into black, murky rivers. Zone 2 of the domain. This area was closer to the battle zone, known as the Land of Miracles, where more of the purification power descended. Previously, there had been no drifting red mist here, and tender green sprouts had started to appear on the barren land. Everything was developing in a positive direction. Until today. The red mist surged out of nowhere, and the frail sprouts either withered or became twisted. The entire region once again became a barren, eerie land. The situation in the entire Shattered Isles was rapidly deteriorating. Mu Yuan stepped through the starry skygate, arriving at the battle zone. He obtained the latest intelligence from the mouth of Isloa. According to the current rate of deterioration, aside from the miraculous land that our battle zone's power covers, the environment of the entire Shattered Isles will become worse than before we arrived. He said, When they had arrived, the Shattered Isles were already half consumed by the red mist, on the brink of total engulfment. And now, it was potentially going to get even worse? If it weren't for the Shattered Isles war zone firmly nailed here like a nail, perhaps, at the next tremor of the sky rift, the Shattered Isles would have been wholly corrupted. Even now, Isloa said, the observation team has found that the violently churning red mist is forming waves after waves, continuously crashing against our Shattered Isles war zone. Right now, the red mist can't truly enter our battle zone's interior, but this red mist is inching towards devouring our battle zone. The miraculous territory carved out through their successive victories was shrinking. Their previous efforts had turned into bubbles in the wake of the Sky Rift catastrophe. Moreover, Mu Yuan pondered, since the environment in the Shattered Isles is much worse than in the Ten Directions Island domain, then the Shattered Isles will also face even stronger, more terrifying threats. The Ten Directions Island domain had suddenly suffered an assault from 3 Grand Dukes of the Hunt and hundreds of legendary beasts. What about this domain, the main target of Dragon Sleep Valley? He could almost predict what was going to happen. The Sky Rift disaster had been entirely unforeseen by Mu Yuan, an uncontrollable disaster that had completely disrupted his plans. Otherwise, according to his schedule, in just 2 more months, once he and Isloa both entered the Soul Realm, they would be ready to launch a total assault on the main base of the Dragon Sleep Valley's vanguard army, uprooting the heart of corruption that had taken hold of this domain. Now is not the time to discuss a full assault. A great crisis is rapidly approaching. Mu Yuan closed his eyes, pressing his thumb against his brow as he furrowed his brow in thought, simulating possible scenarios that might unfold next. Seeing this, Isloa stood quietly to the side, watching the contemplative man. Mu Yuan was deep in thought. Although the Sky Rift disaster was beyond expectation, he wasn't without contingency plans for overwhelming calamities and surges of formidable enemies. He had considered, if Ice Burial Duke were to arrive unrestricted in the battle zone, how should he respond? He had imagined, if from the northern Red Mist land a new batch of monster legends emerged, one Grand Duke of the Hunt after another, how should he counter them? The strategies for resistance, 3 months ago, 2 months ago, 1 month ago, and now, were all different. The cards in my hand are. Mu Yuan opened his eyes, no longer confused. At that moment, bang! The Green Mountain Lord stepped in, his pace a bit hasty. 2 deputy commanders from Rain Dust and Broken Rock followed suit. It's worth mentioning that the Broken Rock Lord himself had recently made a successful breakthrough into the Divine Soul Realm. This was due to his profound accumulation of strength, aided by the Heaven and Earth's gift following the great victory in the battle zone, which helped him cross the final half-step. With the Broken Rock Lord's breakthrough, the battle zone gained another top-tier powerhouse. However, even now, the newly promoted Divine Soul Broken Rock Lord's face only showed unease. The Green Mountain Lord said, "We must have the whole army withdraw to the war fortress. The enemy will arrive soon. The guard camps and positions outside simply cannot withstand an enemy force 10 or 100 times our own. Only by relying on the core fortress can we preserve our living strength." The Broken Rock Lord and the Rain Dust Lord shared the same view but with some apprehensions. Withdrawing the entire army was not part of Mu Yuan's plan. He didn't immediately reject Green Mountain's suggestion but asked instead, if Ice Burial Duke attacks and hundreds of monster legends arrive, how long would we last by holding the war fortress? After some thought, the Broken Rock Lord said, 3 days, or 2 at the very least, even if some unexpected things happen, conservatively estimated, we can hold out for 2 days relying on the war fortress. So, Mu Yuan asked further, when can Alliance reinforcements arrive? 1 day, at the latest one. The Broken Rock Lord halted mid-sentence. Under normal circumstances, Law Realm powerhouses might come to the rescue within a day. After all, it's a major crisis concerning the life and death of the battle zone, and the reinforcements would be arranged with top priority. But that's under normal circumstances. Now, disasters are striking everywhere. The battle zones under the threat of the Sky Rift disaster are not limited to the Shattered Isles war zone alone. Many allied outposts and regions on the periphery are also facing the disaster of annihilation. They might have no reinforcements. At least, even with an optimistic estimate, the Broken Rock Lord didn't believe that Law Realm reinforcements could arrive within 3 days. Neither Green Mountain nor Rain Dust dared to think optimistically. A commander must always consider the worst-case scenario. That means, holding the war fortress is almost extinction? Green Mountain murmured. Rain Dust looked toward Mu Yuan. Suddenly, something occurred to her. Right, what does headquarters say? Isloa spoke up. Headquarters says it's difficult for reinforcements to arrive. They vaguely implied that we can abandon the battle zone and withdraw to outside Red Mountain City, leaving us to make the final call. It has come to this. Rain Dust murmured to herself, her last bit of hope shattered. But then she realized, this man, the young man before her who was 7 or 8 years her junior, was neither panicking nor confused. He was so young, should have been the one to be protected, and yet now he was the mainstay holding up the battle zone. With him standing there, Rain Dust's worries suddenly dissipated by a great deal. Brushing her hair, she said, "Commander, you must have some thoughts." "There are a few," Mu Yuan said. "If we abandon the battle zone, only a handful of us can escape. We have to fight." He looked toward Green Mountain, Rain Dust, and Broken Rock. Although they were worried, confused, and even panicky, no one was afraid to face the enemy. On the point of battle, their will was unwaveringly strong. Mu Yuan continued, "Merge the positions into the guard camps. Of the 36 guard camps, remove 8. Leaving 28 will be our weapons to combat the enemy." Holding all positions was already impossible. Even with the 28 remaining camps, he did not plan to hold out indefinitely. Trading space for damage. His goal was to kill as many of Dragon Sleep Valley's high-end forces as possible. Protect strongly? If they preserved the Land of Miracles, the war fortress could exert even more power. Weakening the enemy's high-end combat power would also secure more time for the war fortress to hold out. In any case, time is hope. The Green Mountain Lord started off hesitant, his gaze gradually firming up. "I understand, the entire Green Mountain Army will cooperate unconditionally. So will the Rain Dust Army. The same goes for me. Hurry, hurry. Assemble, assemble. Move the supplies over here, fast." The battle zone's war machine operated at a high speed, but the enemy's onslaught was even more ferocious. Boom! A fireball of blood flames fell from the sky, obliterating the entire position along with its weapons and warriors in a single strike. One legendary monster after another emerged from the blood mist. Their arrival was both sudden and stealthy, not realized until they stepped into the battle zone. After all, the enemy came prepared. In areas B33 and D47, dozens of legendary monsters are advancing rapidly. Sophia transmitted a message, but there are many other areas not within my surveillance range. I haven't had time to update and deploy the Black Crows in the Shattered Isles territory. Enemy activity detected in Area C45. Grand Duke of the Hunt. Black Flame spotted in Area F11. These were messages from other scouting groups. They were on their way, and the first batch of legendary monsters had already stepped into the battle zone. The disaster arrived suddenly, but this place was, after all, a battle zone, and the soldiers were fully committed to the fight. Bring it on. Turn into ice and snow. Outside a certain guard camp, a white-haired woman stood on a solid ice bulwark, arms outstretched. Around her, the whole world turned rapidly into pure white. The pure white frost even froze the sky, covering the legendary monsters, who stood in midair, with a white frost that could not be removed. Legendary Realm Lord of Frost Qingshuang would guard this place. After a great victory in the battle zone, she rode the momentum and quickly honed her body to the limit after receiving Heaven and Earth's gift. She had recently stepped into the legendary realm, and this was her first legendary battle. She was the embodiment of snow, surrounded by pure white tundra, and an ice storm swept the heaven and earth. Seizing this opportunity, one legendary power after another took action, causing the frozen legendary monsters to spill blood. In another place, resurrecting the glory of the skeletons is our unshirkable duty. In front of a certain position, adorned in armor with a black cape, Bone 2, rivaling the dead Bone in appearance, laid his bone sword across his front. The vast Death Remains territory manifested above him. Bone 3's and Bone 4's territories also materialized, followed by dozens of skeleton territories, which arrayed one after the other. These Death Remains territories combined the next moment, pushing forward a massive force to subdue, like a rolling momentum of heaven and earth. This is our skeleton combination technique: splat, splat, splat. In a location within the battle zone, a powerful Dragon Man legend was bleeding profusely. At his feet knelt two human legends. He stared fixedly at a human female not far away. Elegant, delicate, she should have been an easy target. You're faster than me, your strength surpasses mine, but your every move can't escape the eye in my heart, Irene said, longsword in hand, the blade pointing directly at the Dragon Man. I will grant you death. Inside a certain guard camp, Zhou Yi of the legendary realm drew his bow and shot arrows of the stars continuously, his fingers moving like phantoms. In front of another guard camp, Vampire Gibby of the legendary realm laughed maniacally, licking the warm blood from his blade. Above a certain guard camp, wait, why'd I also have to join the battlefield? Ah, don't come over here. A slender blue giant dragon screeched as polygonal water mirrors expanded around it, reflecting spells back. One after another new general of legend took the stage. The second-tier powerhouses from Tianyuan City were gradually becoming capable of holding their own. Shattered Isles Warzone, War Fortress, inside the command base. Mu Yuan sat with his eyes closed, his seat an intricate and mysterious profound array with a diameter of over 10 meters, its array map circulating with dazzling brilliance. Before him, a man-high exquisite crystal hung still in the center of the array, an invisible force continuously radiating and resonating with spiritual power. This was a crystal used for amplifying spiritual power. Its source of power was none other than the War Fortress itself, an epic building. Mu Yuan felt his already significantly amplified spiritual power rolling out in waves. Invisible threads intertwined, merging to form a mental skynet that enveloped the entire battle zone within and beyond, connecting the consciousness and thoughts of all soldiers. With the experience from last time, and using the newly laid amplification array, Mu Yuan didn't need to wait for the soldiers' fighting spirits to unite their thoughts. He could directly synchronize spiritually. This was the basis of tactical execution, Supreme Commander's divine sight. Mu Yuan murmured. An invisible and formless eye of heaven, perceptible only to him or a controller conceptually, slowly opened above the battle zone. The eye of heaven overlooked all directions, all things within the battle zone laid bare before him. Even the monsters of legend with top-notch cloaking abilities couldn't evade his sight. Outside the battle zone, crows were flying outwards, and while some, unfortunately, fell to energy aftershocks or the predations of monster legends, others still struggled to fly as high as possible, offering as much visibility as they could. Sophia, who had just finished the blockade battle of the Ten Directions Island domain, was also swiftly flying towards the Shattered Isles, all the while furiously creating new crows. She molded and molded and molded. In Mu Yuan's sea of consciousness, a luminous map took shape. Then came the emergence of green dots, blue dots, red dots. The red dots were the most numerous, representing monster legends that entered his field of vision. The green dots were the fewest, signifying the direct lineage legendary forces that belonged to him. Blue dots represented the battle zone's legends, numbering over 200, most of which were within the battle zone, with a few scattered in the wilds. Both green and blue dots were forces he could wield, but undoubtedly the green dots had higher execution power. As a commander, it was his duty to deploy these forces correctly and effectively. Clusters of red dots were swiftly moving towards the center of the battle zone, a few already engaging with blue and green dots. In terms of overall combat power, we're at a significant disadvantage. The red dots appearing on the map alone outnumber our forces by several times, not to mention among them are several Grand Duke Hunter-level figures. But we have a few advantages as well. Thanks to a few major victories before, the miraculous land within the Shattered Isles Warzone has expanded to a considerable size. Although this area is slowly shrinking due to the encroachment of the red mist, it remains vast for the time being. much larger than when the battle zone was first established. They had at least some home territory advantage. On this land of miracles, the enemy would have nowhere to hide. The second advantage is the difference in timing. The Sky Rift came as a sudden disaster to us, unexpected by anyone, but Dragon Sleep Valley was prepared. That's why Dragon Sleep Valley launched a swift total assault, aiming to flatten the battle zone in the shortest time possible. This strategic approach wasn't wrong. From Dragon Sleep Valley's perspective, since the battle zone is backed by the Tai-Zon Alliance, reinforcements could arrive at any moment, and the longer things dragged on, the more variables could come into play. Launching a swift attack, a surprise strike, could also catch us off guard. And indeed, it did. When the catastrophe of the Sky Rift occurred, the enemy's total assault caused many scouting and pioneering groups to meet with disaster in the wilderness. At least a dozen legends fell, with elite and general ranks in the 3 digits. These fourth-order generals, who could command a corps and vanquish countless monsters in the wilderness, were rendered powerless in the face of the calamity, perishing in the wasteland without resistance. Within the battle zone, several camps and over a dozen positions suffered surprise attacks. Since the mental Skynet had not yet synchronized, command over the various camps and positions was not smooth, as they were defended by individual corps. In the blink of an eye, about a dozen positions were destroyed by monster legends. Lord Shepard's heart was already very cold, his eyes fixated on those glaring red dots. But the monsters' rapid march also created a difference in time and space. The monsters all have their allegiances. Some groups were already hiding not far from the battle zone. Others only started rushing over. Some moved faster, others slower and in disarray. This is the opportunity to inflict casualties upon Dragon Sleep Valley's living forces. We must kill as many monster legends as possible. Otherwise, even if they could contend with and hold off the Ice Burial Duke, they'd be unable to withstand the other legends. Setting aside the Ice Burial Duke, the strength of Dragon Sleep Valley's vanguard army far surpassed that of the Shattered Isles Warzone. Moreover, if we ultimately have to retreat and hole up within the War Fortress, the sheer destructive force brought by 100 ordinary legends might be greater than that of one Ice Burial Duke. Without the assistance of other legends, the Ice Burial Duke, even as a Law Realm powerhouse, couldn't break through the barriers of the War Fortress. The battle to slay the dragon had begun. Boom. Somewhere within the battle zone, the Lord of Ba Long, who had recently ascended to the legendary realm, acted on instructions, joining forces with several other legendary beings to just extinguish 4 formidable enemies. Each of them bore injuries, but their fighting spirits soared even higher. Legendary kill count +1. Ding! More new orders were being issued. But this time, the faces of several legends slightly change. Someone spoke up. Head to Area A16, isn't that outside the battle zone? We're clearly at a massive disadvantage, and yet we're tasked to strike offensively. Commander, this order doesn't seem quite right, does it? Several other legends also showed hesitation on their faces. Last time and just now, could we have so easily slain a monster of the legendary realm without the commander's orders? Let's go, everyone, Ba Long declared. A legend from the Green Mountain territory also spoke up. I will follow commands unconditionally. They dared not disobey orders in the first place, but hesitation in their minds could lead to defeat. The presence of Ba Long and the Green Mountain leader removed their hesitation. They raced through the skies and, without encountering any formidable enemies, arrived at Area A16. They landed on a peak and took out the concealing pearl to hide their presence. Another group of legendary warriors had also arrived at the same location. They're coming. A giant dragon, wrapped in a sky-blue light shield, was screeching as it fled towards the battle zone. Its light shield was already crackling with fissures, looking as if it could shatter at any moment. It was a leader from Tianyuan City. What was its name? There were too many well-known leaders from Tianyuan City. This elegant and noble water-blue giant dragon was not very famous. However, the legends present knew what they had to do. As the monster legendary being hunted flew past the mountain peak, the hidden legends unleashed their powerful attacks. Ba Long burst into the monster's domain, stomping on the bridge of heaven and earth to shatter its armor. Golden sword light and flickering thunder glow surged towards the heavens. The bloodied monster legendary plummeting from the sky was dissipated amidst thunder and firelight. Have we slain some more legends? Stop daydreaming, new orders have come down. Inside the mind's light diagram, green and blue dots swiftly moved. They interweaved, cut through the enemy, and gobbled up legendary squads one by one. Red dots were continuously disappearing. But green and blue dots would sometimes also vanish. The gap in combat power between the two sides was too great. Managing to win was considered a miracle, let alone winning unscathed. In a certain wilderness, come, continue, who dares to battle me? I, Bone 2, shall stand invincible in the world today. Wielding a massive bone sword and backed against the white bone wasteland, Bone 2 faced off against a group of about 20 or 30 monster legends. These monster legends had been drawn in by various squads and were converging. They stepped into the trap set by Bone 2 and several Lords of Death remains. Leave this place to us, Bone 2 told the other legends. Its silhouette was truly imposing. Understood, the legends quickly retreated, heading for their next destination. However, just as their front feet had left behind them, the azure sky tore apart, and a terrifying thunder flame giant dragon ripped through the heavens, roaring down upon the vast wasteland, exploding above it. Endless light, endless heat bloomed. The terrible tide of energy swept out, engulfing the dozens of monster legends that had converged on the spot, along with the lofty figure standing there wielding a bone sword. Engulfed. The legends were flipped by the giant wave, and it took them a moment to slowly pick themselves up. We must carry on the will of our brother and exterminate the monsters. Elsewhere. Boom! Uta was enveloped in searing flames as his body began to crack. He had severed all his physical shackles, entering the most powerful, most extreme, but also the shortest-lived state. Boom! With a punch, an illusion of a dragon god appeared, roaring skyward. A 200-meter-long dragon from the Soul Realm, its body like an overinflated balloon, burst open. But after the strike, there were no enemies left in front of Uda. And his body was cracking, his power about to dissipate. At that moment, small dots appeared, closely following a Taishuan legend, who was tactically maneuvering, chased by 3 Peak Heaven and Earth Realm Crimson Dragons. The Crimson Dragons' pupils suddenly dilated as they noticed Uda's figure. With blood flames steaming, they appeared like god demons. This was one of the few top warriors in the Taishuan war zone who required extra caution. They quickly stopped, but it was too late. The god demon-like silhouette appeared before them in the blink of an eye. Serious punch, serious punch, serious punch. 3 bursts of blood mist exploded in the air. And in the distance, the next batch of monster deliverables conveniently appeared in their sight. Uda stepped into the void with another instant step. Groups of blood mist appeared again in the distance. After repeating this several times, the dying Uda plummeted from the sky and was caught and taken away by Jun, who had rushed over. The focus is here, and here now. Squad 11, take Route 4 to the following areas. Squad 24, rotate with the defense forces of Camp 6. Squad 33, move 560 meters to the left. Squad 6 and Squad 12, pincer the enemy in Zone T2. Squad. One command after another was issued. Lord Shepard was terrifyingly calm at this moment, his heart as cold as eternal ice. He simply stared at the fading red dots on the screen. Uda, Duo Lai, Tree Demon Granny. He brought the power of each division general to its limit. He also had launched 3 super spells bestowed by the Staff of Divine Right. Green Mountain Territory, Rain Dust Territory, and Broken Stone Territory also had some potent moves in reserve. These moves were unleashed, equally burying batches of legends in their wake. However, even so, Camp 7 is destroyed, the remaining defensive forces are retreating. Camp 8 is destroyed. Camp 11 is evacuating. Camp 2 is evacuating. On the map, the areas symbolizing the human strongholds were becoming fewer and fewer. At the same time, the red dots were gradually converging, the combat zone was shrinking, and the strategic depth, as well as the tactical space, was increasingly being squeezed. They had already achieved very clear victories. They had fought with a legendary casualty ratio that could be called miraculous. The number of monster legends they killed was unimaginable. But even so, at this time, the number of monster legends within the battle zone still far exceeded their own. And by now, he had very little room to maneuver. He could only keep contracting his defensive lines, straight back to the war fortress. This is already a miracle. I myself have slain 7 legends, which is utterly incredible. I hardly have time to think. If I'm not slaying legends, I'm on my way to slay legends. I never thought I could be this strong. The Tianyuan commander has already created a miracle. The only one to blame is ourselves for being too weak. If we were a bit stronger, maybe we could annihilate the enemy right here. But we have killed so many formidable enemies, we must have already won on a strategic level, right? Even if the Ice Burial Duke were to descend. Just as a certain legend said this, suddenly, a chilling north wind blew, bringing a coldness that seeped into the marrow. This chill enveloped the heaven and earth, permeating everywhere. Whoosh! It sounded as if chains were shaking, echoing between heaven and earth. The figure of the Ice Burial Duke did not appear. Yet, one legend after another in the domain looked in the same direction. They had an intuition, a strong intuition. The Ice Burial Duke was there, and he would descend to let the cold bury the land. Crack! The cold grew more biting, and snow began to drift between heaven and earth. Crack! Columns of ice rose from the ground, as if forming a spread-out carpet to welcome the arrival of a great presence. Crack! Boom! It was as if some shackles had shattered. A towering figure, visible from many areas of the shattered isles, loomed high above. Unassailable, magnificent, terrifying, boundless. It cast an indifferent gaze, overlooking the entire domain. At that moment, each legend felt as if a scythe was laid against their neck, their bodies and souls trembling in fear. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Is this the Law realm? Quivered a legend. On the scene, 99% of the legends had never faced the majesty of the Law realm head-on. They thought they had. But that was with Sword Lord Lushi standing at the forefront. Now, what they felt was the true might of a High Duke. How could they possibly contend with it? They could not, no more than a leader level could against a legendary realm, or a soul realm against a god demon. Can Duo Lai handle it? Asked Duo Lai. Mu Yuan gave an uncertain response. Duo Lai was half each in the 10 Directions Island domain and the Shattered Isles, and both parts had been in fierce battles and suffered great exhaustion. However, atop Black Mountain, where Emperor Deadbone had been conserving his strength, his eyes suddenly shone with light. Shattered Isles, within the crimson long river that cracked open in the azure sky. Like twin eyes of a cold star in the abyss, looked down indifferently upon the vast land below. His body was massive as a mountain, his spine like crystalline dragonbone, transparent and gleaming. His spread wings resembled the dome of the sky, enveloping the heavens and the earth. The cold wind from all directions howled towards him as if troops were clustering around this majestic being. Within the icy cold was a strong sense of rotting decay, which spread across the surrounding lands. He was grand, revered, cold, and terrifying. He was not like those dragons made of flesh and blood. His body did not even show skin or flesh, just a magnificent frost-silver skeleton, and within it resided the ultimate cold and decaying blue dragon flame. This was nothing less than a super-evolved form of a frost giant dragon, an entity of undead life, entirely different from any fleshly giant dragon. Nor could it be seen as a creature walking the path of Tianqi eternal life. But this was the High Hunting Duke. For such a being, flesh was not an inconvenience. All things could become flesh. This is the High Duke, the supreme power within Dragon Sleep Valley, an entity that commands conceptual power. This fearsome being was located within the Crimson Long River and in the nearest locale to the Taishuan war zone. And he slowly but firmly took one step after another. His steps grew larger as he moved forward, and the might emanating from him became increasingly formidable. The Ice Burial Duke was descending. All armies retreat. Mu Yuan gave the order. They barely had any strategic space left here, and the remaining various guard camps had also suffered varying degrees of damage. Many legendary warriors had already been wounded, and the resonance of various army spirit legions had mostly expired. Legion skills, hero skills, what could be used had already been used, and various life-preserving and lethal war artifacts had been used up in hard-to-estimate quantities. Just then, as the Ice Burial Duke was about to arrive, most legends would barely be sturdier than ordinary people in front of this Duke. When it's time to retreat, you retreat. Thanks to their previously significant victories, under the guidance of Marshal Mew, the retreat of all forces in the war zone was relatively orderly. They successively withdrew into the core fortress. Boom! Above a guard camp, a blazing round ball of blazing sun rose, swallowing several monstrous legendaries. Another 2 large camps that had been abandoned, but still had a lot of materials and war weapons, also saw rising blazing suns. Mu Yuan calculated timing and kill efficiency and at that moment, detonated the contingency plans buried within. This contingency was a top-tier war artifact supported by the headquarters of the Pioneer Group. The suddenly rising round of blazing sun, in terms of destructive power and range, was hardly inferior to his own 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon. Sure enough, the bloodthirsty legendary monsters immediately calmed down, became cautious, and not only meticulously cleared the major camps, where numerous miraculous defensive structures were located, but also were wary of some deserted positions. This gave the soldiers of the war zone more time to evacuate. But we don't have many of such level war artifacts. The 3 that just exploded were actually all we had. By now, most of the elite and commanders had already withdrawn into the war fortress. According to plan, they proceeded to station themselves in various defense areas or to rest and recover. Only a few strong legends remained, retreating while sniping at the enemy. Or those confident in themselves, still seeking opportunities outside. It's coming. Maybe they were afraid of human traps, or perhaps because the legendary realm suffered heavy losses. The 300 to 400 monstrous legends that had already entered the war zone gradually surrounded but did not attack. They were waiting for the invincible Ice Burial Duke to descend. Crack crack, ice crystals spread across the ground. In the distance, at the edge of sight, above the red mist. Under that sky obscuring, apparently enveloping the entire great domain shadow, the true body of the Ice Burial Duke appeared. His real body appeared small, but it was only because of the distance. As he flew toward them at a moderate pace, his majestic, mountain-like dragon body appeared in the view of all the mighty ones. On either side of the Duke were hundreds of legendary warriors. A 200-meter Soul Realm giant dragon, which barely reached over the claw of the Ice Burial Duke, looked like a mere plaything beside the ancient and powerful being's massive claw. In the distance, there were 4 even more massive beings, with clouds reaching only up to their waists. These 4 terrifying beings, like 4 celestial kings, were guarding the Ice Burial Duke. 4 disaster beasts. All 4 of them. A disaster dragon burning with black flame. A cataclysmic giant god soldier wielding a blood-red long halberd. A bulging calamity giant constantly emanating blazing blood mist, ×2. In terms of the threat to the war fortress, these 4 disaster beasts might even surpass the Ice Burial Duke. Disaster beasts were massive. Compared to the last somewhat hastily met enemy, this time, more top-tier weapons were arranged in their war zone. On the war fortress, a divine might cannon was charging up. This was the most suitable weapon for targeting beasts-like targets. But, as long as the Ice Burial Duke is here, we can't possibly destroy those disaster beasts. So, we must create an opportunity, even if it's just to engage the Duke. The Green Mountain Lord, transformed into a mountain giant, gazed at the distant figure. He took out an object. A 20-meter-long spear wrapped in chilling black mist. The mountain giant simply held the spear that symbolized death, and blackness, representing the intent of death, spread from his palm upward. Spear of absolute death, 1/3. This was the treasure of profound depth from the hands of the Green Mountain Lord, which had once helped him conquer 2 formidable enemies. The spear contained the power of concepts. Go, he bellowed. The spear that guaranteed a hit and could inflict absolute death on its target disappeared from his hands. It was supposed to appear directly in front of the Ice Burial Duke and pierce into his body. That's what the Green Mountain Lord had anticipated. However, insects, how naive. The Spear of Absolute Death, with its guaranteed hit, halted in front of the Ice Burial Duke as if grasped by an invisible giant hand. There, little by little, ice crystals began to emerge. The Ice Burial Duke slightly exhaled. Frost wind carrying the ice crystals surged forward. The silver frost ice crackled as it formed on the Black Spear of Death. Boom! The Black Death Spear, now covered with ice crystals, broke off and fell to the ground, heavily coated in ice, shattering apart. It broke. It broke. The pupils of the Green Mountain Lord shrank suddenly. How could this be? At that moment, according to plan, the Divine Might Cannon that extended from the War Fortress, already charged and brimming with accumulated energy, fired a blast fitting for the might of God demons. The dazzling beam tore through the sky, crossing distances of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. The target was aimed directly at one of the disaster beasts. The disaster beast was strong, but had slow reflexes and a weaker ability to fight back, moving sluggishly as the column of light from the Divine Might Cannon approached. Boom! The Divine Might beam struck, and waves visible to the naked eye rippled outward, tossing the legendary monsters flying in its surroundings. The advancing army of strange beasts at a distance was engulfed by the sudden surge of a massive wave of energy. Dust shot up into the sky, and smoke billowed and spread. The towering mountains crumbled with thunderous noise, and the earth cracked open in sections. Whoosh! The dust and smoke began to dissipate. Behind the smoky haze and in front of the disaster beast stood a wall of ice crystals, thousands of kilometers tall and seemingly not very thick, firmly in place. At the center of the ice crystal wall, there was a spiral-shaped deep imprint. It was the mark left by the Divine Might Cannon. However, the beam of the Divine Might Cannon, powerful enough to annihilate a disaster beast and pierce through mountains, did not have the power to shatter this wall of ice crystals, which didn't seem very solid. The concept of sturdiness. This is what a Law Realm powerhouse is. This is despair. Someone murmured. Suddenly, the sound of cracking resounded throughout heaven and earth. We haven't lost yet. Space shattered tumultuously, and dark chains whirled out of the fragmented void like scythes that cut through everything, slashing over the blood-fogged steaming body of the Calamity Giant. PFT, blood mist gushed forth, and knees were shattered. PFT, blood mist gushed forth, and the torso was severed. PFT, an X-shaped gash was carved into the chest, and the massive head flew off from the body. In an instant, the Calamity Giant was sliced into several pieces, its blood fog slowly fading, and its huge body, falling apart in sections, collapsed with a thunderous crash. All that remained was a figure with blue hair in blue robes, standing tall amidst the chaos. General Duo Lai, shining brightly. In the frost wind howling through the icy snowy sky, a huge shadow appeared ghost-like in front of the diminutive blue-haired girl. As chilling coldness converged, a giant paw with the unstoppable force of heaven and earth struck down. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Around Duo Lai swirled a ring, like domain. The power of heaven and earth gathered in a moment's thought, but it lagged, freezing midair. Along with her figure as well. Bang! Duo Lai's delicate body flew backward, shot out like a cannonball for tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of meters, crashing into a mountain that still stood in the distance. The Ice Burial Duke was too fast. Despite his massive size, he possessed speed surpassing Duo Lai's reactions. It's some kind of ability, some kind of skill that uses the frost mist to shift and trade places, likely with the power of concepts infused within it. The Ice Burial Duke gazed at the figure he had just flung away. He always felt that this figure should not be considered an insect and even faintly sensed that the seemingly harmless blue-haired girl had the power to threaten him. After all, that human girl had just instantaneously killed a disaster beast. No matter the means used, it was astonishing. He would not be careless. He would strangle all risks in their cradle. The Ice Burial Duke continued to gather his cold power, but suddenly, his expression grew even more somber as he looked towards a certain direction. A human powerhouse? No, not human. The chill in the air intensified. It was not the cold, but an all-devouring, deathly cold. The roar of monsters, the tremor of disaster beasts. The explosion of energy. All sounds between heaven and earth seemed to be choked off, space seemed to solidify, time stood still, with only the majestic scene above the azure sky unfolding like a scroll. It was a continuous silver-white mountain range, bones piled upon bones, the bone forest vast and endless. The heaven and earth realm bridged a gap, as a figure, seemingly tiny yet as if commanding the heavens and the earth, slowly stepped forward. With its arrival, the entire island domain shifted from silence to chaos. Billions of spirits of the undead race were wailing between heaven and earth. The dry bones buried here trembled, as if welcoming the coming of their king. Remnants of the undead race? The ice burial duke gazed at the distant figure. The small figure held a black greatsword, standing in the air. His gaze seemed to overlook everything, overlooking his own land, overlooking his own subjects. Somehow, the ice burial duke felt himself shrink in stature. He seemed a subject, while the other was the king overlooking him. An inexplicable fear arose in his heart. Clearly, this undead powerhouse, by his judgment, should not be that strong. The ice burial duke hesitated, then quickly firmed his resolve. This Grand Duke has no path of retreat. Besides, the undead race has long perished, with only a few strong individuals left gasping for survival. Back then, Dragon Sleep Valley, which was part of the main force responsible for the extinction of the undead race, was one of them. And among the few survivors of the undead race, the strong ones that could possibly frighten him, the person before him was not one of them. Then let it be destroyed. Frost Death Disaster Mist. The Frost Wind Disaster Mist, carrying the concepts of frosting and decline, spread out in all directions. Frosting froze the space, sealing heaven and earth. Decline weakened all power. The wider the spread of frost, the stronger the power of decline. The stronger the power of decline, the wider the spread of frost. The two complemented each other, expanding like a rolling snowball. This was an ability similar to that of Sario's. But it was thousands, if not tens of thousands of times stronger than that regardless Sario. This power shook heaven and earth. Under the influence of concepts, the areas outside of the sphere of the ice burial duke's power, too, began to show signs of frost and decay. Ice frost spread across the body of the Green Mountain Lord Giant, and his body, full of life and strength, also decayed bit by bit. He retreated in horror. Dead bones still stood tall above the vast clouds, silently feeling the upcoming power of frost and decay, and also watching the giant shadow that had moved and was now appearing before him through the ice fog. It had no expression, and merely reached out its hand. The giant claw descended. Dead bone also struck out with a palm. Boom! A huge hand of the giant human of death remains formed instantaneously outside the body of dead bone, clashing directly with the paw of the ice burial duke. Violent ripples of energy spread out, cracking the surrounding space. The enormous hand of the giant human of death remains, displayed high in the sky, firmly caught the duke's claw. No retreat. No cracks. Even the bits of ice frost covering the hand began to wither away, dissolving. Second phase. At the end of the huge arm, bones clattered into place, spreading. A massive figure and both arms appeared distinctly. Third phase. The heavens reverberated. Countless silver-white bones emerged out of nothing. The ground shook violently, and millions upon millions of bones rose into the air, intertwining, merging. Half of the giant human of death remains stood amidst the clouds in the sky, gazing down upon the giant dragon wielding the force of cold. Fourth phase. Above the high skies, the endless Bone Mountain range also roared. Numerous silver-white bones fell from it to become parts constructing the giant god's body. A figure as majestic as a god-demon, setting foot on the earth, supporting the azure sky, a colossus of thousands of meters, thunderously descended upon the mortal world. It looked down coldly, the frost giant dragon merely reaching the level of its knees. An hour ago. Shattered Isles, some distance hundreds of kilometers from Black Mountain. Death Knight Ulysses opened his eyes. The young king has finally appeared. He sensed that shortly after the young king arrived, He directly headed towards a specific direction. There was the front-line battle zone of the Tai-Zon Alliance's human forces. What was this young ruler going to do there? Death Knight puzzled. He certainly was aware that the humans were at war with Dragon Sleep Valley. Their kind, the undead, were naturally the opposite of any tainted life, and Dragon Sleep Valley was one of their greatest enemies. The occasional legendary monster he encountered would be easily eliminated, but that was all. The undead and humans were clearly distinct. If it were not for the catastrophe of corruption, undead, elves, elementals, orcs, giant dragons, all would be hostile. The Death Knight ignoring the humans that appeared within his field of vision was already a great mercy. He would never possibly rescue unrelated humans. Besides, the forces of Dragon Sleep Valley were extremely strong, and there was a high hunting duke stationed in this region. The Ice Burial Duke was not much weaker than him. He also had his own mission. Figuring out how to persuade the young king to return was what he needed to do. The life or death of humans was none of his concern. However, what that young ruler intended to do was very much his concern. Death Knight followed. He saw over 1,000 legendary monsters harnessing the power of heaven and earth, fiercely assaulting the human battle zone. He saw waves of monstrous creatures surge, reminiscent of the past undead cataclysm. He saw the emblem of disaster, a several thousand-meter disaster beast, roaring and trembling. He also saw, commanding the army of Dragon Sleep Valley, a top-tier powerhouse who had swallowed up the body of a frost giant dragon and wielded the concepts of frost and demise, the formidable Ice Burial Duke. Ice Burial. Death Knight murmured. The murmur grew from soft to loud, filled with astonishment and confusion. He saw the young ruler traversing the bridge of heaven and earth, his sword pointing at that very top-tier powerhouse he must treat with caution, the Ice Burial Duke. Is the young king's target the Ice Burial Duke? But why would he set out to oppose the Ice Burial Duke? Why would he harbor such firm and intense intent to kill? Eliminating the Ice Burial Duke was necessary, no matter what difficulties or dangers lay ahead. This intense intent to kill seemed to be conveying just that. The concept of death in the universe was also resonating with such a strong will. But why? Cold silver-white bone veins, fearsome skeletal remains, and a soul flame burning quietly. Seeing such a form, Death Knight suddenly understood. It's because of the frost giant dragon. Once noble and proud, the supreme frost dragon overlord is now nothing but a shell of a tainted creature. This is a desecration. He shall not allow such violation. He will personally ensure that the supreme frost dragon overlord, who fell many years ago, shall return to dust, allowing the former overlord to be completely liberated. Even though the Ice Burial Duke was incredibly powerful, even though he was just a newly born young legendary life, he still would not retreat, for he was the king of the undead. That is what a king is. At that moment, the Death Knight suddenly understood the gap between himself and the king. The gap in will, the gap in conviction. He could better understand why his own great lord always said, "Only with the appearance of a king is there a possibility of the revival of the undead." The Death Knight had now fully acknowledged this king. However, his expression was solemn. No matter how powerful a legendary life is, a mere young king cannot possibly defeat a seasoned Law Realm master. The gap between the Soul Realm and the Law Realm was immensely exaggerated. The king indeed had taken control of concepts, and his power had also astounded him. Yet the Death Knight believed that defeating the young king would not be difficult for him. It was just not as simple to capture him alive. He was also not willing to force a young king now. The king acted for his reasons. He could only try his best to understand and follow the thought process. The Death Knight pondered secretly, his gaze firmly fixed on the distance. Boom! The giant human of death remains, with heaven and earth shaking force, grasped the not-so-vast body of the Ice Burial Duke with both hands and brutally smashed him to the ground. The ice, imbued with a concept of sturdiness, cracked and shattered. The thick layer of ice brought even more damage to the Ice Burial Duke as he was brutally smashed underground. The giant, larger even than a disaster beast, continued to pound with punch after punch. The ground continuously caved in, sending a tsunami-like shockwave that flung all surrounding creatures airborne. Legendary creatures withered, crumbled, and perished on the spot in the aftermath. Suddenly, crack, 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 frosty silver ice emerged on the arms of the giant human of death remains and continuously gathered upward. The freezing ice froze half of the giant's body, and beneath the power of the freezing, concepts of decline continued to emerge. Frost births decline. Decline births frost. An endless cycle of frost and decline. Freeze. Wither. Shatter. The ice burial duke glared furiously. Crack. The ice shattered, but the massive bony arm of the skeletal giant did not break along with the ice. It was sturdier than the most durable object in the world. This was the concept of sturdiness. It itself also symbolized quiet annihilation, and the similar types of decline concepts barely affected it much. But taking advantage of the moment the ice froze the giant, the ice burial duke still broke free from the constraints, again rising high above, his eyes level with the giant. A new law realm undead. So what, indeed? The ice burial duke truly excelled in decline, but that was definitely not his only skill in decline. Moreover, the concept of desolation favored by the undead strong ones also had a very weak effect on him. It could only dim his scales a bit. It was no more than a scratch. Ice, wind, he chanted with elevation. An ice storm surged violently, forming a cylindrical blizzard in the vastness of the world. The storm stretched high into the azure sky and covered dozens of miles around, enveloping the massive giant human of death remains within it. At the same time, the frost silver bone wings of the ice burial duke shimmered with splendorous golden light. He unfolded his wings. He raced through the mist. This too was imbued with some sort of rapid movement concept. Under the power of concept, wind resistance, energy tides, and spatial rifts were as pathless obstacles to him. He was continuously teleporting, and these two moves, encompassing the power of concept, were not relying on his own body as the mainstay. He still had spare strength. This was the calm and composure of a veteran in the law realm. Slash. Silver-white radiance surged on the claws of the ice burial duke. Within it was the power of concept that could sever everything. In an instant, he appeared in dozens of places, simultaneously unleashing scores of forbidden slashes. Crack. Crack. As sturdy as the giant human of death remains was, its bones were also fracturing incessantly. In the distance, the war raged on. Various disaster beasts, beings of the soul realm, and legendary creatures slowly advanced. The weapons of the human side were also being continuously recharged. Yet, whether it was monsters or humans, all eyes were fixed on the two towering figures in the distance. The sudden emergence of this being, it's an undead powerhouse. Mountains pressing across the world, a giant piercing sky and earth. Whose division general is this? Hey, what time is it to be making jokes? Be realistic. How could such a powerful existence be a Lord's division general? Moreover, we of Tai Zon don't have such a powerful undead divine general. This point, many legendary veterans were certain of. If a strange human powerhouse had suddenly descended, they might have wondered if it was a national general from some overlord domain. But if it was a non-human race powerhouse, the mainstream troops of the entire Tai Zon were human troops. In the low-rank period, lords had many opportunities to recruit non-human troops, like goblins, skeletons, and slimes. These three appeared more frequently than peasants and militia. However, in the high-order period, the opportunities to recruit non-human remnant souls and non-human troops grew fewer and fewer. Among the epic troops outside of the human race, giant dragons were relatively numerous, followed by elementals and some miscellaneous brand series. Epic troops like elves and the undead. The chances of recruitment were even scarcer. Therefore, the number of undead powerhouses in the entirety of Tai Zon were few and far between, let alone existences in the law realm. A division general from a lord's house? This was absolutely impossible. It is a mysterious undead powerhouse. That said, I happened to see a powerful being from the undead race in the Shattered Isles a while back. It almost scared me to death. Anyway, this mysterious undead powerhouse is clearly on our side, but The Ice Burial Duke had a renowned reputation within the law realm. World-level strongmen's reputations almost always matched their strength. The mysterious undead entity also fell into disadvantage. The lords of Tai Zan couldn't help but sweat with anxiety. Indeed, the Death Knight mused to himself. The Ice Burial Duke has numerous methods, seasoned techniques, and the king, after all, is young, having yet to step into the law realm, without much time to observe laws, or research and match skills with the power of concept. It was impossible for him to defeat the Ice Burial Duke. Defeat was only a matter of time. Even so, the combat power exhibited by the young king once again surprised him. Within the giant's massive body, endless vast energy was harbored. The incorporated concept of solidity was also extremely robust. In his view, this solidity concept was even stronger than the Ice Burial Duke's concept of severance. Otherwise, the giant human of death remains couldn't have lasted so long. The young king's defeat lay in an incomplete tactical system, lacking in abundant methods. Yet in his defeat, he still surpassed. The Death Knight slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Of course, he would not intervene, at least, not now. He could not interfere in a king's battle, it was disrespectful to the king. But once the fight was over, he would make his move to help, letting the body of the Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord return to dust. The Death Knight suddenly widened his eyes? Perhaps the Ice Burial Duke thought that this was taking too long. Or maybe it was a more cautious arrangement. At his psychic command, the cataclysmic giant god soldier wielding a bloody halberd stomped forward and delivered a mighty blow to the giant human of death remains, sending it flying off the ground, smashing dozens of mountains upon its crash landing. Disaster beasts didn't possess conceptual power, but their energy was so substantial it even exceeded that of beings in the law realm. Their huge size, cumbersome actions, but when facing an equally massive giant human of death remains, they were surprisingly appropriate. Boom! The giant human of death remains' palm pierced into the disaster beast's body and with a gush, tore off one of the cataclysmic giant god soldier's arms. In the eyes of such beings, disaster beasts were after all just colossal toys. Yet there were also legendary creatures causing disturbances from afar. The Ice Burial Duke took this opportunity to constantly slash towards the giant's head, which was under protection. The Death Knight's hand tightened on his sword hilt. Crack! The skull of the giant cracked open. No, it was the bones constructing the giant's head that self-separating with crackling sounds, revealing a pathway. The undead strong one that walked out seemed to glance at the azure sky. The Ice Burial Duke also cast a glance there. There, the silver-white mountain range that had spanned the sky above without much disturbance seemed to have become more solid, more real. And in front of him, the skeletal giant, pressing down upon the disaster beast and pounding away, its body already tattered and torn, suddenly gave rise to countless black dots. Gate of the Netherworld. The giant's eyes transformed into massive vortex-like gates. A door likewise opened behind the dead bone, undead. Coming from Wraith Sacred Mountain, the undead, amassed over half a year, were surging out like a tsunami. There were epic undead such as the Frost Giant Dragon, the Shadow Dragon, the Flesh Mountain Lord. And there were low-rank undead like skeleton soldiers, little skeletons, and walking corpses. Even these low-rank undead were now standing in the air, supported by an invisible black mist, merging into one entity within the mist, indistinguishable from one another. The Ice Burial Duke watched these undead. The numbers were indeed vast, and they were continuously emerging without end. But what was the point? Just as a wave of monsters served only as cannon fodder, ordinary legendaries were utterly meaningless before beings of the law realm. As powerful as a disaster beast was, it could merely cause some disturbances. And among the undead tide that was spilling over the heavens and earth, there were many, many low-rank undead, the fodder among fodder. The Ice Burial Duke struck down with one claw, SSSSH. A silver, dazzling blade gleam tore through the azure sky, spreading hundreds of meters, annihilating countless undead before its energy was finally expended and it slowly dissipated. But the Ice Burial Duke frowned slightly. Indeed, these undead are not all cannon fodder. They form something similar to an army spirit formation, and only attacks imbued with conceptual power can truly eradicate them. He continued to slash, slash, and slash again. The silver light bloomed, bloomed, and bloomed yet again. The surrounding undead were cleared, and he seemed to have caught a glimpse of that formidable undead being's trace. But as the Ice Burial Duke's gaze swept around, the black tide had already covered the whole world. Above and below, all was filled with dark, pitch-black figures. They were still spreading, continuously gnawing away, engulfing and swallowing everything in their path. Like a wave, like locusts. The Ice Burial Duke saw legendary beings in flight overtaken by the black tide, their domains pierced through with holes in the blink of an eye. The legendary beings struggled briefly before being completely overwhelmed by the black tide, falling silent. He began to sense that something was amiss. The Ice Burial Duke flew outward, as the undead tide rushed towards him. Slash! A gash hundreds of meters long appeared, only to close again in an instant. The Ice Burial Duke roared. He seemed to have plunged into an immense, boundless black lake. The part of the lake he destroyed was insignificant compared to the whole. He changed his approach, enhancing the storm imbued with the concept of frost and concentrating its power to wipe away a vast swath of the black tide in the blink of an eye. But beyond this now empty space, the black tide was still endless. They gathered, they closed in, they were reborn. Roar! The Ice Burial Duke roared, with the silver slashes and frost-white storms bursting forth one after another, clearing away massive swaths of undead. Roar! The Ice Burial Duke struggled, the silver gleams that lit up within the black tide were gradually losing their brilliance. Roar! The scales of the Ice Burial Duke started to dim, and a gray-black color signifying death and quiet annihilation began to creep over his body. He bellowed, he struggled, he despaired. His towering, mountain-like figure, as if a mere unnoticeable rock, was gradually sinking into the thick, black tide. Until it disappeared. The encompassing chill, seeping into the very marrow, faded without notice. The sprawling ice storm vanished as well. Without the obstruction of the ice storm, the undead that surged like tides cried out even louder as they swarmed outward. Their spreading speed was faster than a heaven and earth realm peak's wings of the Wind King at full flight, swiftly overtaking ordinary legendary monsters, even those of the Soul Realm. The energy in their realms exhausted, the gray patches of death spread unevenly across their skin. Vast energy rained down, causing barely any dark droplets to scatter. In the blink of an eye, one legendary monster after another succumbed. Beneath the black tides, unseen by the living, these silent remnants of legendary monsters, now skeletal, began to shift from death back to life. Changes occurred in their bodies. Some bones became even darker, some shone like white jade, some grew grotesquely outward, and some gathered mounds of decaying flesh, reassembling corporeal forms. They slowly resurrected, they stepped out from within the black tide. The incomplete disaster beasts were submerged. A farther, complete disaster beast's massive body also slowly dissolved into the black waves. The last of the disaster beasts vanished not long ago under the fully recharged Divine Might cannon. The monsters grew fearful. We can't hold back, we simply can't. The endless black tide was more massive and ferocious than their own monstrous onslaught, recklessly unafraid of death. Even more terrifying was that each of the undead fought like a god-demon, their moves resonating with such force that not even the shroud-like red mist cloaking them seemed to disperse. They saw the number of undead growing. Among them, some silhouettes resembled old acquaintances. The monsters felt a chill in their hearts. What truly frightened them was the notion that Ice Burial Duke, grand as he was, seemed also to have been engulfed by the black tide. How could the almighty Ice Burial Master fall to an obscure undead? The rationale seemed sound. At that level, which one wasn't a renowned terror whose might shook the world? Even a lower hunting duke was already world famous, let alone a higher-ranked one. Almost no mighty beings erupted from cracks and stones. But the decree issued by Ice Burial Master has vanished. If the decree hadn't vanished, how could we retreat? Yet the vanishing of the decree means Ice Burial Master had perished. Even if he could resurrect and return, his downfall, his defeat, was a fact already set in stone. Ice Burial had lost. What on earth could they fight for now? The monster tide, the war machines, and not-so-clever wisdom monsters, continued to rush forward with howls. The legendary beings, however, were already retreating. Those legends close to the Black Wave had no escape. Most of them still managed to flee in all directions. Among them, some of the more intelligent legends didn't return to their stronghold after escaping into the wilderness but instead looped around, heading toward the Red Mist Land in the north. The monsters dispersed in all directions. As the undead tide consumed the remaining group of monsters, the tide itself gradually converged, returning through the gate of the netherworld. The calls, the resonances, the roars that filled this realm gradually subsided. But still, some people's hearts, like the ocean tide, undulated and could not find tranquility for a long time. The Death Knight watched the distance. He had watched for a very long time. The scene of Ice Burial Duke sinking into the deathly tide replayed in his mind. An undead that resurrects indefinitely. An endless onslaught of energy. Within the onslaught, an imbuing of the power of the concept of death. Even the Law Realm Might's body wasn't much stronger than those of the Heaven and Earth or Soul Realms. Ice Burial Duke, with a body as mighty as the Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord, couldn't ignore the combined force of the undead allies, the blows dealt by their killing moves. Moreover, these moves were infused with conceptual power. Ice Burial Duke needed even more strength to resist, to defend himself. He failed to break through the black tide and ultimately perished within it. The Death Knight was astonished by such a method and such an end. After all, the undead cloaked in a black cape was not the Law Realm being the outsiders imagined him to be. He not only slew Ice Burial Duke but did so with utter dominance, outright crushing him. Is this the youthfulness of a ruler? No. Did true kings wield such exaggerated power even in their youth? In the history of the undead, some true kings have been born. The Death Knight's understanding of true kings was limited. He only knew that they stood higher than great lords, truly at the pinnacle of the undead and indeed the world. Maybe they were that strong. Eventually, the Death Knight reported the news of the battle to his leader, the Silent Sovereign. In the deep recesses of a silent great domain, the Silent Sovereign roused a trace of consciousness from slumber. He pondered, does the youthfulness of a ruler indeed show such exaggerated prowess? The moment it was confirmed that Ice Burial Duke had perished and the monster legends fled. In the Shattered Isles war zone, inside the war fortress, there was first a deathly silence, followed by successive sharp intakes of breath. The entire fortress seemed to instantly heat up by several degrees. Ice Burial Duke defeated? Has our Battlezone's crisis been resolved? It felt unreal, like a dream. Not just the ordinary warriors, the professionals, but even the legendary realm powerhouses or commanders like Green Mountain and Raindust were stunned silent. They had never imagined that a disaster of such scale would just fade away. Did they win? And who on earth is this mysterious undead strongman? There were far too many questions in their hearts. They had been prepared to fight to the death, but now suddenly felt at a loss. Attack. Suddenly, they heard the Tianyuan commander say this. Take advantage of this opportunity to attack. Eradicate the Dragon Sleep Valley's main base in the Shattered Isles and thoroughly purify the heart of corruption. Mu Yuan thus spoke. But how could they launch an attack now? Most people thought as much. That mysterious undead strongman has already disappeared, and our combined strength is still inferior to that of Dragon Sleep Valley. If this turns out to be an away battle. Such worries were not without reason. However, at that moment, Raindust Lord glanced at Tianyuan. While we are still in awe of the mysterious undead strongman, and the fall of the Ice Burial Duke, our commander has already calmly thought out the next step in the plan. No, you are overestimating me. I just pre-calculated dozens of scenarios where Dead Bone wins, loses, or neither wins nor loses. The current situation happens to be one of them. Raindust Lord continued. Tianyuan is right. Now is indeed when the enemy's base is most empty and weakest. This is the best opportunity to destroy the heart of corruption, perhaps the only opportunity. Moreover, Destroying the heart of corruption can raise heaven and earth's gift by 1 or 2 levels. I'm sure you all hope to reap a bountiful harvest and greatly enhance your own strength." Her words struck a chord with everyone. In the midst of a desperate battle, there was no time to think too much, only the hope of holding on. But now, since victory is in sight, to expand the battle gains and maximize the benefits is also the desire of all soldiers. For the public interest, this is the best opportunity to destroy the enemy's lair. For personal interest, this is an excellent opportunity for a great harvest and a significant enhancement. Of course, with the attack comes risk, and this risk is colossal. During the process of attacking the enemy's lair, many comrades may well sacrifice. The losses to their core and elites might be substantial. But the calamity has already appeared. Perhaps after some time, there might not be a single safe place left in all of Taizan. Only strength can provide security. And destroying the heart of corruption, raising the already rich heaven and earth's gift by another level or 2, would bring strength. Charge, fight. I am already ignited, same here. The final stage of the strategy has begun. Isloa said with a smile, so far, it has not deviated from our combat plan. Mu Yuan nodded, we need to wrap this up nicely as well. Of course, he did not simply strike his head and order a full army assault. Nor was he reliant solely on Dead Bone, this mysterious undead strongman. In fact, after Dead Bone commanded the Tide of Death to defeat and consume the Ice Burial Duke, it also continuously consumed 2 disaster beasts and countless legendary and ordinary monsters. It certainly wasn't much harmed, and the undead had hardly any losses and even converted many new powerful undead. But its consumption was huge. This included the vast reserve energy of Wraith's Sacred Mountain and the Bone Mountains. The energy it could call upon from outside had already been consumed by more than half. This had already crossed the high-risk red line. After all, Dead Bone had literally exhausted the Ice Burial Duke to death. The 4th Order Limit Jun and Sario used their 3rd epic ability with a trace of conceptual power and were emptied in no time. What about Dead Bone? It commanded a massive tide of death, dominated billions of undead, and also unleashed countless blows imbued with conceptual power. This expenditure was thousands of times, millions of times, tens of millions of times greater than the 4th Order limit. Relying solely on absorbing surrounding heaven and earth energy, even with its perfect domain, was not enough to sustain the colossal tide. It wasn't enough for the tide's expansion, it wasn't enough for the tide's recovery. It then had to draw from the vast energy prepared in advance, shrouding the island's realm above from the Bone Mountains. With the support of the undead mountain range and the provision of innumerable undead, Dead Bone could maintain a vast, almost sweeping tide that covered the entire heaven and earth. After that, it would require a lot of time to digest the gains of this battle. Such as the remains of a certain Ice Burial Duke engulfed by the tide. In Mu Yuan's plan, Dead Bone was not factored in. Of course, the existence of Dead Bone was a contingency, a guarantee. Without it, he probably would not have been so aggressive. Lord Shepard cut away from the Black Crow's perspective. He could already see many legendary monsters retreating to the north. And the enemy's main base was to the south. This was one of their advantages. And the others they relied on. Half an hour later, the various powerhouses and army corps had made simple preparations and converged at the front of the fortress. This sortie mainly comprised those of the legendary realm, with only a handful of the army soul corps, around a dozen or 2 dozen strong in combat power, and relatively intact in strength, following along. The remaining corps, as well as the legends who had sustained heavy or moderate injuries, stayed behind to garrison the fortress. They were almost old, weak, sick, and disabled. However, the battle zone's defense army had already pulled back entirely within the war fortress. With the fort's protection, even if numerous legendary monsters launched a surprise attack, they could remain safe and sound for quite some time. Mu Yuan walked at the very front of the formation. By his side were Isloa, Lulu, and half of the duo Lai, who had recovered 98% of his strength. That's right, Lord Shepard also stepped out of the battle zone. The true body of Isloa from the second residence of Tianyuan City likewise joined the battle. Take me with you, Lord Uda, whose body was wrapped in bandages with only his eyes showing, lay prone at the city gate, reaching out his trembling hand. He too wanted to fight. How could he miss the battle? In the distance, Lainey, who had come at the news, snapped her fingers, drag him back. Understood. A nun wielding a large hammer then grabbed one of Uda's legs and sprinkled a golden protective light shield over him. Off you go. With a strong pull, the hammer-wielding nun sent Uda, wrapped in the golden light, soaring into the air, vanishing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Niu Yuan withdrew his gaze. Since there's nothing more, let's set out. The Green Mountain Lord said, I have a vessel that can carry people. After saying this, he threw out a small boat that swelled into a massive vessel as it caught the wind. The Rain Dust Lord followed suit. I have a treasure that can control the clouds and mists of heaven and earth, which is also quite effective for transporting troops quickly. After she spoke, clouds and mist gathered to form a bed of clouds, lifting a large number of warriors into the air. The Broken Rock Lord looked left and right. Why didn't he have any impressive heritage treasures to show? Lord Tianyuan was so young, he probably also. Niu Yuan too produced an item. This treasure is called the Eternal Golden Guard Soil. It encloses a domain within it and can also carry a large number of soldiers on the march. Broken Rock Lord. Several hours later, the army from the Shattered Isles warzone had already reached a place not far from the enemy's main base. In the distance, black mountains of immense height vanished into the mist at their summits. The sky here was darkened, without a single streak of daylight. The floating clouds were murky gray-black mist. The dense, viscous, ominous red mist was everywhere, and the ground was also a dry, dark red. Strange mountains loomed in the distance, and the ancient trees had frightening shapes. An unsettling and fearful aura permeated everything. Compared to the true red mist land, this place is almost indistinguishable. This is the first time we've set foot in this region. When it came to the actual attack, there were many problems to face. How should they attack? In which direction should they attack? Lords like Rain Dust and Green Mountain realized this was more difficult than they had imagined. In combat within the Red Mist region, they did not have an abundance of time. Their strength was not enough to allow them to sweep through the area. At the very least, they needed to determine the location of the Heart of Corruption. What should they do? Their gazes involuntarily turned towards Tianyuan. Unconsciously, they had grown accustomed to following Tianyuan's commands and believed the commander of Tianyuan was well prepared. Niu Yuan was indeed prepared. He switched his viewpoint. A nether raven slowly flew along a mountain trail, its gaze sweeping over the creatures of the mountain and the legendary beings perched at the summits. Another nether raven perched atop a withered tree, gazing into the distance at the strange, massive, towering tower of aberration. Yet another nether raven. The great Lord Shepherd's vision followed the nether raven as it delved deeper. Finally, it shifted to where Sophia was. Several hours ago, before the Ice Burial Duke had arrived, a batch of freshly created Scout Dark Crow and life-preserving Dark Crows swiftly flew towards the monster headquarters shrouded in red mist. The Scout Dark Crow could fly faster than most beings in the legendary Earth realm, and the life-preserving Dark Crow, crafted using a vast amount of Sophia's energy, vital essence, and strands of hair, had combat power that was at least equivalent to a being at the peak of the Heaven and Earth realm. This group of Dark Crows soon reached the domain of the monster headquarters and began to explore deeper with a more cautious and concealed flying posture. Over 4 hours ago, shortly after the battle zone's army had set off, the rested and recovered Sophia, back to 80 or 90% of her strength, also stepped into the Shattered Isles. With arms outstretched and toes lightly touching the ground, she soared up and instantly transformed into an ordinary-looking black crow with red eyes. The black crow gazed into the distance. Its gaze seemed to instantly penetrate the time-space tunnel, covering thousands of miles, and saw another black crow located here. Switch. The depths of the black crow's red eyes resembled a winding corridor, with the entrance reflecting the scene here and the exit reflecting another landscape. Sophia's consciousness crossed thousands of miles of space, descending down, followed by her body, which also shifted and swapped positions with an unpredictable great force. In a few moments, Sophia arrived thousands of miles away. She opened her eyes and gazed into the distance once more, reflecting a profound scene. Repeating this process a dozen times, Sophia arrived outside the enemy's main base not long after the Pioneer Corps had set off. She wore a black dress with a black robe draped over it, and a black coronet on her head. She walked up the mountain nonchalantly, throwing out newly created black crows from her hands. She moved like a ghost, unseen by the elite monsters patrolling the mountains or the legendary realm beings stationed here. But the monster headquarters deep inside is heavily guarded and is equipped with various enchantments and traps. I can't move quickly inside. I only have 4 hours, not enough to thoroughly explore the interior of the headquarters. Still, I must at least locate the heart of corruption and the main gathering areas of the legendary realm enemies and, if time allows, identify the main trap regions. Let's start with the Heart of Corruption. In her hand was a simple, Heart of Corruption, detection device. Simplicity referred only to the small size of the detector, half the size of her body, with fewer outward fluctuations. It was a top-tier portable detector. Sophia acquired it from the Pioneer Group in the name of the Battlezone's primary reconnaissance team, with full reimbursement allowed. At this moment, the circular panel of the detector in her hand showed one red circle after another spreading out. The scope of the red circles was not small, and there were more than one. She frowned slightly, directing me towards 6 areas? Indeed, on this mountain, with blood ponds, fleshly buildings, and thick red mist all around, even with a detector, it was hard to pinpoint the Heart of Corruption directly. She'd have to visit several places at least. Her brow relaxed. But it's just a matter of visiting a few more places, no big deal. She transformed into a black crow and flapped her wings to fly into the sky. Monster headquarters, atop the lofty peak of the Black Mountains. Sophia first came here. She surveyed her surroundings, but it was empty, with only patches of ice crystals that had not melted for a long time. It's not here. This was the highest point in the monster headquarters and theoretically, the best area to anchor the Heart of Corruption. Just like when Dragon Sleep Valley planted the Heart of Corruption in 10 Directions Island domain, it was also placed on the summit of the Giants. She left 2 black crows behind and then flew down from the summit. Monster headquarters, high on the main peak about 2/3 up the right shoulder area. Several blood ponds larger than any she had seen before were constructed here. Bloated bubbles emerged from within, and ferocious monsters with bodies made entirely of flesh without fur crawled out. Not here either. Monster headquarters, midwaist of the main peak. Dozens of legendary monsters gathered here, each howling and becoming increasingly irritable. Sophia scanned the figures along the ground and left markers with 2 more black crows. Be vigilant. A Soul Realm flesh giant dragon, who seemed to be the leader, bellowed, in this period, those humans might sneak in. Everyone keep your eyes peeled at every pass, don't let even a mosquito slip by. After he spoke, his vast domain and strong divine thought swept around. Sophia stood still, seemingly as inert as a post. After a while, that divine thought receded. As though nothing happened, she continued towards the next area. It must be around here. 2 hours later, Sophia found her target area. This place was shrouded in thick red mist looking like a pool of bloody water, such that even legendary monsters dared not step into it, only stationed around this thick blood lake area. I have 2 options. One is to directly confirm that the Heart of Corruption is inside, but there's a very small chance of error. She put herself in someone else's shoes. No, she imagined herself as the Lord. If the Grand Duke of Dragon Sleep Valley was the commander, he might very well create a decoy site to mislead the enemy. Not finding the Heart of Corruption at the summit showed that the Ice Burial Duke was a cautious giant dragon. The second option is to delve deeper and investigate. It's not about danger. She had learned to cherish her own life. Even if there were traps inside, using just black crows to scout meant there was no danger regardless of the circumstances. However, there's a possibility of alarming the enemy. Many lords and generals would hesitate at this moment, or simply not consider a second point. Sophia had already become a seasoned general and could of course make her own judgments. She thought for a moment. Lord Shepard is launching a strong attack on the monster headquarters, and the army of the Battlezone cannot hide their march from the enemy, so Alarming the enemy is inconsequential. What would be a big problem is if the heart of corruption realized something was amiss. She rubbed her hands together and conjured a powerful nether raven. Controlling the nether raven, she flew it into their midst. Afar, at the summit of another high mountain beside the main peak, a massive dark shadow loomed. The shadow was at times blurry, at times clear. He suddenly uttered a "huh" and said, "It seems a living being has sneaked in, which is not unexpected. HMPH, Ice Burial has been too disgraceful this time, requiring me, the Grand Duke, to clean up this mess." In the cruel eyes of the gemstone Grand Duke, dissatisfaction was evident. He roared up at the sky and then continued his dormant state atop the mountain. There are 4 main areas. Here is the heart of corruption. Here is the gathering place of the legendary realm. Here is the blood pond, a concentration of defensive structures, and here. When Tianyuan announced he had finished scouting the main areas of the monster headquarters, the likes of Green Mountain and Raindust, the frontier lords, were no longer surprised. Indeed, it was Tianyuan. It was certainly Tianyuan. However, was the Tianyuan family's nether raven really so powerful that it could sneak into the monster lair? This must have been a great risk and taken a lot of time. No wonder in the previous battle, no one saw the figure of the Tianyuan nether crow. So what should we do? It's simple. Afar on the mountain, vague shadows of monsters appeared. They looked distantly at the Taishuan army, not daring to strike first but clearly well prepared for defense. Beings from the legendary realm stood towering in the sky, expanding their domains. Towers of crimson stood tall, with weird light radiating from their peaks. Meanwhile, Lord Shepherd stood on the cracked dark red earth, stepping forward 1 pace at a time. "I'll lead the way." Around him, strands of the melody of heaven and earth began to waft, and soon this mystic tune became ever more majestic, resembling the surging tides of the sea. Ding! Alert! You have used Power of Battlefield. Based on the current scale of the Land of Miracles in the battle zone, your Power of Battlefield's duration and power limit will vary. Alert! Since you are not within the range of the battle zone, there will be a certain degree of loss in the transmission and usage of Power of Battlefield. In Mu Yuan's eyes, it seemed as though a golden energy bar had appeared. Like when he used the power of his territory, what he expended was the territory power, naturally accumulated and naturally restored by the land. Once the golden energy bar appeared, it began to slowly deplete. If he were to wield this power to suppress enemies, gather the energy of heaven and earth, or amplify his own, the consumption of Power of Battlefield would increase significantly. Once the energy bar was depleted, the invincible mode would come to an end. The power is surging over. This power is much more vast than the territorial power of my Tianyuan city. After all, the territory power of a 9th-level great territory paled in comparison to the Power of Battlefield. Just by activating the mode, Mu Yuan felt his spirit infinitely elevated, and his body was wrapped in a faint golden veil. With a twist of his fingers, the surrounding miles, tens of miles, hundreds of miles of heaven and earth seemed as if they were in the palm of his hand. This was not entirely an illusion, but the control of Power of Battlefield was by no means an easy feat. It was like an energy 1,000-fold greater than his own capacity surged into him, causing Mu Yuan's body to crackle. As the Power of Battlefield poured in non-stop, waves of tearing pain also spread from all parts of his body. There was a heavy pressure on his soul. He stretched out his hand, and the boundless power that welled up from inside him, with nowhere else to go, suddenly found an outlet, rushing forward mightily. Suppression. Mu Yuan softly uttered. Tens of kilometers away, space suddenly solidified without any warning, and then collapsed. A section of the monster headquarters defense line shattered, and several legendary monsters were annihilated within it without even a chance to cry out. In further away areas, ordinary monsters turned into mush, and those of the legendary realm were pressed to the ground, unable to rise. So powerful, there were exclaims from the Taishuan legends, with such power, we really could break through the enemy's lair. But high-ranking frontier lords like Green Mountain and Raindust were not as optimistic. They never wielded the Power of Battlefield, but given their status, They naturally understood the power of battlefield. Power of battlefield is indeed strong, but its use comes with great restrictions and an even greater burden. I've seen a commander of the Soul Realm before who couldn't endure the second half of controlling the power of battlefield. His body shattered, his soul dimmed, and it took 2 or 3 months of recovery before he could recuperate. Moreover, this is the monster headquarters, and it's very likely that top leaders from Dragonsleep Valley could arrive. Green Mountain surmised. But he believed that Tian Yuan was also aware of these details. Tian Yuan must have had his reasons for starting with the power of battlefield. Was it to seize the moment when Tian Yuan was holding the enemy's high-end forces at bay and they could directly march into the heart of corruption? With over 800 heroes among the present lords, working together to purify the heart of corruption wouldn't take much time. The tactic was sound. Indeed. Whoosh whoosh. The black wind howled, gathering on the distant mountain to form a huge black dragon shadow. A top leader from Dragonsleep Valley had arrived. This arrival might differ vastly from their true body, but an incarnation of the Law Realm descended from above, far surpassing the Soul Realm. The terrifying coercion, resembling that of the Ice Burial Duke, swept across the sky and covered the land. Roar, the massive shadow, constructed from countless wisps of black smoke, let out a ferocious roar from its eyes. The roar shook the heavens and earth, shattering the space sealed by the power of battlefield. The power of seal was violently broken. The incarnated gemstone Grand Duke stood at the pinnacle of the clouds, looking down at the distant ants. Around him, one legendary monster after another emerged. The red mist was boiling, too. A mass of black flame rolled and expanded within the gaping maw of the gemstone Grand Duke, growing bigger like a black sun. At that moment, 95% of the power of battlefield remained. The standby could last for 3 hours, and the power of seal used just before could be unleashed 19 more times. But even if such power were to be used 19 times more, it would not be of much significance. Mu Yuan's body creaked with fissures, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He still wore a smile. The prelude has ended. He closed his eyes, then opened them. Within the shimmering golden light of his eyes, an imperceptible hint of color surfaced. The supreme, pure miracle power emerged. The vast, constantly quaking power of battlefield gradually fell silent. The so-called power of battlefield, territorial power, are higher forms of nature's power, the authority of a world. In other words, whatever this world contains, theoretically, can be achieved. The ultimate form of this power is the power of world. Mu Yuan softly murmured. Wind. Winds from hundreds of miles converged. The entire azure sky turned green, the color of raging winds. Thunder. The azure sky roared, and countless thunders fell, merging with the green wind. Mu Yuan stretched his hand, his fingers slowly spreading. Wind. Thunder. Palm imprint. In front of the gemstone Grand Duke, a black sun with a diameter of a kilometer had just been expelled, only to be grasped by the azure sky giant hand. The roaring sound echoed throughout the island domain. Dozens of legendary monsters were swept into the turmoil. Countless monsters turned to dust. The entire body of the gemstone Grand Duke was shattered by the shock and reassembled in the distance. Remind. 85% of power of battlefield remains. Wind Thunder Palm Imprint, second form. Another azure sky giant palm reached down, forming a massive light dome that firmly covered the shadowy gemstone Grand Duke. The Grand Duke roared. The Wind Thunder light dome flickered. This was the great force of this world, also containing the power of concept. Remind. 75% of power of battlefield remains. Wind Thunder Palm Imprint, third form. The third azure sky palm print almost without hesitation stretched down from the high heavens. The giant palm swept across the land, instantly smashing a mighty peak thousands of meters tall next to the main peak. Along with it, a huge altar covered in solid remnants of feasts and meat was also destroyed. Within the light dome, the gemstone Grand Duke roared, his figure becoming somewhat blurred. Crack. The palm clenched down. Under the cover of the annihilation wind and destruction thunder, the massive and terrifying shadow disappeared inch by inch, leaving not a trace behind. Remind. 65% of power of battlefield remains. Wind Thunder Palm Imprint, 4th form. The azure giant palm, like the hand of the divine, swept continuously over the Black Mountain range, dispersing darkness and bringing forth light. Boom. Hundreds of flesh towers turned into mush. The contaminated blood pond, which required a lord's cleansing to destroy, also cracked open with fine fissures. Remind. Power of battlefield remains at 54%, after a moment. The thundering across this world gradually subsided. The dense red mist of the four corners of the land also thinned significantly, and in this region, comparable to the red mist land, weak daylight began to appear. The frontier lords could only gaze in a daze at these streaks of daylight. And at the figure in front of the light, with one hand behind his back and the other suppressing the heavens and the earth. His name, Tian Yuan. At this time, in the Shattered Isles Warzone, Red Mountain City Region Subdivision. In front of the line leading to Shattered Isles, dozens of pioneer lords had already gathered, waiting in tight formation. The middle-aged man leading them was a 4-star pioneer lord, responsible for the defense on this side. Since the establishment of the main battle zone in Shattered Isles, their region of Red Mountain City had not faced a fierce attack by the enemy. On most days, they only exterminated the monster tide pouring in from the other side and occasionally killed a few legendary monsters, that was all. Their mental pressure was not small, but the tasks they truly needed to perform were few. Until today, or rather recently, they had received a rallying order from the headquarters of the battle zone. Rally? Prepare to advance? Such orders seemed unreasonable, but after verification by several 3-star and 4-star pioneer lords, it was clear this was indeed the real demand of the headquarters. They needed to assemble their legions in advance and, upon receiving the next command, led their troops into the Shattered Isles to cooperate with another pioneer army and strike directly at the enemy's core. The order is here. All soldiers listen to my command, form up all troops, use support potions, activate Type 1 and Type 2 enhancement strategic skills, manifest army spirit, and prepare to enter the Shattered Isles. The 4-star pioneer lord took a deep breath. No matter what, they would first enter the Shattered Isles and see the situation before deciding. The headquarters wouldn't issue an order that clearly sent them to their deaths. Move. Entering a deep abyss that seemed bottomless, the sky and the earth appeared as if they had flipped over. In the blink of an eye, they had stepped into the Shattered Isles. A nauseating, heart-palpitating aura hit them in the face. The ominous red mist floated before their eyes, waves of corrupt power assaulting the minds of the soldiers. This was the Red Mist region, a place feared by the vast majority of ordinary pioneers, a deadly area that many hadn't set foot in their entire lives. The 4-star pioneer lord was tense, with various burst skills and life-risking abilities ready to be used at any moment. Boom! A deafening roar came from the horizon, yet it exploded by their ears as if nearby, intense enough to make their heads buzz. Indeed, there was a Major. The 4-star pioneer lord looked ahead. In the distance, clouds hung low and the red mist floated. Yet, this red mist, which looked like a backdrop, was now seemingly blown by a divine wind, slowly dispersing to all sides. The sky full of dark clouds also vanished in an instant. Gigantic black mountains, like forbidden land of a demonic god, stood atop this world. However, at this time, boom, at the edge of the sky, the wind and clouds gathered, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Bluish-green wind and radiant purple lightning illuminated the azure sky. The hand of a deity stretched out from above the heavens, firmament's hand, struck the gigantic peaks. The Black Mountain, standing in this region for perhaps tens of thousands of years, trembled, shattered, collapsed. Huge chunks of rock, each larger than a skyscraper, tumbled down. The whole mountain collapsed thunderously. The mountain range, has it collapsed? The monster's main base, has it collapsed? With fear or a do-or-die spirit, the pioneer commanders stood paralyzed at the entrance for several seconds. A moment later, brothers, let's charge! A roaring cry shook heaven and earth, focusing on the legendary monsters scattered throughout the mountains, as various legions swiftly advanced. The Black Mountain, along with several other towering peaks around it, all collapsed under the sweeping strike of the firmament's hand. After all, the power of battlefield couldn't be maintained for long. Inside the enemy's main base were all sorts of traps and war machines still in abundance. In a true fight, the spirited Taishuan army could win, but why risk lives clashing directly with the enemy? Mu Yuan then slapped down with his palm. The mountain peak collapsed, the buildings of flesh shattered, and the war machines were ground into dust amid the natural forces. Those legendary monsters that had started fleeing early, well-versed in strategies of survival, might not die right away, but many were severely damaged. Ahead and behind, the Taizan strongmen simultaneously made their move. At this time, even though the total number of legendary monsters was still slightly less than that of the Taizan side, the battle was a one-sided slaughter, a strangulation. The legendary monsters escaped extremely fast, and each scattered. Duo Lai couldn't slaughter too many in a short time. But with more Taishuan legends and the encircling army Spirit Legion, they strangled them with numbers. In just a while, over 100 legendary monsters had fallen. Some strongmen continued to pursue and kill, releasing the frustration that had been building up from being hunted by the monsters. Some lords, heroes, then cast their gaze toward the distance. After the main peak and the several tall peaks had collapsed, there remained a stretch of mountain a few thousand meters tall. This mountain was thin and elongated, resembling a sharp, whittled stone pillar with rocks continuously tumbling down from it. But this mountain stood unshaken, steadfastly upright. Even the violent energy tides surrounding it could not shake it in the slightest. After all, under the falling debris of the mountain was a dark red crystalline object. At first glance, it looked like a crystal. On closer inspection, it seemed like a living thing with filament-like tendrils stretching out, brandishing claws and teeth. This dark red crystalline column, at the very top, high in the sky, was where the heart of corruption was built in this domain. At the top is the heart, below are the roots of the heart. The heart of corruption took root in the earth, indestructible by any external force. Mu Yuan's control over the power of heaven and earth that converged into a giant hand could cause the blood pond to crack, but could not damage the heart of corruption in the slightest. Perhaps he could inflict a little damage, but it was merely superficial. The destruction rate probably wouldn't even match the self-healing speed of the heart of corruption. The monsters have dispersed. Let's quickly purify the heart of corruption to avoid prolonged troubles. The heart of corruption was still thick with red mist, dense, like the center of a crimson storm. It was still spreading, dispersing the filth. We need to purify the heart of corruption quickly. Green Mountain, Rain Dust, Broken Rock, each a formidable lord, flew one by one to the side of the heart of corruption. Dozens of figures each took their place. Purify. 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 Mu Yuan's palm flickered, and the mysterious lord's seal lit up. A cleansing column of light, more brilliant and massive than any he had seen before, shot into the sky. In just a while, this core, which had taken root in the earth and continuously drawn the essence of heaven and earth, corrupting the entire island, dissolved and melted away in the light of heaven and earth. The red mist visibly retreated. Thread by thread, golden celestial light pierced the dark clouds, continuously spreading outwards. The sound of heaven and earth's prompt ding also rang near their ears. Only at this moment, Green Mountain Lord and other mighty ones, who had been tense with fear of unexpected events, suddenly realized. It was over, everything was over. They had won. Had they really won? Many powerful beings still felt a sense of unreality. They had fought hard all day today, from the Shattered Isles warzone to the monster headquarters, experiencing many battles of legend. They had exhausted their energies time and again, consuming countless recovery potions and healing medicines. They had indeed given their all. But to say they gambled with their lives, fighting desperately for survival time and again, that was not the case. They naturally did not wish to face near death every day, but to defeat a formidable enemy like Dragon Sleep Valley without even brushing past death, it was too surreal. Absurd. They looked towards the distant youth. They deeply understood that today's great victory, utterly annihilating the vanguard army of Dragon Sleep Valley, undoubtedly owed much to Tianyuan commander. Without Tianyuan synchronizing with all the soldiers and achieving victory through repeated precise commands, then accumulating these local victories into an overall success, they would definitely not have achieved a great victory. Indeed, they would have been defeated by the enemy early on, only able to shrink into a fortress and gasp for breath in a slow death. Without Lord Tianyuan decisively ordering a full-scale attack and wielding the power of battlefield like a deity, they would also not have been able to flatten the monster lair. Especially that divine-like power. None of the legends present had ever wielded the power of battlefield, but many veteran frontier lords had witnessed regional commanders wield the power of battlefield. It was never this outrageous; at most, it was a top-tier version of territorial power. Tianyuan's application of this power had already reached profound levels. It was with all these conditions that they were able to fight this miraculous victory. To achieve a resounding victory despite being weaker, wasn't this just a miracle? Before this, no one ever thought they could directly face the Ice Burial Duke and the High Hunting Dukes, 1,000 monster legends, and still achieve a great victory. However, this war was won largely because that mysterious undead powerhouse intervened. Indeed, after all, if it wasn't for this top-tier undead stepping in righteously, our side wouldn't even have had the power to restrain a High Hunting Duke. But think about it, do you feel like this undead powerhouse intervening was also within Tianyuan commander's expectations? As the legend spoke and thought back, it seemed, perhaps, probably, there was such a feeling. The timing of the undead powerhouse's arrival was just right. Tianyuan commander had also planned the attack to annihilate the monster headquarters early on. Are you saying? Exactly, the first speaker declared confidently. This mysterious undead big shot definitely has a relationship with Tianyuan commander. They have a private connection, and it was Tianyuan commander who brought in this powerful ally from beyond Taizan. The others suddenly realized. Taizan Alliance, Capital City, Pioneer Group, Taizan Lianji Headquarters. Two core departments were very busy at this time, with bad news coming through every so often, particularly from the Pioneer Group. Cold Valley Mountain War Zone is fully retracting, but 14 guard camps couldn't evacuate in time and were devastatingly struck. Dragon Mountain Pass War Zone Base 2 was breached. Swordlord Lushi has already gone to preside, but the situation remains grim. Long Lake War Zone, situation critical. Sky Island War Zone, situation critical. Sky Rift saw 3 monster True Kings appear, fighting against Zaishi. Pagoda Battlefield is critical. Pagoda Battlefield has fallen. Soon after the disaster of Sky Rift appeared, bad news kept coming until now, when the frequency of bad news had greatly decreased, replaced by less dire battle reports from each war zone and region. After all, the indestructible, devastatingly affected battle zones had already received bad news a few hours earlier. What remained were those zones that could be held, even if just barely. Compile the situation in each battle zone and orderly arrange some retreats, he said. Though it's disheartening, under the current circumstances, we are no longer able to maintain all fronts and must consolidate, he said. Yes, we must also abandon some peripheral territories. With the emergence of the Sky Rift disaster, legendary monsters have already begun to enter our Taishuan territory. Most ordinary territories are too fragile in the hands of beings from the legendary realm, possessing no resistance whatsoever, and we do not have enough support forces, he said. However, reducing our territorial extent will also weaken the great force held by the national pillars. This is not proper, he said. But if we do not consolidate, once legendary creatures infiltrate, these territories will still struggle to survive, he said. Damn it! He exclaimed. The losses in each battle zone were currently being counted. An old general said, Young Wang, start by checking the situation in the Shattered Isles War Zone. The Shattered Isles War Zone was just a normal battle zone but of utmost importance. Its priority for reinforcement was second only to major zones like Cold Valley Mountain and Dragon Mountain Pass. But it seemed the Shattered Isles War Zone had not requested help. The initial reports were sent, and the situation wasn't deemed urgent. After that, no further reports came in. Could something have happened? Young Wang, have you found anything? The old general urged. Let me double-check, Wang replied. What's the situation? He asked. General Chen stood up. Young Wang typed furiously on the keyboard. After a while, he swallowed hard and said, the Shattered Isles Warzone has sent good news. Under the leadership of the Tianyuan commander, the troops there united as one and destroyed the heart of corruption in Dragonsleep Valley. Moreover, with the help of a mysterious undead entity, they slew the Ice Burial Duke on the Shattered Wilderness. This message has been verified by several people, and confirmed by the headquarters. The territory of the Shattered Isles Warzone is not only preserved but has expanded, undoubtedly, a significant victory, he announced. As these words fell, the vast command center fell utterly silent. From ordinary staff members to seasoned generals with great merits, all were stunned by this information. The Shattered Isles Warzone not only avoided disaster but also achieved a significant victory, and slayed the High Duke Ice Burial from Dragonsleep Valley? Excellent, excellent, excellent. General Chen's face turned red with excitement. This news acted as a strong stimulant, lifting the gloom in the Pioneer Group headquarters, which seemed as if it were shrouded in dark clouds. Suddenly, there appeared a light. In the Shattered Isles, Black Mountain, Undead was scrutinizing the gigantic creature before him, now completely lifeless. A frost giant dragon, its body length exceeding a kilometer. This one was the monarch of the frost giant dragon clan in its day, possessing the stance of a ruler, said the Death Knight, who had forced his way here. This frost ruler's power in life was even stronger than that of Ice Burial. Dragonsleep Valley desecrated its body, and yet Ice Burial couldn't harness the ruler's full power. However, compared to that ruler in his prime, this shell has decayed quite a bit, he added. The ruler's fall marked the first damage to its carcass. Ice Burial from Dragonsleep Valley occupying this body and transforming it into his power, stepping into the Law Realm, marked the second damage. Undead's annihilation of Ice Burial was the third damage. Despite significant wear and tear, this remaining carcass was still immensely powerful, embodying specks of conceptual power. Undead caressed the bones, and the black mist symbolic of the necrotic plague breath flowed continuously into them. It was like pouring into a bottomless pit. He could transform this remains into an undead. Even without a soul or consciousness, unable to wield conceptual power, this soon-to-be-born frost giant dragon would possess combat power surpassing the soul realm. Almost equivalent to a half-step law realm. Its body was naturally in line with certain concepts. In the future, once a new self-awareness emerged in the frost giant dragon, it might possibly step again into the law realm. The Death Knight realized what Undead was doing. This was a terrifyingly, no, an immensely reverent and mighty force. A being nearly at the law realm could be so easily created. Was this the true king's power? Too weak, Undead murmured. Death Knight. But for Undead, what was the use of half-step law realm combat power? It was only good for defeating weaklings. He pondered, how might he improve it? At that moment, the celestial baptismal light from the abstruse heavens began to fall. Undead had a bright idea. He had a plan. The cultivation in the soul realm is not complex, that is, to continuously enhance one's divine soul power, raising it to the critical point. The strong can resonate their God's soul with heaven and earth to capture a strand of the heaven and earth laws and transform it into their own conceptual power, thus stepping into the law realm. At this moment, the celestial baptismal light that was falling from heaven and earth was nourishing the undead's God soul without end. The golden God soul glittered brilliantly, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This baptismal power was extremely huge, even for a legendary life like it. This baptism could save it half a year or a year of arduous cultivation. However, using it all to enhance the God soul was too wasteful. It thought. Vast clouds of necrotic plague breath poured out around the dead bone, and a gate of the netherworld opened behind it. Tens of thousands of broken soul fragments flew out, continuously refining, merging, and coalescing in its hands. Gradually, they formed into a blank soul. It still couldn't create life from nothing. It merely created the conditions for undead life to naturally emerge under the world's rules. The dead bone injected this blank soul into the body of the frost giant dragon. The vast clouds of necrotic plague breath continued to pour in, and this giant being began to slowly resurrect. The soul flame in its eyes lit up. An undead creation of the half-step law realm was born, but at this time, it was merely an undead creation. Under normal circumstances, it would slowly develop intelligence until it awakened its own self-awareness. This was too long. The dead bone flicked its bone finger onto its own skull, separating a speck of golden divine soul light and purifying it to a blank state. It flicked its finger, and the speck of divine soul light entered the body of the frost giant dragon. The light was insignificant, merely an inconspicuous strand among the divine soul. This mere speck was perhaps nourishment for the half-step law realm frost giant dragon, but that's all it was. But the next moment, a beam of baptismal brilliance that was falling from heaven and earth was also attracted to the frost giant dragon along with this speck of divine soul. The dead bone clasped its hands together. Streams of death energy poured in continuously. The great force of legends, unique fortunes, the baptism of heaven and earth. All these conditions converged in unity, and the frost giant dragon, which had just been resurrected and born, its aura soared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Enhance, 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 until it broke through the critical point, and strands upon strands of conceptual power were born from nothing. The law realm, a being of the law realm has been born. It was not a breakthrough from the soul realm, but a complete creation from nothing, directly bringing forth a being of the law realm. Could this be the great force of a king? The Death Knight witnessed the birth of such a miracle, and even within the depths of his eyes, as tranquil as a dried-up well, a fervent glow gradually took hold. When the king ascends to the saint realm, it will be the day the undead reclaim their glory. Meanwhile, in the Red Mist Land, the main base of Dragon Sleep Valley in the depths of the burial abyss. Upon an ancient altar, blood streamed together, illuminating each mysterious rune carved upon it. Suspended over the ancient altar, a huge and fierce giant dragon skull slowly lifted, with a wisp of blue flame flickering. A vast and overpowering aura surged out like a storm. I have returned. The consciousness of the Ice Burial Grand Duke awakened, slowly recalling the events that occurred not long ago. He had perished at the hands of a nameless soldier. As a grand being of the law realm, to resurrect once after perishing, the price to pay was tenfold or 100-fold more than that for the soul realm. He had also lost the body that had served him very well for so long. He was just about to completely convert that frost giant dragon into his own power. Now, it was all gone. Undead. Roars of rage echoed through the abyss. After a while, the Ice Burial Grand Duke gradually calmed down, re-evaluating the previous battle. It was my oversight. If I hadn't been caught off guard and trapped in the Sea of Death, at the very least, he could have remained undefeated. The expansion speed of the Sea of Death, its movement speed, was far less than his own under the concept of divine speed. He could have easily distanced himself from that Sea of Death. But apparently, only distanced himself. He could not break through the Sea of Death. Once entangled in it, there was almost no chance of survival. He recognized that this previously unknown undead possessed a power no less than his own. The Sea of Death, a formidable move, was something he still dreaded upon remembering. Such formidable power must surely be accompanied by certain defects. One is slow speed, and another is slow activation, high consumption. That undead used some ability to project a mountain range, borrowing its power to execute the move. The Ice Burial Grand Duke pondered. He had indeed suffered from a lack of intelligence. If he had known this information before the battle, he might have had a chance to defeat this mysterious undead. Next time will be different. The Ice Burial Grand Duke will return to the battlefield. Wait for me, undead, on Black Mountain. The dead bone had already driven the pesky Death Knight away. The first thing the Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord did upon its fuzzy awakening was to keep an eye on that Death Knight. Death Knight. Have I become the target of surveillance, a sparring partner? Well, if sparring is what it takes, then so be it. Having the chance to train a newly born being of the law realm is quite rare. The Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord use of power was crude. But he would train this dragon into a qualified Law Realm being. No, a powerful Law Realm being. The former Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord was already a first-rate powerhouse within the Law Realm, stronger than him. The Death Knight was more than willing to spar with the Supreme Frost Dragon Overlord. At the same time, the former main base of the Dragon Sleep Valley Vanguard Army. Tai Zan strongmen also bathed in the baptismal radiance, feeling incomparably delighted. This heaven and earth baptism was truly mysterious, able to directly and without side effects enhance the level of the bathers. 4 Order Peak polished the body, Heaven and Earth Realm elevated the domain. Soul Realm enhanced the God Soul. Such enhancements were very natural and had no impact on the bathers themselves, with some Tai Zan legends still in pursuit of monsters. Of course, there were also some who were baptized who hurriedly found a quiet place to sit down. Their momentum climbed step by step, and they were actually breaking through major boundaries with the flow. I've stepped into the legendary realm? Me too. No, dude, I suggest holding back. It's too risky to break through the legendary realm in the wild. We don't have the supporting breakthrough dojo or auxiliary treasures here. But I can't suppress it. Just now, I had an intuition deep down that this breakthrough will definitely be a success. Me too. On the shattered mountain peak, the epic level heaven and earth treasure, eternal golden guard soil, turned into a palm-sized fragment, quietly placed there. Within the vast space of the eternal golden guard soil, Mu Yuan, Isloa sat there. They were separated by a distance of tens of thousands of meters, ensuring no interference with each other. They were also breaking through. Domain elevation, elevate, continue elevating. Under the effect of the heaven and earth baptism, the domains of the two rapidly expanded, charging towards the limit value set by the highest rules like a breaking bamboo. 46,000, 47,000, 48,000, 49,999, 50,000, Mu Yuan. Isloa's domains almost simultaneously sprinted to the finish line. The perfected domain began to undergo some mysterious changes. The massive domain radiating heaven and earth suddenly contracted, leaving only a small ring with a radius of about 10 meters swirling around the two. Mu Yuan gently clenched his hand, and the entire heaven and earth were startlingly under control. Perfect domain realm. Under this realm, when I wield the power of battlefield, I assume it won't be so embarrassing anymore. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing some cracks under the sleeves. He examined his soul, and there were also some mottled traces on it. This was the price of overloading the use of Battlezone power. Despite being able to control and use this power flexibly, he needed to use his own body as a container, carrier, and transfer station. Damage was inevitable, he was not concerned about it. Although he rarely took to the battlefield, he hadn't refrained from self-harm. The side effects of severing all physical shackles were much greater than this. Now it was just a drizzle. Hiss, a pang of soul pain struck, and Mu Yuan winced. Isloa flew over and said, "Hey, do you need my support? I feel like you probably don't want it, so I won't help." Mu Yuan suddenly felt like docking pay. What's up with that? When they emerged from the eternal golden guard soil, the heaven and earth baptism had already finished. They were the people who had received the baptism for the longest time. Many lords had already received the gifts fallen from heaven and earth, and were boasting about it. Look at this, an entry ticket to a recruitment land, and there might even be a chance to recruit epic units inside. I think this advanced cultivation field I got is more practical. A hero's proof, also not bad. I'm different from you guys. I don't hope for much. Being victorious in this battle and achieving a level upgrade already satisfies me. It's absolutely not because I didn't get any good treasures. Mu Yuan looked skyward, where the gifts from heaven and earth turned into several dazzling light balls before him. With his contributions this time, what he would get must certainly be the top-tier heaven and earth's gift. However, this thing also depended on luck. Two frontier lords with similar achievements might end up with one obtaining rare treasures and the other only getting ordinary equipment. The variation was not small. Prompt. Acquired special item. The hero's proof. Prompt. Acquired permanent blueprint, daring treasure armor, excellence. Prompt. Acquired permanent blueprint, Feiyu treasure bow, excellence. Permanent blueprints are similar to miracle blueprints. Lord, heroes can quickly build in a fashion similar to constructing buildings by placing models, and can also be used in conjunction with miracle buildings like blacksmith shops. They boast the advantages of fast production speed and low production costs. A single permanent blueprint is tantamount to a complete equipment production line. This is not bad. After all, in Tianyuan City, equipment is a shortfall. Many rank 3 and 4 elites are still using miscellaneous brand rarities or standard common gear. Thereby, the rate of equipment attrition in Tianyuan City is extremely high. Mu Yuan continued to open boxes. A purple radiance soared into the sky. Ding! Notice. Acquired the Miracle Building Set, Radiant City Defense Barrier, Epic. Radiant City Defense Barrier, Description 1. An all-encompassing city-level defense barrier that collects heaven and earth energy, focusing on defense, offense, recovery, and concealment, with a maximum coverage of a 200-kilometer diameter. Description 2. The Miracle Building Set includes Radiant Town Steel Main Body, Epic, and Radiant Barrier Steel Foundation, Excellence, times 36. However, to fully unleash the Radiant City Defense Barrier's power, additional auxiliary materials are required, and the setup must be adjusted according to the city, ley lines, and the specific environment. Struck gold. The value is comparable to N epic artifacts worth of large city defense barriers. It was indeed correct not to exchange for a city defense barrier from the Tishuen platform. Those who wait never lose. Isloa also revealed a smile. The glorious task of setting up the city defense barrier is yours. Isloa's smile gradually faded. She was happy and pained. Well, mostly happy. Mu Yuan continued to draw cards. Come forth, SSR. A golden legend. A streak of purple light flashed across the sky. Notice. Acquired the special item, Law Tablet Fire, Epic. Description. A tablet inscribed with the ultimate truths of the heaven and earth's fire law, with an unknown origin. Those with sufficient insight can significantly enhance their own fire-related abilities by observing it and advance their understanding of the conceptual power of fire. Law Realm's strongmen may gain improvements in other areas through analogy upon contemplation. A black steel, 4 meters high and 2 meters wide, abruptly appeared before Mu Yuan. The black steel at first glance seemed unremarkable, but upon casting one's gaze upon the dense, intricate mysterious patterns, one's sight seemed to be sucked into a black hole, unable to withdraw. This was an act of great power that engraved the laws of heaven and earth on a mere steel. Similar to the revelation pillars in the Apocalypse Secret Realm, the effect might be slightly inferior, but this steel doesn't have a time limit for contemplation, does it? That said, just one fire law is a bit too limiting. Lord Shepherd continued to draw cards. Notice. Acquired, Random Epic Building Enhancement Chance, ×1. Notice. Acquired the special life-based Miracle Building, Guardian Angel, Epic. This was a magnificent, pure white statue of a 6-winged angel. Guardian Angel, Description 1. A special building, she is both a building and a living being with self-awareness and a soul. The Guardian Angel initially possesses the peak realm of the heaven and earth realm but can self-cultivate and absorb compatible treasures to enhance herself. Description 2. If the Guardian Angel perishes in battle, she can be rapidly reborn upon her pedestal using resources. This rebirth has no limitation on the number of times. Description 3. The range the Guardian Angel can govern is 10 times the area of your territory. The Guardian Angel cannot leave this range but will have an unceasing supply of energy while within the territory. A life-based building? Seems like it amounts to a defense building that can be continually upgraded. If Lord Shepherd had received this a year and a half earlier, he would undoubtedly have been overjoyed and considered it one of his trump cards. But now, mere peak of the heaven and earth realm, too weak. Even if this Guardian Angel appears to be a top-tier epic, possessing the power to fight above its level. Still, Tianyuan City isn't lacking that strength. Could it just be used as a mascot? After all, angels are quite rare. Never had he heard of a lord recruiting an angel, only seen in the Holy Griffin Empire. Wait a moment. A life-based building? Mu Yuan murmured. Suddenly, a bold idea sprung to mind. Well, that will have to wait until he gets back to try. He prepared to make his way home. Suddenly, Mu Yuan looked around at the heavens and earth. The gifts from heaven and earth had ended, but some miracles were still converging. The radiance that had fallen from the heavens had already vanished. The clouds and red mist that had enshrouded the mountain range had almost dissipated completely, leaving behind only wisps and strands of red mist drifting through the sky. Far away, the murky river water gradually became clear, and new buds burst forth from the dead and decaying wood. Thanks to the extensive purification of heaven and earth, the concentration of the red mist in the Shattered Isles had even dropped lower than that of Ten Directions Island domain. Even the scarlet rift that tore through the azure sky had visibly shrunk by 2 rounds. Next, there are post-war matters to handle. The wounded warriors who have suffered great losses must rest and recover, and the powerful who are still in relatively good shape can go to support other regions. They were far from idle. On the contrary, there was a plethora of matters to deal with. The path ahead required careful consideration as well. Mu Yuan thought so, but suddenly he discovered that in the world around him, a familiar power was beginning to float up like fireflies. It's the miracle light. He saw, in the distance, the Green Mountain Lord whose expression showed relief, the Rain Dust Lord wearing a smile, both radiating colorful light that floated up into the high sky like fireflies. He saw, far away, the lords who were reorganizing their armies, the warriors boasting of their spoils, elite soldiers clearing out monster camps, and the Taishuan legends in pursuit of monsters. Colorful orbs of light were floating from these people. His gaze even reached across the vast distances, seeing orbs of light emerging within the war fortress in the Shattered Isles war zone. These orbs of light were the same as what he usually gathered from his own troops. Now, many commanders and warriors outside of Tianyuan City were also producing miracle power? I see, this is the opportunity, Mu Yuan mused internally. Ever since he had barely stepped into the threshold of using miracle power, he realized that everyone, every living being, contained miracle power, which was constantly being born and also constantly dissipating. However, he was unable to collect the miracle power from those who were not of his direct lineage troops. Including his own territory's citizens, he had long been aware that he lacked an opportunity. And now, or rather, the great battle that had lasted half a day, was the opportunity to gather miracle power. The route isn't war, but rather, a victory that can be called a miracle. To the eyes of the frontier lords and pioneers like Green Mountain and Rain Dust, defeating the many great enemies including the Ice Burial Duke in the Shattered Isles warzone with meager strength, isn't that a miracle? If he hadn't evolved Dead Bone and Duo Lai into powerful generals through his efforts, it would have been impossible for everyone to defeat the Ice Burial Duke and the various Grand Dukes of the Hunt after just over a year of diligent practice. Without a doubt, this too was a miracle. He had created a miracle, he had fought a miraculous battle, and thus he could gather miracle power. This is because I have entered the gateway to miracle power, otherwise. He had fought several major battles before, some of which were even more dangerous and miraculous. There were no miracle orbs emerging at that time. Or rather, the miracle orbs might have emerged, but his level was not enough to observe or obtain them. With these thoughts, Mu Yuan stretched out his palm, and the myriad miracle orbs in the sky rushed towards him like swallows returning to their nest. Miracle Evolution Power plus 10 OK. Miracle Evolution Power plus 15 OK. Miracle Evolution Power plus 22 OK. As the vast miracle power flowed in, the lake in Mu Yuan's palm that he used to store miracle power became increasingly replenished and overflowing. Bad news. It's spilling out. Good news. He had collected nearly enough miracle power. 5 million feet, limit. Previously, he had less than a million Evo power left, and now it suddenly skyrocketed to the point that even the Lake of Miracles could not contain it all. Outrageous. Most of this miracle power came from the soldiers and commanders of the Shattered Isles war zone, a small portion from territory citizens, elves, giants, and other bystanders from the Ten Directions Island domain. But the number of soldiers in the Shattered Isles war zone was not large. There were only 1 or 200 pioneer teams, each team boasting 1 or 2, maybe 3 army spirit legions, each legion comprising but 1,000 elite warriors. Among them, some elite warriors had not yet developed wisdom or had only a low level of intelligence, so they had to be excluded. In Tianyuan City, little skeletons that had not yet developed intelligence could also generate Evo power, but Mu Yuan noted that the elite soldiers in the battle zone who lacked intelligence could not provide miracle orbs. It seemed that due to their inadequate intelligence, they did not understand what a miracle was. Besides the various legions, there were also tens of thousands of support personnel in the Shattered Isles war zone. Around 300,000 people in total. Yet they directly provided over 4 million miracle power. After all, it's an untapped mine of riches, and if it weren't for the fact that living beings have a limit on how much miracle power they can accumulate, and that this limit is not high, the amount of miracle power obtained would have been much more. This is already quite enough. I've even figured out the way to gather a large amount of miracle power. Mu Yuan had been fully prepared for a slow evolution. Accumulating for a month to bring forth a legend, this pace wasn't slow, rather, it was quite fast. A legend a month meant 12 in a year, and this rate was slowly increasing with the development of his territories. But, he looked into the distance at the scarlet streak that penetrated the sky. Given the current situation, I'm afraid there won't be many years left. Now that the evolutionary miracle is abundant, I can not only cultivate new legends, but I can also advance Dead Bone and Duo Lai even further. This battle, Dead Bone and Duo Lai, were the key contributors. Both were the peak combat powers of Tianyuan City, much stronger than other generals and fighters. Especially Dead Bone. The miracle power needed for Dead Bone and Duo Lai to evolve was 1.5 million. Just 1.5 million. And with this, the capacity limit of the Lake of Evolution could also be noticeably increased. If a situation were to arise where a vast amount of miracle power could be gathered but not fully accommodated, he would be so pained as to barely breathe. Inside the Dragon Sleep Valley, at a certain place, King, in front of a colossal dragon head statue, a high hunting duke bowed his head, reporting the situation one by one. Our strategy in the Shattered Isles has failed. Ice Burial fell to an undead of unknown origin, and even the avatar of gluttony didn't overcome the human who wielded the power of the battlefield. Ice Burial and gluttony have mishandled the task, but the Taishuan human in command of the battlefield has indeed repeatedly displayed unexpectedly strong power. I have investigated, and the rise of that human lord has been extremely rapid, initially only capable of contending with the Fang of the Jackal Wolf, a small force reliant on us, and not long after, he extinguished both the Fang of the Jackal Wolf and Blood Serpent in case, unifying the island domain. Now, even without relying on the power of the battlefield, he still has subordinates capable of slaughtering our Duke of Hunting. This human is clearly exceedingly favored by nature. I believe we must not let him live. Atop the dragon head statue, a huge amber gem lit up. The Twilight King spoke, "Granted, this task is yours." "Yes, great king." The High Hunting Duke, Firewing, took his leave. It was said that the Ice Burial Duke was cautious in his actions, while Firewing was impulsive. But in his view, Ice Burial's caution was merely superficial, otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen in the Shattered Isles. "Lord Firewing, what should we do?" an elite dragon of the Soul Realm asked. Firewing already had a plan. The territory of that human from Tianyuan is located in the Ten Directions Island domain, which is within our range of attack, however. Our target is not that territory, but the person of Tianyuan himself. Tianyuan is likely in the Shattered Isles now. We need to find a way to track his movements, then strike him down in one fell swoop. Best strategy: assassination, annihilating Tianyuan. Medium strategy: gather a great tide, and when Tianyuan is confirmed to have returned to his territory, attack the Ten Directions Island domain. Least efficient strategy: hunt down the strong ones from Tianyuan City. Of course, he wanted all of them. Kakekakeke. Mu Yuan didn't know he had caught the attention of a dreadful Law Realm powerhouse. After showing himself in the war fortress of the battlefield and then passing through the starry Skygate, he returned to Tianyuan City with Isloa and Duo Lai. Finally back, Duo Lai stretched and said, even though it often traveled back and forth. Mu Yuan said, there's no time to waste, let's set up the Radiant City defense barrier. Yes, I knew it. Isloa shrugged her shoulders and turned to say, Number 2, Number 3. Number 18, this task is yours. She delegated it to her own avatars, but although they were avatars, the fatigue was still her own. Her avatars completely shared her consciousness. The main reason was to work efficiently so they could finish early and clock out. Only half an hour later, ding, notification. The Radiant City Defense Barrier, Epic Level, has been established. This barrier has a daily mode, a high energy mode, and can withstand attacks from the Law Realm under full power. Furthermore, the barrier possesses top-tier detection and concealment abilities and also has the capability to set enchantments within its scope. Such is the charm of a city defense barrier. The defensive strength goes without saying. He did not plan to use the city defense barrier to bloodily resist the God Soul realm of the Ice Burial Grand Duke, but it could spare him worries during a large-scale battle, eliminating concerns that the city might suffer from the aftermath. If they were to confront the Ice Burial Grand Duke, under the abyss-like divine power of the Ice Burial Duke's God Soul realm, most of the common people in the city would likely die. During the battle, each core and each elite could bear it because even the weakest elite warrior was at the second-order peak and positioned within the core. When the battle between the Dead Bone and the Ice Burial Grand Duke began, only a very few legendary strong beings dared to remain outside the war fortress. Even ordinary legends could not face the aftermath directly. Detection and concealment capabilities are equally important. With the Radiant Barrier in place, monsters like the Faceless Ones would be instantly discovered the moment they set foot in the barrier's range. For an observer adept like Isloa, even using starry eyes would barely penetrate the city defense barrier to spy inside. Setting up an enchantment internally meant that even within the area covered by the city defense barrier, he could still establish smaller enchantments. And just in case an enemy infiltrated the city or an accident occurred, causing a battle to erupt within the city, they could also promptly set up enchantments to encapsulate the battle area. This barrier is several classes higher compared to the 1000 Prism Large Reflection, in terms of quality. With such a city defense barrier, one could sleep much more peacefully. Isloa said, right now it's just a basic setup. To fully unleash the power of the barrier, I still need to make adjustments and require quite a few materials and treasures. Moreover, to maintain the barrier, the 3 energy wells in our territory are far from enough. We need more energy wells. In a nutshell, we need money, and more money. Mu Yuan. I'll follow your lead. No problem. The financially robust Lord Shepherd immediately placed an order and exchanged for 3 energy well blueprints, as well as various materials on the Tai Xuan Covenant platform. Next, there's one more chance for a random epic building enhancement. He stroked his chin. He had truly never seen such a gift from heaven and earth before. This opportunity was merely enhancement, not an upgrade. If an epic building were to ascend, it would become a legendary building. He had never seen a legendary building, nor heard of one. Of course, a legendary building is not easy to come by. However, this one epic enhancement opportunity, marked as epic level, is likely not to be underestimated. The only flaw was that it was a random selection for upgrading a building. Currently, the epic buildings in Tianyuan City include the Staff of Divine Right, the Advanced Mage Tower, the Hall of Martial Souls, the Ice and Fire Double Heaven, the Radiant City Defense Barrier, and the not yet constructed Guardian Angel. This was because the Guardian Angel was superfluous. No matter whether his bold idea could be realized or not, there was no need to construct the Guardian Angel and pollute the randomness of the enhancement card pool. The Staff of Divine Right has always played a significant role, and the Radiant City Defense Barrier is arguably the most valuable epic building. It would be most ideal to randomly hit these two. Start, ding. Notice. Epic building enhancement chance has been consumed, random building selection in progress. Notice. Building, Hall of Martial Souls has been selected. Mu Yuan. This building, to say it is not strong, it possesses the legendary ability of resurrection. As long as a soul binding is performed, no matter how many times the warriors die in battle, they can be resurrected and return. But can it be said to be powerful? The cost for binding is high, the cost for resurrection is high, and the effective range of the ability is narrow. Only within a few dozen kilometers around the territory can the fallen be guided back. And now, the battles of the top-tier strong beings easily span hundreds of kilometers. The Hall of Martial Souls seemed increasingly inadequate. Ding! Notice. Epic Building, Hall of Martial Souls has been enhanced. The Resurrection Guidance range has been expanded to cover the entire 10 Directions Island domain. Outside of the 10 Directions Island domain, the guidance range has obtained a 10-fold increase. Additionally, if a being from the Soul Realm stores a strand of soul in the Hall of Martial Souls, they can be resurrected without needing other soul box treasures after they fall. Notice. Epic Building, Hall of Martial Souls has been enhanced, with the addition of the Heroic Soul Tablet. Ability. Lords or heroes can place a Heroic Soul Tablet, signifying the power of the Hall of Martial Souls, in a designated area. Upon the placement of the Heroic Soul Tablet, the surrounding 1,000 kilometers will be encompassed within the Hall of Martial Souls guidance range. Current usable number of Heroic Soul Tablets, 3/3. This number restores once every 3 days, not rechargeable. The once superfluous Hall of Martial Souls seems to have undergone a metamorphosis. One could not help but feel that the Hall of Martial Souls is now in its complete form? A fully complete form? Mu Yuan pondered, fetching the remaining angel statues. Then, I wonder if the guardian angel can bring any surprises. Boom! Mu Yuan threw out the palm-sized statue he held in his hand. As the complete building spun in the air, it grew larger and larger, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a full-fledged miracle building and landed with a crash. Notice. The Guardian Angel Epic Building has been constructed. The pure white statue, over 10 meters tall, stood erect before the City Lord's mansion. Below the statue was a half-meter tall square pedestal, around which rose 4 pillars 2 to 3 meters in height. There were also smaller columns equally spaced between the pillars, encircling the base like a fence. Atop the pedestal stood the main body of the building. A colossal angelic statue, spanning several meters in height. This was a female angel, clad in ornately patterned armor and a battle skirt, with the hem of her skirt falling to her battle boots. Atop her head, she wore a circlet set with a central gemstone, her long hair lifting behind her. Her hands were joined in front of her, gripping a great sword that was inverted, thrust into the base of the pedestal. The blade of the sword was inscribed with a row of mysterious runes, appearing quite extraordinary. What caught the eye the most was the set of 3 huge pairs of wings unfurled behind her. Even as the guardian angel remained in statue form, it exuded an indescribable sense of nobility and purity. It was as if the very presence of this statue endowed the entire City Lord's mansion with a sense of nobility. Indeed, it was pretty much the case. The City Lord's mansion was only a superior building. There weren't many epic buildings throughout Tianyuan City, and even though Mu Yuan found the Guardian Angel somewhat underwhelming, it was among the top tier of defensive epic buildings. If a common territory obtained such a Guardian Angel and managed it diligently, fostering it over years or decades, even if a Soul Realm or even a Law Realm invader were to come, the Lord could stand unafraid. It was just that Tianyuan City was hardly ever in want of high-end combat power. Guardian Angel. Grade. Epic. Description. Created from the resolute obsessions of a mighty angel who has fully perished and shaped under the heaven and earth rules. The guardian angel, Lapis, possesses freshly awakened self-awareness, the heritage of a 6-wing angel, a soul-etched wealth of combat experience, and space for continued advancement. Current realm of guardian angel, heaven and earth realm peak tens of thousands meter level. Ability 1. Guardian Angel, Lapis, has the primary skills and talents, Group Resurrection, Purification Holy Judgment, Angel's Protection. Ability 2. If the Guardian Angel, Lapis, were to fall, It can be rapidly resurrected on the building's pedestal at the cost of 1,000 soul crystals. Resurrection time: 60 seconds. The resurrection ability has no limits on the number of times and no cooldown period. Ability 3. While within the territory, the guardian angel, Lapis, has infinite energy, but additional soul crystals must be consumed or extracted from the energy-providing miracle buildings. The activity range of the guardian angel cannot exceed 10 times the area of the territory. As expected, even miracle buildings must adhere to energy conservation. The guardian angel is considered a building life form, capable of drawing in energy from heaven and earth to sustain itself, but infinite energy cannot arise out of nothing. It seems even stronger than I imagined, Mu Yuan thought. The revival time is extremely short, the cost remarkably low, and the guardian angel is born a tens of thousands meter level peak strongman, equipped with 3 major epic abilities. Her combat power almost makes her the strongest under legendary life in Tianyuan City. And the abilities are of considerable value. Group Resurrection, cast on an area, can resurrect up to 36 fallen individuals, excluding the undead and dark shadow life forms, with a cooldown time of 1 day. Note: cannot resurrect individuals of a higher grade than oneself. Cannot resurrect individuals who have been dead for more than 12 hours. Indeed, it can't compare to Dead Bones' Undead Resurrection. However, Undead Resurrection is a rather abnormal ability. Until now, Mu Yuan had acknowledged this fact. Bone 2, Bone 3, none of the epic skeletons among the 20 to 30,000 skeletons throughout Tianyuan City awakened a similar ability. Angels, however, were different. Even the epic 1-star dual-wing angels had a substantial chance of awakening the divine skill, single revival. This was no secret in the eternal world. Revival artifacts were extremely rare, and the cost of revival was immense. Angels, on the other hand, could easily resurrect a fallen powerhouse. What lord wouldn't want to possess an angel? But it was something sought after but not obtained. Angels were the emblem of the Holy Griffin Empire. The Holy Griffin Empire possessed the sole 7th Order recruitment building, Angel Reincarnation Pool, in the entire eternal world. Traditionally, only the imperial family and a very few generals who had greatly distinguished themselves in the empire were granted permission to approach the Angel Reincarnation Pool, imploring the favor of an upper realm angel. Angels. Mu Yuan, of course, also harbored some yearning for such mythic creatures that could only be admired from afar. However, the ability, Group Resurrection, doesn't seem to offer much value to Tianyuan City, does it? After all, the guardian angel cannot stray far from the territory. He thought, looking at the towering angel statue before him. Awaken, my guardian angel. In that instant, the pure white statue burst forth with golden light. The entire body of the statue, or rather, the guardian angel, was wrapped in the shining golden light, and as this bright glow shone, the entire figure started to shrink rapidly, from several meters high to less than 2 meters. When the golden light dissipated, standing before Mu Yuan was no longer a stone statue, but a golden-haired, silver-armored, white-winged female angel. She knelt on one knee. Master, I, Lapis, shall vow to guard the territory with my life. Although guardian angel Lapis possessed self-consciousness and the ability to inherit powers, she still felt like a cold, lifeless puppet. After all, she was a building life form. She was life, yet also a building. Mu Yuan, accompanied by Lapis, walked into the city lord's mansion and called for Yi Si to have Duo Lai guide the newcomer. No problem, I will definitely introduce all the delicious food of Tianyuan City to Lapis. Lapis showed no expression. Since she was a living being and appeared no different from ordinary people, she could probably eat, right? She left with Duo Lai. What Mu Yuan wanted to attempt was another bold experiment. Evolution. Guardian angels were miracle buildings, and therefore they only had the 1 epic designation. And there was no talk of epic 1-star or epic 2 stars, etc. But Lapis was also alive. So, could she evolve? If so, as a miracle building, what kind of transformation would she undergo? Mu Yuan manipulated the Evo power and began to try, tentatively infusing it into Lapis's body. He received feedback instantly. It's actually possible. It just requires 500 million Evo power. Not the 50 million required for an epic 3-star to evolve into legendary, but a full 500 million. Lord Shepard felt the impulse to try. What changes would occur to a guardian angel building after evolution? He restrained himself. Directly evolving was too risky, and he hadn't forgotten that the evolutions of Isloa, Lulu, and others had far exceeded standard requirements. Besides, he didn't have 500 million evolution points at hand anymore. He had used them up not long ago. He looked towards the Dragon Hillock Fertile Land secret realm. Inside, the sky was overcast with storm clouds swirling. The vast might of legend rolled and filled the entire secret realm. Dead Bone was within, bathing in the light of evolution. Evolution points. Minus 150 million. Once Dead Bone's evolution was complete, Duo Lai would undergo evolution next. Despite the appearance of an evolution target like Guardian Angel that made him eager, Mu Yuan would still proceed according to the planned pace from before. Now that he had figured out numerous ways to gather miracle power, accumulating millions of evolution points wouldn't take too long. And it can't take too long. The enemy was too strong, and their power was not yet sufficient for self-preservation. After all, scarlet tendrils crisscrossed the azure sky, and many regions across the entire Taishuan, the entire world, were engulfed in war and crisis. The crisis in the Shattered Isles had been resolved, but there were still many battle zones and cities that were in retreat under the onslaught of monster armies. Pan Chi City has encountered a powerful attack from a legendary being and urgently needs reinforcements. Currently, a small half of Pan Chi City areas are in danger. Frostleaf Island War Zone faces the threat of being breached and is urgently calling for help. River Valley City is calling for help. Whitewood Castle is calling for help. Heavenly Water River Defense Area is calling for help. Signals for help from various regions came one after another, yet helping hands were scarce. It was regrettable, but inevitable. Originally, Taishuan was barely able to meet the enemy at the gate, but with a large number of monsters pouring in during the Sky Rift disaster and monster powerhouses stepping into the Alliance's heartlands, how could there be enough manpower? Several veterans in charge of command and deployment at the Pioneer Group's headquarters were no longer present. They had gone to the front lines. The military forces were particularly strained. A one-armed general spoke up. Send a message to Lord Baiting, urge him once again. The official responsible replied, Lord Baiting has already dispatched reinforcements, including 2 Law Realm powerhouses and 3 Soul Realm powerhouses, all of whom have already headed to the most critical battle zones. The current distress messages are from areas that have not yet received any allocation of reinforcements. Headquarters can only ask them to continue to hold on. A moment of silence followed within the command center. Someone asked, is there really no way to squeeze out more reinforcements? We in Taishuan indeed have so many miracle lords. Reinforcements are not impossible to find, said the official. In fact, many lords have volunteered for battle, and we've also allocated them to appropriate areas. It's just, we're severely lacking high-end combat power. In the areas beyond the battle zones, a single legendary being represented an incomparable combat force. The vast majority of lords, even with all their troops and territory's strength, could not contend with a single legendary being. And the legendary forces that could be mustered were already dispatched to various front lines. Dane, new legendary reinforcements are connected, awaiting dispatch. As soon as the alert sounded, a look of joy could not be concealed by the soldiers present. Which lord or which great territory's division general is it? How many legends are there? The one-armed veteran asked. It's a general from the Tianyuan city lord. Tianyuan? The one-armed veteran was somewhat astonished. Didn't the Tianyuan youngster just recently defeat the armies of Dragon Sleep Valley, and after a desperate battle defeated their army? Perhaps the Tianyuan city lord felt that some of his generals still had the strength for another battle, and he saw our constant calls for help, and we, indeed, urgently need strong reinforcements in some frontline areas. The one-armed veteran clenched his fist tighter and took a deep breath. Send the generals from Tianyuan city to the critical areas. Pan Shi City. As one of the only 3 official major cities in Taishuan's Twilight Dominion, Pan Shi City boasted a vast population, an expansive area, and powerful defensive capabilities. In the past, Pan Shi City was founded to fend off the monster overlord that ruled the entire Dark Forest, the Goblin Kingdom. Thus, Pan Shi City was situated at the very outskirts of the Taishuan territory, directly facing this wildland that was the Dark Forest. After the fall of the Goblin Kingdom, this area went from being deadly to a high-risk zone. Nevertheless, since it lacked a miracle territory, the entire Dark Forest was still classified as a wilderness. Above the Dark Forest, a scarlet streak tore through the sky like a scar, bisecting half of the azure sky. Red mist and countless monsters swarmed out from within, continuously assaulting Pan Shi City. If that were all, Pan Shi City would still stand firm like solid rock amidst the surging tide. The city defense barrier gleamed brilliantly, with a barrier light screen stretching up to meet the sky. Any flying creature that tried to penetrate the light screen would clatter down to the ground. A strike from a being in the legendary realm, harnessing the power of heaven and earth, could only cause ripples to spread across the barrier. This city defense barrier was not the top grade, but it wasn't something an ordinary legendary could breach. However, the monsters in the legendary realm can't break through Pan Shi City, but if they go around it, they can easily destroy the dozens, if not hundreds, of towns surrounding it. We must firmly drag these monsters down here. Ordinary legions guarded the city, while legendary realm beings stepped out of the barrier and confronted formidable foes high in the sky. Outnumbered and under siege. Boom! Lord Pan Shi fiercely slammed into the barrier light screen, causing ripples to spread. He was drenched in blood, his armor cracked. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on a green silhouette in the distance. Goblin King. A peak force in the heaven and earth realm. Of course, he too was at the peak of the heaven and earth realm. But by the Goblin King's side stood 2 other peak beings of the same realm. Giant Goblin, Ravenous Goblin. Around them circled a dozen or so not-so-weak monster legends, while Pan Shi City had only 6 legends and 1 army spirit legion. He was the only one at the peak of the heaven and earth realm. If only Sword Saint Tianhe and Great Stone Lord were here, he muttered to himself. But after the Goblin Kingdom fell, Pan Shi City didn't need much defense. He often sent Sword Saint Tianhe and Great Stone Lord to the front lines for battle. Little did he expect a disaster like today's. I've been fighting for over a decade. I won't fall here, he said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, suddenly smiling. Oh, are reinforcements on their way? Then I must keep you all here no matter what. Shiki, Shanchi, rumble rumble. The ground trembled. The defenders fought valiantly against the invading horde, occasionally glancing into the distance. Zhang Luoxing was among them. As part of the reinforcements, he arrived at Pan Shi City to help with the defense. But I'm too weak. If I were in the legendary realm, if I had an army spirit legion, I wouldn't have to hide in this city. What kind of reinforcement am I? They had to not only defend the city walls but also eliminate the dozens of monster legends. Otherwise, half of the Pan Shi City region would be struck by calamity. But what could they use to defeat these formidable enemies? Look, up in the sky, someone shouted. In an instant, night fell, and the splendid stars enveloped the land. Countless twinkling stars converged to form the heavenly river. A noble, exalted presence that transcended the mundane spread throughout the starry sky, filling it with joyous chirping. Clang! Luminous stellar rings appeared one after another above the stars. It was as if the great and sublime star deity had opened its eyes to gaze upon the earth below. Within the gaze, a figure walked upon the star river, approaching from afar. With a flip of a pale hand, the stars sealed the heavens and the earth. Whoosh! Space seemed to solidify. The Goblin King's pupils dilated, and deep within them flashed a color of dread. Invincible! Invincible! Humans, this king has no intention of being your enemy, he said. We will retreat. We will withdraw immediately. I guarantee we shall never set foot in the Taishuan territory again for the rest of our lives. He was not an ignorant legendary creature born in the wild. This human strongman was likely in the soul realm. But how could Tai Xuan have dispatched a soul realm being so quickly? Want to leave? It's too late. Isloa looked down upon the surrounding legends, her overtime grievances manifesting as tangible killing intent, engulfing everything as it surged forth. Reinforcements have arrived, but it seems to be just one person? With the entire starry sky at their back, and feet stepping on the vast star river, wouldn't such a strong character be enough even if alone? Who is this person? I pride myself as a human encyclopedia and have memorized over 1,000 famous strongmen of Taizan, but there doesn't seem to be anyone who matches them. It seems, they're from Lord Tianyuan's people. I just heard from someone at the city lord's mansion that a strong person from Tianyuan city was coming to aid us. It must be this individual. Tianyuan. Wait, are they the one who claimed first place in the nationwide Lord trial years ago, and shone the brightest at the festival grounds? Have they already nurtured such a powerful being? Some professionals were in a daze. Zhang Luoxing looked toward the distant figure enveloped in brilliant starlight, also in a daze. He had guessed the sacred identity of the Comer, Star Maiden Isloa. He had seen this efficient woman by Tianyuan giant's side quite a few times. But this Star Maiden never appeared powerful, always carrying the air of a civil officer. It seems that being a civil officer was just a cover. Her true identity was probably that of a personal guard to the Tianyuan giant. Whenever the Tianyuan giant traveled far, the Star Maiden's figure would be there. She is clearly more than just the Star Maiden now, but I hadn't thought she would be this powerful. Tianyuan isn't just not slowing down but is advancing at an even faster pace. Zhang Luoxing clenched his fist tightly, truly worthy of the powerhouse he supported. Only that he was too weak, not even qualified to call himself a die-hard little brother. He must push for the legendary realm. What 1 year or 2 year plans? They're too long. He wanted to be quick, quicker, even quicker. Isloa looked down at her surroundings. Under the authority of the starry sky, the enemy had no place to hide. Openly there are 14 monster legends, but secretly there are yet another 3 hidden, and one of them is at the heaven and earth realm peak. It seems that, on the surface, the enemy pretends to bypass Panchi City to destroy the surrounding towns, but in reality, they want to lure the Lord Panchi out to an area far from the Panchi City's enchantment and then annihilate this Taizan strongman in one fell swoop. Their goal, from the beginning to the end, has always been to obliterate the Lord Panchi. Around Panchi City, still within the range of the city's defensive structures and weaponry. These weapons could disturb even those in the legendary realm. 1 or 2 or 3 big weapons, and even monster legends had to tread cautiously. If not for these, the mere few legends of Panchi City could not handle the far greater number of enemies. And at this moment Panchi City lay right behind, with Lord Panchi able to advance or retreat, which was probably also why the enemy had remained hidden all along. The Star River spanned the entire heaven and earth. The Goblin King stared fixedly at Isloa and with a voice edged with malice said, "Human, you might be strong, far stronger than any of us here. But you are just one person, you can't intercept all of us. I still say the same thing, let us retreat, and we will never step foot in the Taishuan territory again. Otherwise, let it be a fight to the death." Do you dare to gamble? By that, he meant the retaliatory destruction of the surrounding towns. Should just one legend slip through, at least 1 or 2 towns would suffer from a calamity-like strike. Those towns were only inhabited by ordinary humans. Some villages didn't even have a single second-order professional. The legends wouldn't care about such ants, but humans seemed to care a lot, particularly those from Taizan. Did the strongmen of Taizan dare to take such a bet? Did they dare to wager tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of human lives against the odds of their dozen or so legends? She dared not. Isloa didn't speak. She was sent here because among the strongmen of Tianyuan City, including her own lord, she was the one whose condition remained most intact. Dead Bone had exhausted a great deal. Duo Lai had been in the longest fights, through many big and small battles, and had even been wounded by the Ice Burial Duke. She had only done some auxiliary work. To ensure she arrived in Panchi City as soon as possible, Isloa had no time to break through to the next realm. She was still at the heaven and earth realm peak limit great perfection. But that was enough. She didn't speak, but the power of stars surging around her was her most direct answer. Stars twinkled. A massive magic sphere of the starry sky opened behind her. "Kill!" the Goblin King suddenly shouted, his gaze already communicating with his accomplices. The four monster legends farthest from Pan-Chi City immediately wrapped themselves with the vast power of heaven and earth and fled away in a flash of light. The Goblin King, with a club wreathed in strands of crimson fog, crossed the space in an instant and appeared not far from Isloa. "Die!" Thump thump! The cry wasn't completed, but it felt as though the heart was struck by a massive hammer, nearly halting on the spot. The Goblin King's swinging stance froze midair. He saw 6 magic spheres whirling around him, imprisoning him within a hexagram. Or rather, he had jumped into this imprisoning formation. The legends who attacked with him were either imprisoned in midair like him or were pierced by dazzling beams of starlight. Including those who had been hiding around and chose this moment to launch a sneak attack. Was the entire army annihilated? No, how could she be so powerful? The Goblin King struggled fiercely, as did the other imprisoned legends, with violent energy bursting from inside them, causing the imprisoning hexagram to buzz continuously. Even a strongman in the Soul Realm couldn't possibly imprison several of us at the Heaven and Earth Realm peak. Such imprisonment consumes a vast amount of energy, and a Soul Realm strongman's energy isn't much more than ours. He struggled, and continued to struggle. The confinement of the hexagram remained motionless. Yet the human woman still stood atop the Star River, her face not flushed, her breath not short, as if she had expended no energy at all. In fact, she had indeed expended none. Under the starlight, Isloa's energy is boundless. Her instantaneous output had a limit, but the duration of her output did not. She was a super-enduring chosen laborer. This is impossible. Where did the problem arise? No, why did I charge forward to fight such a human strongman? As the fervor receded, fear surged into his eyes. The Goblin King grew increasingly terrified. He had just been as if under a spell, with thoughts suddenly emerging in his mind. There's a flaw, there's a chance, might be able to kill a human strongman. It's not impossible for Heaven and Earth Realm to counter-kill a Soul Realm. And these thoughts only grew stronger. He charged forth swinging his club. By his character, he should have had other strongmen cover the rear, attract firepower, and escaped amid the chaos himself. He had lost his wits. How could he have lost his, "It's you"? The Goblin King stared at a figure not far away, the dread in his pupils spreading further. "It's over," Isloa murmured. In the distance, one legendary being after another fell to the ground like mosquitoes shot down by anti-aircraft guns. Among them, there might still be monsters that hadn't fully perished, which she left to the strongmen of Pan-Chi City. Isloa shifted her gaze to the 4 beings at the peak of the Heaven and Earth Realm who were bound. Around her, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th starry eyes opened. The 4 starry eyes each faced a different direction, targeting the surrounding confined legends. Starlight descended. The colors of the stars gathered, accumulating within the starry eyes, making these enormous eyes even brighter. No, wait, I have some. 4 radiant beams of light burst forth simultaneously. In the dazzling starlight, the robust bodies of monster legends twisted like shadows, drifted, and finally dissipated. 2 excellents and 2 rare remnant souls slowly drifted down. Isloa collected them into her sleeve. The starry sky that enveloped the entire surrounding area of Pan-Chi City also slowly receded, like a scroll being rolled up, revealing the sky's original appearance. Is it over? Did we win just like that? Why do those dozen or so monster legends feel as fragile as chicks? If it weren't for the strongmen like the Lord of Pan-Chi and others fighting desperately. If they hadn't directly faced the might of the Goblin King and other monster legends. They might have thought these monsters were merely paper tigers. But that was not the case. It wasn't that the Goblin King was too weak, but that this being who controlled the starry sky was outrageously strong. Master of the starry sky, Master of the starry sky, Master of the starry sky. Cheers like a tsunami leapt across the skies above Pan-Chi City. Frostleaf Island War Zone. This was a medium to small battle zone, with 1 war fortress and 12 guard camps in terms of size. However, now, the strongmen and army of Frostleaf Island Warzone had long since retreated to the war fortress. The grade of the war fortress was somewhat low, only quasi-epic, and it was a low-equipped mass-production model fortress. Of course, even a quasi-epic ranked fortress still had strong walls and, paired with the walls, a city defense barrier that covered the entire area of the fortress. The fortress's defensive capability was not weak. Alas, a fortress also needed a garrison. How many battle-capable legends do we still have? The only combat power legends left are 17, and we only have 6 elite legions left in organized form. We can't even fill the defensive lines. Damn it, if only we didn't have too many warriors fail to retreat to the fortress in the early stages, if only there weren't traitors sneaking into the fortress, we wouldn't have to rely on the fortress to hold out. But how could old Zung become a traitor? When was he corrupted? In Frostleaf Island Fortress, the city protection barrier had dimmed in several areas. Monsters with boundary-breaking stones had torn through it. Swarms of monstrous armies broke through. Kill, kill, kill. The human soldiers had long since seen red. But the monsters were endless, and as their comrades fell one by one, desperation also filled their hearts as they killed. Gloomy, heroic, despair. The war fortress had already been breached, and now, even if reinforcements arrived, it couldn't save the situation from the impending doom of Frostleaf Island Warzone. Their only path was to die in battle, unless a miracle occurred. A miracle has appeared, dazzling, splendid. A golden light symbolizing hope and protection suddenly cascaded on the breach in the shattered city wall and spread to both sides. In the blink of an eye, the magnificent golden light enveloped the entire war fortress. Within the glow, golden bricks were stacked one by one. An imposing golden giant emerged, standing in front of the golden walls. Hiss! A legendary warrior stepped into the fortress. He clasped his hands together, and an invisible force spread out, animating the numerous unmanned guns and weapons within the fortress, which came alive and began firing. The guns roared together, their firepower limitless. A legendary warrior plummeted down in front of the fortress. Boom! The ground tore apart, and the black armored warrior faced the swarming tide of monsters directly. The shadow of the imposing figure appeared soon after. Golden armor, battle robes, and a 100-meter-long crescent blade manifested. The black-armored warrior stomped on the ground, the earth shattered, and stones flew up. The golden giant stomped on the ground, the earth sank, mounds rose, and the flying stones hung suspended in midair. Slash! The golden light spun into a crescent shape, stirring a surging wind and clouds in its surroundings. The next moment, crack! Boom! In front of the crescent-shaped golden brilliance, the ground turned to dust altogether, and the monsters burst into pieces with a bang. Blood mist filled the air, and the space cracked. At the end of the sky, the dark clouds were also torn apart as if the black sky were cut open, pouring out golden light. Tianyuan City Lulu has arrived at the battlefield. River Valley City, situated at a strategic point, is one of the outer military strongholds of the Tai-Zan Alliance with high significance. At that moment, it was facing an endless onslaught of monster waves. There were more than 10 legendary monsters lurking within, attacking sporadically. We can't hold on much longer. River Valley City is just a military stronghold after all, enjoying some geographical advantages. However, against legendary enemies, such advantages are negligible. The city is about to fall. Damn it, where is the reinforcement? Is there any reinforcement? Reinforcements have arrived. A speck of starlight appeared at the edge of the sky, followed by 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. In the high sky, under the dim skies, tens of thousands of cross-shaped star points twinkled. Those were arrows infused with the power of stars, shooting out through ripples of spatial waves. The whistling noise was sharp. The arrows tore through the sky, trailing flames like shooting stars. Countless arrows surged like a torrent, overwhelming the monster wave. 10,000 arrows treasured 10,000 arrows all fire. The men were not yet there, but the arrows had already fallen. The serene voice followed the arrows, ringing out above River Valley City. Tianyuan City 17 has arrived at the battlefield. Tianyuan City, Rakshasa, has arrived at the battlefield. Tianyuan City, Hong Yi, has arrived at the battlefield. Tianyuan City, the coolest Mr. Bird has arrived at the battlefield. One by one, Tianyuan generals launched attacks at full speed, rushing to the most critical defense areas. Legendary warriors in the Shattered Isles war zone who still had spare capacity also rushed to support other areas. The war was ongoing. The crisis still existed. But after overcoming the initial dangers, the Tai-Zan alliance gradually gained control of the situation. One by one, the defense areas stabilized, either strategically retreating or repelling and smashing the monster armies. There were also strongmen who burst forth in desperation and annihilated the monster enemies. After the disaster, one after another, Tai-Zan strongmen made a name for themselves in battle. Mu Yuan was in Tianyuan City. While absorbing information from all directions, he was also calmly recuperating, allowing his cracked body and dim soul to recover. He gazed out from his courtyard. His sight wandered far, to the outer city, outside the city, to barren mountains, and beyond. He saw the twinkling lights. Those were the miracle lights from various places in Tai-Zan, from visits by Isloa, Lulu, Rakshasa, and others. Evo power is growing. 400M, 450M, 500M. The growth rate of Evo power was no longer as rapid as before, but it prevailed in its persistence. Indeed, even though I was not present at the scene, Isloa and others represent Tianyuan City, me. So naturally they could gather a bunch of miracle light. Of course, there were many variables influencing the abundance of miracle light points. Whether the battle was miraculous enough was one of them. The number of people within the affected area was another. Besides, reputation might also be an important factor. In providing aid to various places, Lord Shepard had also conducted comparative tests. Among those strong ones dispatched to various places, including Isloa, 17, and Jun, all had announced their affiliations. Lulu, 17, Hong Yi, several individuals well known within the Taishuan realm, also had recognizable identities. An entire city, an entire battle zone with so many powerful figures, there were inevitably people who recognized them. But among the supporting powerhouses, one did not announce their affiliation. It was Tree Demon Granny. A 2-star epic Wings of the Wind King deployed Tree Demon Granny's Seed of Tree's destiny into the battlefield and quickly left. Tree Demon Granny manifested a body hundreds of meters tall, sweeping across the tide, before dissipating the avatar, turning the entire tree body into dust and sand. She did not take a cloud with her. Isloa equals Tianyuan City. Tree Demon Granny does not equal Tianyuan City. Mu Yuan initially thought that in the eyes of the city's soldiers, since the reinforcements couldn't be equated with Tianyuan City, they wouldn't be able to gather miracle power. Actually, he had already distantly sensed that in the area where Tree Demon Granny offered help, there were miracle light points converging. That is to say, whether or not the soldiers recognize the supporting powerhouses, as long as there is a real, close connection between the supporter and myself, or that they were dispatched by me to rescue, they can gather miracle power. But a renowned name seems able to gather more miracle power? This remains uncertain, as there are too many variables this time. One thing is for sure. The difference in miracle power that hero units and non-hero units can gather is large, estimated to be about 3 to 4 times. The variables are great in each rescue operation this time. But like Isloa, Lulu, and Rakshasa, such heroes, the miracle light points drifting in their battle areas are obviously more numerous, far more than those of 17, Hong Yi, and Jun's battle zones. Mu Yuan then speculated that this was the difference between heroes and non-heroes. There has always been this saying that a hero is an extension of the Lord's power. This power is not superficial power, but a conceptual authority. Even though he had already begun to dabble in miracle power and was wielding profound conceptual power, possessing the power of the obliterated law realm, his understanding of the miracle territory was still very rudimentary. This involved the fundamental rules of the eternal world. I still have 2 heroes' proofs in my hand, The best scenario would be to assign them to generals who can operate independently. The miracle light points gradually thinned. The growth of Evo power returned to its normal state. At this moment, the numbers fixed at 623M as the dead bone evolved. The capacity limit for Evo power also saw a significant increase. However, it's approaching the limit again. This rapid rise in Evo power, it's a kind of happy trouble indeed. Mu Yuan cast his gaze towards the Dragon Mound fertile land secret realm. Here, the brilliant light of evolution had dissipated, while rolling clouds and mighty black fog were guarding, sitting on the ceremonial platform. Ding! Reminder. Your hero, Dead Bone, bathed in miracle light, has evolved to Legend 2 stars. Reminder. Dead Bone's area of Wraith Sacred Mountain expands. Several undead benefit from the residual evolution, enjoying evolutionary ascension. Reminder. Through the evolutionary miracle, Dead Bone enhances its hero weapon, Wailing Death. Wailing Death's basic ability is greatly enhanced, and a new conceptual level ability, Absolute Decline, is added. Absolute Decline. Enemies directly hit by Wailing Death have their basic attributes reduced by 10% each time, and this decay ability can accumulate repeatedly. It's not that hitting the enemy 10 times would bring their attributes down to 0. Without 3 attributes, physique, mental strength, energy, all would be 0, meaning direct death. Only in the soul realm could one cling to survival like a candle in the wind. Absolute Decline further reduces the weakened body of the enemy by 10% each time. One hit leaves 90% of base attributes, 2 hits, 81%. After being hit multiple times, even beings of the law realm would weaken, comparable to ordinary humans. Such is the terror. The most terrifying aspect is, when Dead Bone uses the decay curse, even if combined with conceptual power, the effect of the curse depends on the enemy's strength. If the enemy is too strong, their high resistance significantly weakens the effect of the curse. However, the debuff from Absolute Decay has absolute effects. Strong beings might reduce the duration of this Absolute Decay curse, but the reduction in attributes cannot be mitigated. At the levels of Dead Bone and Duo Lai, the enhancement from Hero's exclusive weapon is already not very significant. Especially for Dead Bone. Wailing Death can store the breath of death, but the Wraith Sacred Mountain, Holy Mountain projection can store even more, millions of times more than a single Wailing Death. Wailing Death is sharp, but not as much as the Wither King Bone. King's Bone inherently carries the sharpness concept, also imbuing hit enemies with the power of witheredness. In the past, a heaven and earth realm powerhouse, even slightly grazed by the Wither King Bone, was doomed to death. Later in Mu Yuan's life, he seldom saw Dead Bone wielding Wailing Death to strike people, almost treating the sword as a symbolic or staff-like item.